Morning, people. Morning, morning. Sorry about that. As y'all probably know by now, Yak has gotten stabbed at at the Fulton County Jail, and just actually just making a quick video about that and trying to get some more information. There really is not a lot of information, but he is expected to be in court today. So that seems to indicate that the situation was not grave or life threatening because I doubt you'd be going to court if you were. Yeah, Yak apparently got stabbed yesterday. I only said apparently because that's what the reporting is. Um, but he's also supposed to be in court today. Right after they released that interrogation video. Well, we called it. I think after we saw how they did Woody, right? After we saw how they did Woody, um, we noticed that when I say Woody, I mean Woody said he believed that they had released the interrogation video on him. Wasn't there another one as well? Wasn't there somebody else who had said they released a video on him? I think it just became clear that that's how the DA plays. Now, of course, we don't know for sure that the DA did that, but Princess Trish, where did you see 10 times? Seems like if you get stabbed 10 times, you would be in no condition to go to court. Seems like if you get stabbed 10 times, you would not be in a condition to go to court. But I don't know. State said we'll get him one way or another. Minor arm cuts. Man, that is wild, y'all. That is crazy. Tay says they're trying to kill him. Well, whoever stabbed him probably was. Oh, that's what his mother said. 10 times. So those probably would have been, well, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate because I really don't know anything about it. So it's not really appropriate for me to speculate. Good morning. They're covering this up. They didn't do no paperwork on the situation. His mother went to jail and they told her it was just minor injuries and he didn't need medical attention. So how would his mom know? Did he call her, or how would his mom know what happened? Would be my question. I thought they said arm in the back. I'm not sure. Detective Robot, good morning. This my mind trying to in my mind they trying to unalive Yak. Y'all, the day before what could be the verdict day, I think the case is looking pretty good for him, though. Like everybody tends to say in these situations, you really never know when it comes to a jury. You never know how the jury's going to go. So I made a video saying things are looking good for Yak. I really do think things are looking relatively good. I mean, the man's on trial. He's fighting for his life. So that's never good, really. But taking all things into account, I think things look relatively good. If y'all watched the video from this weekend, you will have seen was that this weekend? I think it was this weekend. You have seen why I say things are looking pretty good. The questions that the jurors asked seemed to indicate that they were grappling with the law and that they were understanding that there were multiple elements to the law and trying to determine whether Yak's actions met all the elements, which it does not seem like they did. So I think Yak, between Yak and Shannon, Yak seems to be in a much better position to possibly just be acquitted. I mean, there's a scenario where Yak is just totally acquitted. You know what I'm saying? There's a scenario where Yak is just totally acquitted 100% and gets to go home. So, all right, so we have the verdict clock. They're at 8 hours. So they've been deliberating for a full business day, basically. So there is a scenario where Yak gets to just go home. I mean, there's a scenario like that for Shannon too, but I definitely think Yak is in the better position to have that unfold for him in his near future. Okay, yeah. There was not a lot of it there. I just did a video, frankly. I mean, that's what we do. So, but there wasn't much to go off of. So I really didn't say much because there wasn't much to say. I mean, we can check X, y'all. We can try to. Only thing I can't just show y'all X because X, y'all know how X is. Some tatas or something just pop up on the screen, and the next thing you know, like everything is the whole stream is demonetized. So I can try to find some specific information. This was the original. I think, like reporting that I saw. Multiple sources confirmed to me that Yak Gotti was stabbed Sunday. So this would have probably been maybe last night or yesterday afternoon, maybe. Sunday at Fulton County Jail. By the way, y'all, this is Rice Street. Okay, so when you hear Rice Street, when you hear Fulton County Jail, you're talking about the same place. I'm told he suffered minor injuries and will be in court today as jurors continue to deliberate his fate. We're working to get additional details. There was a link out to this media page. Okay. Demonte Kendrick, known as rapper Yak Gotti, and another jail resident were in a physical altercation on Sunday, December 1st. Kendrick received treatment for minor injuries from a sharp object. The incident occurred at the South Annex in Union City, where both men were being housed. Kendrick will be in court today. So this report came out today, this morning, came out just minutes ago. And this is an active investigation to determine the aggressor in this incident. Oh, snap. I didn't even think about that. Oh, snap. I didn't even think about that, y'all. Crap. Y'all, hold up. Look at this last line. So some of y'all are a lot faster than I am. You just on it. But my brain sometimes needs time to warm up. I didn't even think about the fact that this is a stabbing incident, but if they determine Yak was somehow the aggressor or at fault, I know you might say, well, how could he be at fault for his own stabbing? I mean, if they determine that the person who stabbed Yak was doing it in self-defense, they could try to put charges on Yak for this incident. Now, I'm not predicting they will. I'm certainly not hoping that will be the case. But when I read this line, this is an active investigation to determine the aggressor. That's when it hit my brain like, hold up. I didn't even think about the legal ramifications. I'm just thinking about his life. Gemini. Oh my gosh, you're back to black. I'm sad. I'm hurt. He was in bed allegedly. My point is, I hadn't considered the possibility that this could be a legal scenario for Yak. I'm just thinking about his, physical health. And then I read this line, and it's like, if there's an investigation and if charges will be pending, and I'm like, oh shoot. That's a whole different scenario. Pear Bear, thank you so much for the super. I think 10 times was from a previous stabbing incident at the jail. Seti Nash put a video this morning with different incidents past being mentioned. Yeah, I did see, after I saw the tweet, I hopped on YouTube while I was actually preparing to get on to live, and I saw that Seti had made a video. I didn't get to watch the whole thing. I did just pop in to try to see if he had additional information. And I did see that he had linked it to some previous incidents, or I didn't know if those incidents happened over this weekend. I frankly didn't know what it was talking about. So I, but I didn't have a chance to look at more than about 30 seconds. I kind of fast forwarded a little bit. And so I did not know really what that was about. But thank you for the super. So, yeah, so when you consider the fact that a stabbing involves a physical altercation, and then you consider the fact that the physical altercation could be a crime, let's keep it real. Then you start saying, oh, snap, this could be really bad. So, yeah. He did get stabbed, but not 10 times, and not while he was sleeping. LTO, where are you getting your information from? LTO, where are you getting your information from, so I can try to follow up on that. Let's continue with this and see. Yeah, Shannon was stabbed in December. Oh, okay. This is not the infamous Rice Street, y'all. So let me correct what I said earlier. Okay. Let me correct what I said earlier. Correction alert. Yak was stabbed at a different location of the Fulton County Jail. So it's not Rice Street. So I thought, typically when you say Fulton County Jail and Rice Street, you're talking about the same place. But in this case, apparently you're not. Anybody have a source for some more information about this? LTO, you've been saying, let me see, from Seti video, you got to watch the whole thing. Y'all want to watch Seti video? All right, let's watch Seti's video. Let's watch Seti video. Since we have time.
Now to a Fox 5 exclusive. A family is fearful for the safety of their loved ones after they say that he was stabbed at the Fulton County Jail by 4 inmates while sleeping.
The family claims jail officials.
Okay.
Now to a Fox 5 exclusive. A family is fearful for the safety of their loved ones after they say that he was stabbed at the Fulton County Jail by 4 inmates while sleeping.
The family claims jail officials did not rush the inmate to the hospital after the attack. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor has the story.
The sheriff's office confirms 4 stabbings in as many days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, all of last week. 3 of the times, the inmates were transferred to Grady Hospital. But the 4th time, the inmate was not. And his
okay, so this is starting off talking about last week. This is starting off talking about last week.
Family wants to know why.
The young lady told me that he got stabbed several times. She said about 10 times.
LTO, where do they talk about Yak? Because this is not talking about Yak right now.
This mother, who only feels comfortable
like you see, that woman is not.
Going by the name of Crystal,
Where do they
her
talk
heart
about Yak?
broke when
Because I
she
feel
got
like they're
word that
talking
her
about other
son,
stuff.
who we're not naming for his own safety, was stabbed Saturday at the Rice Street jail. We have shown you vicious assaults.
I just don't want to go through the whole thing. Cuff boys. I don't know how anybody is going to have more information than is available. All right, maybe Cuff boy.
Multiple sources have confirmed that Yak Gotti was stabbed in Fulton County Jail on Sunday. He suffered minor injuries and will be in court today during jury deliberations. Well, Fulton County Jail does it again, huh? This place is living hell. And remember, Shannon Stillwell also got stabbed like, I don't know, 7 months ago or something. So now both defendants have been stabbed in the jail during the trial. So something interesting I saw about this report that just came out, the stabbing happened at the Fulton County Jail's South Annex in Union City, not the main facility on Rice Street. And here's the DOJ investigation into the Fulton County Jail, what they have to say about the South Annex. The South Annex in Union City, Georgia is located about 20 miles south of the main jail. It has 285 beds. And as of mid-August 2024, it housed 146 people. It held Fulton County's female population until December 2022, when Fulton County and the Sheriff's Office temporarily shuttered the facility and relocated the women to ACDC. The South Annex reopened in July 2023. The Sheriff's Office initially said its use of the South Annex as temporary housing for persons from the main jail would allow repairs on housing units and relieve population pressure there. Okay, I wonder if he's been there this whole time in the South Annex, or if he was moved there recently or something, and then this happens. You know what I mean? Because we all know how corrupt this jail is. Not even joking, this is the most corrupt jail I've ever read in my life. But when we visited the facility in October 2023, the staff told us that the facility was for more violent and harder to manage population and people being disciplined for violating jail rules. Why is Yak Gotti there waiting for a verdict? I mean, I know he probably doesn't want to be in PC or whatever, but Fulton County Jail, I would gladly be in PC and just stay in my cell.
All right, y'all. So basically, we don't have a lot of information as of now. That's the bottom line. Said he has, everybody is pulling from the same limited amount of information. Okay. So that seems to be the bottom line. Everybody's pulling from the same limited amount of information. Just like Lucci was let go from jail after being stabbed, as we have seen him getting free outside, and it works for him. We just have to get more information. Yak should be in court as of right now. Nashi, thank you for becoming a member. Did you just re-up? Andrea, Doug confirmed it. How did Doug confirm it? Did he make a TikTok about it? Maybe we can find a TikTok from Doug. Let me see. Mr. Bombastic. It's so, Andrea, we're not debating or doubting whether it's confirmed at this point. It seems to be confirmed. What we don't know and what people are speculating about at this point is what are the details. He apparently was not hurt very badly, so that's certainly good for him. But if he was the initiator or the aggressor in the situation, then you could have legal ramifications, as in additional charges placed on him, potentially the day before he's set to go home, depending on whether or not he's going to get acquitted today or whenever, whichever of these days. So I think the main question is not, did this happen? I definitely think everybody's accepting that this did happen. I think that the main question is the circumstances surrounding the incident. Again, he doesn't seem to have been hurt very badly, so that's good. But you're talking about, was he just attacked out of the blue? Did he attack somebody else and then get kind of caught up in a fight and get stabbed? Because that would certainly be bad for him, for Yak, outside of the physical injuries he suffered. Terrell says, how is he the aggressor if he's asleep? So I don't think there's no confirmation he was asleep. There's no confirmation he was asleep. This is our main source of information at the moment, that Yak was stabbed Sunday at Fulton County Jail. He suffered minor injuries and will be in court today. Okay. And then when you go to the article that's linked here, we get additional information, which this is the statement from Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Diamante Kendrick, also known as rapper Yak Gotti, and another jail resident were in a physical altercation on Sunday, December 1st. Kendrick received treatment for minor injuries from a sharp object at the Fulton County Jail. So when it says the Fulton County Jail, it makes us think Rice Street. The incident occurred at the South Annex in Union City, where both men were being housed. Kendrick will be in court today. So basically, this comes today, not yesterday, as a statement, even though the incident happened yesterday. This is an active investigation. Okay, so everybody, this is the most reliable information that we have regarding Yak Gotti and his situation. We do not have any more reliable information that I've seen as of this, as of now, than this. So I will check and see if Doug has said anything on TikTok. Doug is he's pretty active. We'll see if Doug. Okay, Doug has something. Let's take a look.
Last night inside of Fulton County, Union City, whatever they call it.
Oh, hold up. That's not Doug. That's not Doug. I thought I was clicking on Doug. How do people do that? Doesn't this? I'm clicking on Doug.
Last night inside of Fulton County.
How do people do that on TikTok, y'all? That's not Doug. All right. Let me go back. I gotta get my TikTok game together, y'all. Nishi laughing at me. I'm like, hold up, that doesn't look like Doug to me. All right, let me follow Doug and let me click on Doug's page. Okay, here we go.
So, yes, if you have seen the news.
All right. TikTok is TikToking, so we'll let it do its thing. I don't know what TikTok has. It's me in the 912. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Yeah, I got catfished by homie. Homie got me. Homie got me. But this is Doug here, and he's talking. So it's just TikTok is not working with me.
So, yes, if you have seen the news.
Maybe. No way this is crashing. No way that many people are watching this. We'll come back to that in a sec, y'all. So Doug did say something. Maybe we can check the comments to get a sense for what's happening.
So, yes, if you have seen the news, Diamante was.
Refresh. Yeah, TikTok just does not. It's just not popping right now.
So, yes, if you have seen the news, Diamante was stabbed in jail last night in Union City, Fulton County Jail. I guess they call it Annex. I did get to speak to him briefly last night. He sounded tired. He was alert. When I spoke to him, he was at the jail getting ready to be transported to the hospital for some stitches. I don't know his full medical condition. I don't know the results of what happened at the hospital. It's very, very difficult, nigh impossible, to get information from the hospital on these things. Traveling to the hospital makes no difference. I tried that with Grady the last time there was the car accident and was told that would be pointless. So I will see him in court today, and I should know more then, but please pray for him. pray for everybody that's locked up in our Fulton County jail system.
All right, so can we tell this was published an hour ago? And that looks about right if you look at the amount of sunlight that you see here. Obviously, it wasn't last night, so this would have been as the sun's coming up, maybe 7:30ish, 7:30ish. This is really sad. I agree. But again, we don't know the details. We don't know if this was just a random attack. We don't know if Yak was involved in something. People are saying he was asleep. Tayo, Doug did not quit Twitter, but anybody who was on Twitter over the weekend got quite the crazy show. Anybody who was on Twitter over the weekend, unless you got caught up in it, it was quite wild on Twitter. We can call it YSL Twitter got crazy this weekend. Fulton County jails cannot be safer than Haiti streets. It feels like you can be a lot safer there in Haiti. Thank you for the Super Demoyo 360. Yeah, I definitely, that's why I say I think we should reserve some of the speculation. I am going to look at the comments though that came through. But maybe we should reserve a little bit of speculation because when people start saying he was asleep, he got stabbed 10 times, a lot of times in these situations, the information that comes out is not 100%. Definitely thank you for the super. I'll be on, but to your question or to what you're saying here, are the jails safer than Haiti streets? Probably not, honestly. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you're worse off in Fulton County Jail than Haiti streets. I would definitely not be surprised about that. Nay says the guards don't give a damn. Nikki says this was a random act. I don't know. I would definitely be surprised if this was a random act. I don't know. SB, Yak Gotti was stabbed in Fulton County Jail yesterday, but not Rice Street. He was at another location. So earlier I said it was Rice Street, but I was wrong about that. See, even I was wrong. And, so at any rate, Fulton County Jail at Union, another location called Union City, which apparently is several miles away, quite some distance away from Rice Street. But Yak was being housed there and somebody stabbed him. But we don't know the details surrounding that. What happened on Twitter? Should we go into that, y'all? We got 8 hours. I mean, am I going to be standing here talking to y'all for 8 hours? I don't know. ¿Me otro, por favor? De lo normal. No. Solo eso. Gracias. What happened on Twitter? Things got crises. At least we can confirm this was not a case of snitches get stitches. I didn't hear the news until this morning. I doubt they heard about it. I mean, they might be, if one heard, then you imagine that they could say something in the deliberation room. Y'all don't know what happened on Twitter? Oh my gosh. On X. Y'all don't know? Gemini, how are you not green still? You one of the riders. You gotta set the example for the other people. They basically broke out all of the jails in Haiti. So yeah, I guess. All right. So let me just read some of these comments first, and then if y'all want to take some time to talk about what happened on Twitter, I'm just gonna describe it. I'm certainly not gonna show y'all the tweets. Y'all can go find those yourself if you like. So kind of gossipy. It's a little gossipy, but people might be on edge. So let's just go through some of these comments to see if we can get any information. So we have prayers, prayers, sad, all of which is fine. I'm just trying to see if there's anybody who's offering some information. It doesn't look like it. Y'all, real quick, don't be mad at me about this, y'all. But before we go, what kind of car is this with red seats and a huge sunroof? Again, don't be upset with me for asking this question. I know it's off topic, but what kind of car is Doug in right now? It looks like it looks really slick, like a really slick interior. Anybody know, y'all? Put it in the chat. A Porsche? A Tesla? Oh, it's a Tesla? Okay. All right, y'all. So I'll talk a little bit about what happened on Twitter this weekend. Again, I'm not going to show any tweets. I'm not trying to add any fuel to the fire, but I think it all started when somebody posted a drawing. To me, it looked like a computer generated image, like an AI image of Miss Love. Okay. So somebody, I believe, again, if I'm wrong about any of this, y'all, somebody can correct me, but I was only a spectator. I didn't comment. I didn't get involved. I did see many of the backs and forth. So somebody posted an image of DA Love eating Thanksgiving dinner. Okay. And the image to me looked like AI, CGI, computer generated image, like something you would give AI a picture of somebody and say, show me this person, give me an image of this person eating Thanksgiving dinner, greedily eating Thanksgiving dinner or whatever, and then the AI gives you a picture. Now, this person might have drawn the image. They might have commissioned it. I don't know. To me, when I first saw the image, I thought that it was AI. Okay. Now, you can see Miss Love, a depiction of Miss Love eating Thanksgiving dinner, but I think there was a lamb's head, like with blood, on the table. That wasn't the problem. Okay. Yeah. Greedily eating Thanksgiving dinner. So there was a lamb's head, like kind of copy pasted, it didn't look like it was part of the original image. It looked like they just inserted it there, but like with some blood or whatever. Anyway, I guess somehow this person felt that meant she was a ravenous wolf or something. I don't know. Anyway, the problem came in, though Miss Love was seated, you could tell she had a huge backside. Okay. Some people might say a disproportionately large backside. Now, when I first saw the image, I was trying to understand it because I was trying to think, what does this lamb's head have to do with the YSL trial? So I was trying to understand it from that perspective. But I also thought, she certainly does have a big backside, what I'm saying? But then I also remembered how many guys, and there have been a lot of them. How many guys, when Miss Love was up, there would be a lot of, I would say guys, I don't know if these were really guys because we're on the internet. Nobody knows who is who, frankly. But there'd be a lot of comments about Miss Love and people would be thirsting for Miss Love. So, there would be a lot of comments. Now, are they trolls? Are they bots? Are they whatever? I don't know. But I did certainly notice Miss Love would get a lot of positive attention from what presumably were males. Okay. Over her form. Okay. But this computer generated image, what I took to be CGI, but again, it could have been somebody's drawing. I don't know. It had a large backside, but it was big. It was disproportionately big, but it wasn't exaggeratedly like, it wasn't like, her head was this size and her butt was this big. It wasn't like that, but it was definitely noticeably big. So anyway, So anyway, some people on X took exception to the image, and they thought that the image was a racist depiction of Miss Love. So then the conversation became Miss Love can be evil, but you still don't want to treat her in a racially insensitive way. So then this whole conversation started devolving into, even though she's evil, don't do this to her because that's not acceptable. So that whole thing just got going, and it got going, and it got going. It turned into a tornado, and then you got people getting sucked in, and you got people getting sucked in. I didn't get sucked in. I certainly said I'm not making any comment about this stuff. So people are getting sucked in. People getting sucked in. And at some point, somebody made a comment, which was kind of off topic, I guess, but at some point someone made a comment that Doug Steele, and I think they mentioned one other attorney, like even all of them are getting paid to represent their clients. Now, the person apparently did not make that comment as a slight to Doug or any of the lawyers. The person's stated intention was just to state a fact that they're representing their clients and they're getting paid. But I think Doug might have taken that as, and I'm not speaking for Doug, y'all. So, I'm just telling you the way I saw it. Seems like he's probably on edge. He's sitting there waiting for his guy to get this verdict. He knows he's put in umpteen hundred, hours of blood, sweat, and tears into this case. He's probably very nervous. He's probably, he's probably agitated from the perspective of waiting, like so many people are, like waiting to hear what's going to happen. Yak is okay, y'all. According to the news report, they were minor injuries. According to Doug, he did go to the hospital to get stitches. So that's the most we know right now. So anyway, Doug responded to this person's comment about the pay in a way where, basically saying, yo, back up off me. This is my words. He didn't actually use those words, but that's kind of like the feeling like, yo, I'm doing this for the love of this man. You know what I'm saying? Don't even try the whole this is for the money situation. But that's not what the commenter apparently was trying to say. But it could be interpreted, what they said could be interpreted that way, though they represent their words. No, that wasn't my point. So that was a little bit of a tiff. Remember, all this started with somebody, from my perspective, all this started with somebody posting this image of Miss Love eating Thanksgiving dinner. And she just had a really big backside. And I think, so anyway, start spiraling into that. This person and Doug go back and forth a little bit, but I think Doug was like, yo, fall back off this. So Doug fell back off that a little bit. And so things seem to start dying down. And I think people came to it. There was a Spaces. I didn't listen to the Spaces. I think they might have talked things through. I don't know. I think that might have happened. But again, I didn't listen to it, so I don't know what verbally was said. But it seems like people came to some kind of understanding. And, Doug continued with Twitter. People started blocking each other who, if they didn't like what you had said, they just blocked you. So blah, blah, blah. So all this blocking started happening. So I guess that was the solution. Like, yo, if I don't F with you, I'm going to just go ahead and block you. Right? So that was like round one. That was like round one of what happened. I'm gonna refresh and see if I get any more information on Yak. Let me see. Is there any more information on Yak? Not seeing anything new. Well, y'all, now this second part, Kayvon, I think it's Kayvon, or is it Kayvon? Either way, the second part. So that was I'm almost scared to mention the second part because it's way more sensitive than the first part. The Kayvon, okay, Kayvon. The second part was like the nuclear bomb. Let me not say nuclear bomb. It's way more. So if we talking about representing a black woman and her, her cakes, if that's sensitive, the second part is like you talking about 100x, okay? So I'm only gonna give some slight references to this, not because I'm gonna get demonetized or anything, but because this second part was it's more incendiary, okay? Before I do, let me double check the news. I'm gonna see if Yak, let me see, Diamante, Kendrick. I'm gonna just see if there's any news reports. I'm really not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Plus, I feel like Doug would post it. It is true Diamante was stabbed in his jail last night. So it is true, y'all, but that's all we have from Doug as of now. All right, so anyway, the second part was kind of worse than the first because somebody, y'all, I'm going to give allusions here. I'm just not going into the nitty-gritty because it's so freaking sensitive. Somebody totally unassociated with YSL, like has nothing to do with YSL trial. They posted a map of a certain area of the world. It's not even the United States. It's nowhere close to here. And a conflict that's happening in a far, far away land. And they posted a map of the types of damage that has happened in this far away land. And the post seemed to, it can only be interpreted as a complaint or an outcry or a repudiation or something along those lines. Like it's not just a general factoid, it's not like a factoid. It's a repudiation of things that have and continue to happen. Well, one particular YSL lawyer who I'm not going to name, who I have not named today, who I'm not going to name, made a comment about this factoid, this repudiative, is that a word? This factoid about a particular conflict in some faraway land that was a complaint or repudiation. A YSL lawyer made a comment about that even got Thugger Daily like, yo, WTF, man. You know what I'm saying? So that was like round two. It was smaller than round one, I think, in the scope of people talking because it's not based on what's happening here in the United States and it's not about us. But you could say that the disappointment was just as deep, if not deeper, in this. So I'm not going to say anybody's name. I'm not going to go into the exact details. The comment made me wonder about the repudiative factor. So you have a factor. I'm gonna give you an example. The example would be like, what if somebody said, what if we were like in 1970, okay, and the Vietnam War is going on, and somebody said, the United States has killed 1,000 Vietnamese for every one U.S. soldier who died. Let's just say somebody said that in 1970. For every one U.S. soldier, 1,000 U.S. soldier. No, excuse me. For every one U.S. soldier who's died, 1,000 Vietnamese civilians have died. Let's just say somebody said that in 1970. And then somebody who came along and said, good. You would be like, whoa, Whoa, that's not what. So it wasn't that, but it was something in people saw it as something in that kind of, you feel me? People interpreted the comment as being like somebody saying good in that situation. So that was a whole nother, you said now you lost. So you had the Miss Love, the image of her, which set off a whole, that's racially insensitive, that's racist, that's wrong. That spiraled and went into different directions. Doug got caught up in it, but Doug got himself out of it. Meaning, when I say got himself out of it, he removed himself. There were a lot of hurt feelings. There were a lot of people blocking each other. There were a lot of people who were surprised that the other person would say what they said and all that stuff. So that happened over maybe a day or two. Once that kind of finally died down, then you had this other person who's unconnected to YSL who posted a factoid about a conflict somewhere in the world. The factoid was saying, look at what these people are doing to these people. And then a YSL lawyer, who I'm not going to name, made a comment about that and said something that people felt like, whoa, how could you say that? So that was kind of like a second round of craziness on Twitter this weekend. Okay. So Gemini's back in the club. See, I like that. Thank you. Thank you for coming back to us. So that was like a second round of what happened this weekend. Again, I'm not trying to stir the pot. I'm definitely not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm not trying to criticize anybody. I'm just trying to give y'all some facts. Someone says he made no comments about deaths of people at all. That's why I said something like that. I didn't say that anybody made comments about deaths of people, but the feeling that people had upon reading the comment, that's the feeling it gave people. Okay. So I'm trying to give y'all a feeling of what happened without going into detail about people's identities and the exact words they used, etc. So anyway, y'all, that is my breakdown of YSL Twitter over the weekend. Gemini came back and gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. I appreciate it. Gemini came back with the gift. What happened to Yak? Yak was stabbed yesterday in an incident that we don't have very much detail about. Apparently happened sometime, probably in the evening hours, it seems, but we're not even sure about that. Doug spoke to Diamante last night. We don't know if that's when the incident happened or if that's just when Doug spoke to him. Y'all, please do be nice to Gemini. If you get a gifted membership, please do say thank you. We have a couple of people saying thank you here, which is excellent. Yeah, Slim Crew. What time is it? It is now 9:43. I think they have been deliberating since 9 o'clock. The deliberation clock started at 9 today. Oh, what happened to Hunter Biden? Y'all, I guess we can talk about some other topics. Joe Biden gave Hunter Biden, y'all want to read the pardon letter? Joe Biden pardoned his son, Hunter. And he did not just pardon Hunter for things that he knows has happened. He pardoned Hunter for things that might have happened, meaning if they, let's read the letter. Let's read the letter. How can I make this letter big enough to read it? He pardoned Hunter for things that might have happened. Okay, y'all want to have that debate? Okay, let me read the letter first, and then let's have the debate. Let's read the letter first, and then we'll have the debate. Today, I signed a pardon for my son, Hunter. From the day I took office, I said I would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision-making, and I kept my word even as I have watched my son being selectively and unfairly prosecuted. Without aggravating factors like use in a crime, multiple purchases, or buying a weapon as a straw purchaser, people are almost never brought to trial on felony charges solely for how they filled out a gun form. Those who were late paying their taxes because of serious addictions, but paid them back subsequently with interest and penalties, are typically given non-criminal resolutions. It is clear that Hunter was treated differently. The charges in this case come about only after several of my political opponents in Congress instigated them to attack me and oppose my election. Then a carefully negotiated plea deal agreed to by the Department of Justice unraveled in the courtroom, with a number of my political opponents in Congress taking credit for bringing political pressure on the process. Had the plea deal held, it would have been fair. It would have been a fair, reasonable resolution of Hunter's cases. No reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's case can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and that is wrong. There has been an effort to break Hunter, who has been 5.5 years sober, even in the face of unrelenting attacks and selective prosecution. In trying to break Hunter, they've tried to break me. And there's no reason to believe it will stop here. Enough is enough. For my entire career, I have followed a simple principle. Just tell the American people the truth. They'll be fair-minded. Here's the truth. I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process, and it led to a miscarriage of justice. And once I made this decision this weekend, there was no sense in delaying it further. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision. So what he did was listen to this. This is where the actual pardon comes in, because that was just a letter surrounding it. For those offenses against the United States, which he has committed or may have committed or taken part in during the period from January 1st, 2014 through December 1st, 2024. So basically approximately 10 years, including but not limited to the things he just mentioned. So this guy, let me not say this guy, the president, has pardoned his son, not only for the things that he knows about over the last 10 years, but for the things that might be out there. It is not until 12/21, not the future. No, it's not the future. I mean, it was through yesterday. It wasn't the future as in past yesterday. So, pardon Yak and Shannon. The president cannot pardon Yak and Shannon. The governor can pardon Yak and Shannon. So let's break this down a little bit, people. I'm going to put the trial. No, I'm not going to put the trial watch on. There's nothing happening on it. Okay, let's break this down a little bit. So from January 1st, 2014 through yesterday, Biden's son has a complete blanket federal pardon. So what does that mean? That means through the power of the presidency, Joe Biden has wiped away the possibility of any criminal penalty for anything his son might have done that's on a federal level. Okay. So this does not apply to state charges, of which I don't know that there are any, but should any state related charges come up in the meantime, that is not going to help his son. That's not going to help Hunter. So that's why Joe Biden said against the United States, because he's talking about the federal government. So anything that Hunter did that's a U.S. federal crime is now absolved as a criminal process, as a potential criminal process for the for the previous 10 years, basically. Again, I will repeat, if Hunter committed a federal crime in a state, which he almost certainly would have done, and that also constitutes a state crime, and the statute of limitation has not run, that state could very well put charges on him. I'm not saying I hope that happens. I'm just telling you all the facts, okay? Joe Biden cannot pardon people on state crimes. So Yak and Shannon are in Georgia, and they're being judged by a Georgia jury, a Fulton County jury, Fulton County, Georgia jury. Biden can't really help them. I mean, he could probably make a deal or something to get the Georgia governor to pardon them, but that wouldn't work. I mean, it's so unlikely it doesn't really need to be mentioned. Biden freaked out when he heard cash. Now let's talk about the. You know, I'm hearing people mostly. I think I shouldn't say hearing. I looked into this a little bit. I read some comments. I didn't do any kind of deep dive, but seems like the people on the Democrat side saying, "Hey, good, Trump would have done it." And I didn't really see any Republican side people's comments on this. By the way, thank you for the 5 gifted. Queen had gifted another membership. Want to shout you out for that. Queen gifted a membership. So whoever got that, please make sure you said thank you to Queen. G2 gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate that. Whoever got those memberships from G2, please just say thank you, y'all. You don't necessarily know who it came from, but say thank you. Big time, big thanks. So y'all, I'm not mad at this. I'm not mad at this. I'm really not mad at this. Y'all don't know my politics. I never discussed my politics with y'all, but I'm just going to say this is something that I'm not mad at because, again, I do agree with Biden. Biden made the case for me, and I just read this for the first time right now. Hunter had a gun, but there's no evidence he used it in a crime. So him having the gun was the crime. And I'm okay with you pardoning somebody who had a gun who didn't use it against somebody else. I'm okay with that. And if we believe Biden that Hunter paid back all his taxes with penalties, I'm totally fine with it. He paid it back. He paid his penalties, and he had a gun, and he didn't use it to shoot somebody. He didn't use it to rob somebody. Again, the pardon is for crimes. So presumably whoever gets a pardon is a criminal, or at least a strongly suspected criminal. So somebody going to have committed a crime if they get in a pardon, right? These are the type of crimes that, in my opinion, if you're going to give somebody a pardon for this, I'm totally fine with it. So I'm not taking Biden to task for this. MM, thank you for the super. MM says, doesn't Hunter have some charges pending against him from California, like past due taxes or something? I don't know. We can certainly look into that. But what I will say, MM, is if he has California state, well, actually on this letter that I just looked at, it says here that Joe Biden did mention that the cases, one of the cases is in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to. That would be a federal case that is being tried in the state of California, but maybe he also has California charges. If he does, then this pardon will not help with whatever California state charges Hunter has. He'll still have to figure that out. Okay. Thank you for the super. Did Trump pardon Kodak? Yes. Trump pardoned Kodak and Lil Wayne. Y'all, presidents pardon people. You know what I'm saying? And if you're saying that the president's pardoning somebody for having a gun or lied on a gun application, but that gun wasn't used in any crimes. There's no evidence that Hunter used the gun in any crime. And also for taxes that he didn't pay, but that he subsequently did pay with penalties. If that's true, I'm okay. I'm totally fine with him. I'm totally fine with him getting that pardon. Now, but see, the thing is, he also pardoned Hunter for any other thing that might be out there. And that's the part where that's why Joe Biden started this off calling it a witch hunt, because he's basically saying, well, I'm going to pardon him for stuff that we haven't even heard about yet, just in case you're going to keep trying to witch hunt my son. That's the controversial part to me, because we don't know what other federal crimes he might have committed. So that's the issue. Lauren Freitag got and thanked for a membership. Trump can pardon whoever he wants. Thug is on probation. Yeah, but remember, Trump cannot pardon Thug. Okay? Y'all, and I'm not saying you're saying this Salvadorable. So this is not at you, but people be very clear of the difference between a federal charge and a state charge. The federal government, the president, the head of the federal government, cannot pardon you for a state criminal charge. Okay? The president can't help you with your state charges through a pardon. So because Thug was brought up on a Georgia RICO, no president can help him with that. Y'all understand? So Trump pardoned Lil Wayne. Trump pardoned Kodak Black. He pardoned some more people too. Pardon isn't just an expungement. It relieves you from serving time on a criminal charge. Yeah, but as you can see, Salvadorable, Trump also just pardoned his son from charges that could be. So Antoine Bishop says, who cares? If you're referring to the pardon, I'm gonna say this is why we possibly should care. There were suggestions, insinuations, outright affirmations that Hunter and Biden worked together on many corrupt endeavors. So if you pardon Hunter, if it's true that they worked together on corrupt endeavors, and then you pardon Hunter, now whoever's investigating Biden, they will not have Hunter as a piece to the puzzle, or at least the likelihood that they would be able to use Hunter as a piece of the puzzle would be severely reduced, because Hunter does not have any personal exposure anymore. Does that make sense? So if you take Hunter off the table, or at least significantly reduce Hunter's likelihood of having to testify, then if there is anything out there that he and Biden worked on, that also reduces Biden's personal exposure. Does that make sense? So the part where he pardons Hunter for the gun and for the taxes, nobody cares about that. It's I shouldn't say nobody, because I'm sure there are people who care about it, but it's the blanket pardon for anything else that might have happened during that time that could, if Biden were involved in something, that would serve Biden personally, because now his co-conspirator is free. So I'm certainly not saying that is what happened, but that is what people are going to be thinking today when they see this pardon. Is like, yo, you just basically let your co-conspirator off the hook, which helps you, because now that co-conspirator won't cooperate against you, or our leverage over that co-conspirator has been significantly reduced. Does that make sense to everybody? So if he had only pardoned him based on the two charges that he mentioned in the letter, then it would have been, I think, less controversial. But the blanket pardon for anything that might have happened, there are people who are going to say Biden was basically serving himself, because now he's not going to be president in a couple of months. He's trying to tie up some loose ends so that if people start investigating him, Biden, then Hunter will be, if still a loose end, less of a loose end, because Hunter will not have personal exposure. Therefore, Biden's personal exposure will have been reduced. So that is what people are thinking about with this pardon. Morning, Sharon May. Is there a blanket pardon? That is what Biden just gave to his son. He gave him a blanket federal pardon for the past approximately 10 years. It is not going into the future. I don't know that you can give somebody a pardon for future actions. Trump's situation is different because Trump has his New York case is not a federal case. So there's no way Trump can pardon himself for his felonies. Okay. So Harriet, Trump cannot pardon himself for the felonies that he's awaiting sentencing on in New York, because those are not federal, those are state. So you got to understand, Trump's charges, you had two cases that were state, the Fulton County case, which is kind of DOA, the New York case, which reached a resolution, but there has been no sentencing. Those two cases, he cannot pardon himself. Okay? So anybody who thinks that Trump's just going to come in and pardon him, he can't do that. Now, he also faced a federal election interference case, which he could, possibly in theory come in and pardon himself or something. I don't know if there's any cases of presidents pardoning themselves, but let's just say that he has that power. I'm sure he'll use it for the federal election interference case, but Trump does not have any ability to pardon himself for the New York State case, which has already reached its conclusion and is only awaiting sentencing at this point. Same goes for the Georgia case that Fani has against Trump. He cannot pardon himself for that either. That's probably why Yo Gotti Moneybag was ever at the White House, because they know they're about to go down for young Dolph. Again, Michelle, Biden can't help them with that. The young Dolph situation was a Tennessee case. Now, if there's a potential federal RICO that could be launched against Yo Gotti, Biden could help with that. But Biden cannot help with just a typical RICO a typical murder case from the state of Tennessee. Biden can't help with that. Okay. So y'all, please be very clear, people, as you are thinking things through and analyzing things. You have to have that division in your mind between a federal case and a state case, or you're going to get mixed up. You have to have the division in your mind. The federal case, the Dolph case is a state case, so the federal government can't help you with that. Now, I'm only saying can't in the most generic sense, right? I'm not saying that there's nothing that could possibly be done, but a simple pardon like we just saw for Hunter is not on the table. Y'all, we're still on verdict watch. We are approaching 9 hours of total deliberation time. Okay, we're approaching 9 hours of total deliberation time. Let's continue looking at some comments. can look up the Biden laptop is full of crime. That's correct. So any of those crimes that would have been in that laptop, and I've seen some reports on that. I'm not an expert on that, but I've certainly heard about it. Any of the crimes that would have been on that laptop that would be federal crimes that happened since January 1st, 2014 through yesterday would be pardoned, and Hunter Biden would face no criminal prosecution or risk related to any of those crimes. Okay. I don't, yeah. Here, Diallo says that Trump is not going to jail. Yeah, I don't think Trump's going to jail. But y'all, there is a scenario where a few things could happen. One, I have heard, though I don't know how reliable this information is, that the New York State judge who has yet to sentence Trump for the 34 felonies he was convicted of, that Trump was convicted of, I've heard that judge could just leave that sentencing open for 4 years until Trump is no longer the president. So remember, Trump cannot pardon himself for that. Okay. Trump charges and sentencing were dropped. Were they dropped, Bitter Lily? Let's see. Trump NY sentencing. I don't think they were dropped. I don't think they were dropped. His sentencing was indefinitely postponed. Okay. That's a big difference between dropped. This does not make this country look good, chasing presidents to charge them knowing. Yeah, I mean, frankly, Trump's New York case is not very. I don't think that it had a lot of merit as far as something that you would want to pursue. Same thing goes with the Hunter. I agree with Joe Biden. The Hunter gun thing, that, I don't know. I don't personally think that that's something the man should be going to jail for. Now, I do think there's merit to the law. Don't get me wrong, that you don't want people convicted of a violent felony to be able to own a gun. Maybe after a certain amount of time you could cure, 10 years of no criminal, of not being found guilty of any other crimes or something. But I don't know. I kind of feel like these cases were witch hunts in a sense. Trump can pardon Diddy. Yes. Trump can pardon Diddy. Trump can pardon Dirk. Trump could pardon, in theory, Diddy and Dirk. I don't think that Trump will pardon Diddy, but he could. I think if Trump pardoned Diddy, it would cost Trump a lot of support. Because, see, Diddy is mentioned alongside of the Ep guy. Okay, not even gonna say that guy's name on his stream. Diddy is mentioned alongside the Ep guy, and the Ep guy is one of the biggest devils, demons, enemies of the Trump people. So I think if you were to pardon Diddy, you would be signaling that whole modus operandi, that you're not necessarily stamping it with approval, but you are kind of reducing you're taking it lightly, I would say. So I don't see Diddy getting any kind of pardon from Trump. Queen asks, do you think Diddy gets convicted, Trump will pardon him? No. I don't think there's any chance Diddy gets convicted and Trump pardons him, except if at his trial you only have one witness or one credible witness, and it's Cassie, and Diddy calls people who were supposed victims and they come and testify on his behalf. Like, think about the world where Diddy goes to trial. Basically, the prosecution can only put Cassie up against him, and Diddy calls other people who were supposed victims, and he has like 10 of those people who testify on his behalf. And he's still convicted. I don't think Trump pardons him, but I think he would be in a better position to get a pardon if something like that were to go down. But if it goes down the way that it seems like it's going to go down, where they're going to parade, 20 different people to the stand on the prosecution side saying Diddy did this, Diddy did that to them, I think there's no chance he gets pardoned. No chance he gets pardoned. Why pardon Diddy? I don't know. I don't see there's a reason he would get pardoned. But his best chance of getting a pardon, well, I think he and Trump probably know each other or knew each other. So I think his best chance, if he were shooting for the pardon, if he was going to shoot his pardon shot, his best chance would be, again, if the trial shows that the number of victims and their testimony that we were expecting, if it doesn't materialize, then I do think, yeah. I'm not saying I think he would get a pardon. I'm saying that would be his best bet, but I still think it would be an incredibly long shot. Trump said he would look into the Diddy case. Well, among the Trump supporters, Miss Lily, and good morning. Good to see you today. Among the Trump supporters, they're saying they want the Ep guys client list and the Diddy tapes released. Before about a year ago, they were saying release the Ep guys client list. They would only say, where's the client list for the Ep guy? We still haven't seen the Ep guy's client list. Y'all know who the Ep guy is, right? So, but now they started to include the Diddy tapes in. So now it's one long kind of demand, the Ep guy and Diddy. So, and this is among Trump supporters. This is among people of all different political backgrounds. So I don't know that looking into the Diddy case means that he's looking to pardon him. I think he's signaling he'll look to see if there were high-level people who were involved with Diddy. That's what I think that means. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think that it's about pardoning. I think it's more about, we'll figure out if there were any government officials or what have you who were involved with Diddy. I think that's what he's referring to. Young Dolph case could have been federal, but he was under a federal investigation. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Raunchy Dog, the NY case has already concluded with a guilty verdict. Trump is guilty. So it's not that it stopped. It's over. He's guilty. He was found guilty of 34 felonies. So at this point, it's just sentencing. It's not that the case stopped. The case didn't stop. The case concluded with a guilty verdict on, I think, all 34 counts. So it didn't stop as in the case was ongoing and they just said, stop. No, the case concluded. He was guilty. He was found guilty of 34 felonies. The only thing that hasn't happened in that case as of right now is sentencing. By the way, y'all, do y'all want to talk about this? One thing I was wondering is if there are any guilty verdicts, do y'all expect sentencing to happen same day, or do y'all expect sentencing to happen at a future date? So I'm going to make this a poll. All right. Let me log into my YouTube so I can do polls. So my question to y'all is, I want y'all to think about if there is a guilty verdict in the YSL trial. That's the trial we're watching right now. Oh, trial we're waiting for a verdict on. if there's a guilty verdict, do you expect there to be, hold on, y'all. If there's a guilty verdict, do you expect Judge Whitaker to likely do sentencing same day? Or do you expect Judge Whitaker to postpone the sentencing for a future date? So I'm gonna give y'all 3 options. Okay. Okay. Hold on. We got Slim Life who just gifted a membership. If you received it, the membership from Slim Life, please say thank you. If guilty verdict, will sentencing be same day, let's say planned for another day? So y'all remember with Montonk, when he had his status hearing, when Montonk had his revocation hearing, Judge Whitaker heard all of the argumentation, and she just went ahead and made a decision right then and there. So I'm going to do a poll. If we see a guilty verdict, 1, 2, 3, there are multiple counts. Do y'all expect to see a same-day sentencing from Whitaker, or do you expect her to say, okay, we'll come back in a week, everybody get all their arguments together for what the sentencing should and shouldn't be? Let's get the families a chance to get ready to travel in to give their victim impact. I mean, it kind of depends on what the guilty verdicts are about too, but I didn't want to make the poll too complicated, right? Because if the guilty verdict is just like, if it doesn't involve the murders, then of course the families don't have to come in to give their victim impact statement if the guilty verdicts are not the murders. So there's many different factors that could influence your poll answer, okay? But I didn't want to go into all that with the poll because I feel like the more difficult the polls are, people get confused. So I just want to keep it simple. Since we now have a president who's a convicted felon, I think the law for citizens needs to be up. So, Queen, what does that mean? We have a president who's a convicted felon. What law needs to be updated to reflect that for citizens? What do you mean by that? I've had people saying that. I've heard people say, yeah, now that Trump's a convicted felon, he's president, shouldn't convicted felons get to blah, blah, blah? But give me the whole thing, because you just said the law. What law needs to be updated to reflect what? That's my question, because I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to. Larry Hoover is going to be Trump's first pardon. That wouldn't be a bad decision, political decision. Puff and Lil Durk gonna be on the ticket. That's interesting. Queen, I'm waiting for your answer. I'm really interested to see this. The rules don't apply to people that write them. So y'all, I am politically, y'all, I never really discussed my politics. One of the reasons I didn't jump into all the Twitter controversy over the weekend is because, I think I'm good at scoring a political point, but it's very difficult to change somebody's political opinion. So, you know what I'm saying? I can, I can maybe change your opinion on a point, but I'm not going to change the way you think. So that's why I don't really get into it. Paralegal, you lost just like other podcasters. You're all pro-Trump. 331 WHF. What did I say that was pro-Trump today? Or Give me your rationale for saying I'm pro-Trump. As well as of now, that is all. I'm not sure. Queen, I was waiting for you to answer, hopefully, what law needs to be changed and what does it need to say now? That's my question. What law needs to be changed and what does it say now? What does the law need to be changed to and what should it say now? That's my question. And also, what did I say that makes anybody here think I'm pro-Trump? Slim Life, is that another one? Okay, this is the same one. Violet gifted 1 Paralegal Institute membership. If you received that, please say thank you. Why was Yak stabbed? We don't know. That's kind of what we started off with. That's what we started off with today. That's what we started off with today. I've been looking on X. I don't see. Doug Weinstein would be probably our first source of information. He hasn't posted on X in the last couple of hours. Yes, why was he never sentenced? What mechanism was employed to delay sentencing? Winning the presidency of the United States. So once he won presidency of the United States, I think the judge initially delayed sentencing because the election was imminent. I think the sentencing was supposed to be over the summer initially, but the election was imminent. The judge didn't want to interfere with the election and by sentencing one of the candidates to either prison or whatever. And then once Trump won, the judge said, we'll just keep this sentencing indefinitely delayed. So I've been waiting to get some feedback. There's a lot of comments, so I thank y'all for this. But Paralegal, look at what Diddy said about Trump. Trump will never pardon. Yeah, I mean, I doubt that Trump would pardon Diddy, even if it's just because Trump's followers would be very disappointed in that. So embarrassing to have a felon as a president. I can see why you would say that. I can see why you would say that. Can anybody on this stream describe to me without Googling, without going to ChatGPT, without using any outside source, can anybody on this stream right now, just off the top of your head, say Trump was convicted for and give some kind of semi-detailed account of what he's convicted of in New York? Like, so for example, we could say Young Thug pleaded guilty to being a member of a gang, YSL, having drugs, having guns, blah, 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 whatever it was, something like that, right? We could say R. Kelly was convicted of having inappropriate physical relationships with underage female humans. Okay, just trying to think of a YouTube friendly way of saying this stuff, y'all. It's just a little difficult. So can somebody say Trump was convicted of this and give some kind of description of what it was? Because frankly, I don't know. I have no clue. I shouldn't say no clue. I shouldn't say I have no clue, but I don't know what Trump was convicted of. People keep saying he's a felon. He's a felon? Why? What did he do? Convicted felons allowed to hold federal jobs. What was he convicted of, people? I mean, without Googling it is my question. If you got to Google it, you lost. Trump is charged. Okay, he's charged, not convicted until there's a sentence. Make the law that a convicted felon can be president. Convicted felons can't vote. How can they run the country then? Those are two different things, aren't they? Y'all, I actually thought about making a whole YouTube channel about this, but it would just be too much work. This is when the thought is people often they compare two different things. How can this happen if that happened? You wouldn't have said this if this had been that person. Oh, if this group of people had done the same thing as that group of people, they would have gotten a different. It's like there's just too much of that in society for me. Personally, I want to fight back against it. I want to combat it. It's just there's just too much comparing. What is being president? What is the ability to be president and run the country have to do with your ability to vote? Those are literally two separate and completely distinct things. Your ability to vote for president and your ability to be president are completely different, completely distinct. One of the main things that's different about it, Rochelle, is that your ability to vote is controlled by your state largely. So there's no federal law that says that felons can't vote. That's a state law. That's something that your state would say. That's not something that the federal government says. So again, we could keep getting mixed up with the state laws and the federal laws. Okay. So there is no federal statute that says a person who's a convicted felon cannot vote in the United States of America. So why should there be a federal law as to, in fact, the Constitution already lays out what your qualifications must be in order to run for president. You must be a natural born citizen. You must be over 40 years of age. And there might be one or two other things. That's it. That's the federal law. It's laid out. Okay. So why does there need to be more than that? Why does there need to be more than that? Let me see here. I'm trying to get in. Yeah, y'all, I haven't really been up on the comments, but Slim Life, remember, you're a mod. So if you see something that's crazy, you can get rid of it. Any of the mods, if you see something that's too off base, we want to let people, definitely people should be able to express their opinion as long as we do it respectfully. New York was not for taxes, Queen. Has anybody yet said why Trump was convicted in New York? Tax fraud, he lied on multiple forms with property evaluation. Okay, here we have it. So Trump lied on multiple forms about how much his properties were worth. That's a good one. I mean, that's pretty much as I understand it. So Trump was convicted of 34 felonies for lying on forms. Now, what kind of forms were these? Weren't these forms that he submitted to a bank? A bank that he did business with? A bank that then said they would like to continue to do business with him? So basically, imagine you run for president, you win, and then somebody goes back and finds your credit card application where you were trying to get the American Airlines Sky Miles card, and you put that you earn $100,000 per year on the credit card application. They subpoena all of your tax records and they find that you were only earning $65,000 per year at the time that you put on your credit card application that you earned $100,000. And now they're going to take you to trial on felony charges for lying on a loan application. And then if you get convicted, people say you shouldn't be able to be president. I mean, that's my not so expert take on it. You're a felon. You shouldn't be able to be president. What did you do? You said you earned $100,000 on that credit card application when you only earned 65. Like literally nobody would be able to be president in this country. That's what I was, y'all, last night when I was thinking, you know how you think when you're going to go to sleep? I was thinking, we do a lot of finger pointing. When I say we, maybe it's everybody. We do a lot of finger pointing, y'all. I was thinking about this last night. I was like, we do a whole lot of finger pointing. And the only reason we get to do it is because people do not know what we ourselves have done. The other person doesn't know what I did. So I get to finger point at that person because they don't know the stuff that I've done. They don't know about the time that I put 100,000 on my credit card application when I only made 65. They don't know about. I might even have forgotten about that. I might not even know about that. So I get to finger point. You shouldn't have done that. You're terrible. I forgot that I did something similar myself. I forgot about all the times on my taxes when I just forgot about that extra 1,000 or 2,000. It's just a lot of finger pointing. It's a whole lot. So no, yes. Yeah, the porn star was Hush Money was somehow involved. I'll be honest, I don't know all the details, y'all. I don't know about all the details. I don't know about all the details, but it did have to do with falsifying documents and stuff. Thank you for the super. The Moyo. We don't beef to act blindside, brother. You know exactly people is talking about felon can't even get a normal job. I like Trump, by the way. Law must be applied to everyone. Hold on. No. I'm going to disagree. Every company can make their own decision as to whether they want to hire felons or not. And in some places, many places, now that decision is limited. So in other words, whereas years ago, a company had kind of a free reign to say, I don't want to hire felons, many places have even limited a company's ability to not hire felons. Or put another way, many places have made it more difficult for companies to avoid felons as employees. So every company has their own right, their own decision-making capabilities, whether they want to hire felons or not. And when they don't, it's usually more in favor of the felon in places where like ban the box and that sort of thing has happened. So the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, they are private organizations. They are not public. They are private. They can determine if they want somebody with a felony or not to be able to be their candidate. If the Republican Party or Democratic Party wanted to do so, they could very easily write it into their bylaws. Any person convicted of a felony cannot run for office or presidential office. They could do that. Okay? So you have individual political parties, of which Democrat and Republican are the two biggest, Democrat and Republican, but you have many smaller ones. All of these parties can determine whoever they like. They can put any requirement they want as long as they don't violate, certain federal laws. They can nominate whoever they like, and they could prevent other people from being their party's nominee as long as they're not doing it based on gender, sex, sexual orientation, race, and all that stuff. So, Demoyo, there is a liberty among all political parties. There is a liberty among all companies in this country to hire felons. Right? Just because 50%, 60%, 70%, 90%, 95% of companies prefer not to hire felons, that's still an individual company-wide decision. It just so happens that they all go in the same direction, or mostly. But there's no law saying that the companies can't hire felons. That's the difference. The companies make those decisions themselves, and they just tend to go in a direction of safety. Okay? But the law doesn't tell them they can't hire felons. The law also doesn't tell the Democrats who they can nominate or what the qualifications need to be. Besides, of course, whatever the Constitution says about who can and can't be president. The law doesn't say that to the Republicans. The law doesn't say that to any of the political parties. And it also doesn't say to the plumbing company down the street, you can't hire felons. If they want to staff only felons, they can do that. If there's a plumbing company like, yo, you know what? We're going to just make a company of all felons. You know what? They could do that. They could do that. So the law is not telling you you can't hire felons. There might be certain limited jobs that maybe require a background check in the government and that sort of thing. I'm talking about government now. Might require a security clearance where felons may not be able to get that job, potentially. But aside from that, there's no law that says companies can't hire felons. Got another super. Thank you so much. MM back with another super. The appellate judges for the case were not impressed with the state's case. The prosecutor arguing before them even asked them not to sanction her. Who? All right, I think I'm lost. Ya te va. Y'all give me one quick second. Tú me avisa. All right, so I'm going to have to get caught up. Thank you for the super MM, but I'm not sure exactly what y'all are talking about right now. Still on verdict watch. We're almost at 9 hours and 9.5 hours, almost. So for people who say that you can't even get a job if you're a felon, how are you going to be president? If you're a felon, you can get a job at a place that hires felons. Okay. If you are a felon, you can get a job at a place that hires felons. You know who hires felons? The Democratic Party. You know who hires felons? The Republican Party. Simple. Very simple. The Democratic Party hires felons. In this case, we should say nominates. Okay. And the Republican Party nominates felons. If there's another party out there, the no felon party, that says we don't nominate felons, guess who won't be nominated by that party? A felon. They just won't run felons, but the other parties will. And the people get to y'all know, the only thing is if we didn't know about Trump's history and then people voted for him and then they found out his that he was convicted after, then I would have a complaint because it'd be like it was a trick. But he had a public trial. The people of this country had all the information they needed to see the trial, to read up on what the trial was about, and to make a decision. And the people wanted to vote for him. I don't have a problem with that. If it had been secret, if people didn't know about it and we only found out about it afterwards, I would have a problem with that. Trump is convicted. That is not true. This is plainly false, Terry. He was not convicted. That was a civil case. You cannot be convicted in a civil case. You can be found liable, culpable, but you need to use the right terminology here. You can only be convicted in a criminal case. He has not had a criminal SA case, so therefore he cannot be convicted of it. Okay? So again, use the right terminology. His followers don't care. They'll be fine if they knew Trump receives a hefty donation from Diddy. I would say that you're probably right that his followers probably don't care that he was found liable in that SA case. That's probably true. Or if they do care, they don't care very much. But it's not convicted. And that matters a lot that you don't say convicted there, because He wasn't convicted. He wasn't on a criminal trial for that. Hush Money, he created gold tennis shoes, $3.99 a pair. They sold out. Collectors, look how much money he made. Not sure what we're talking about there. That case, civil one. The criminal one is falsifying business records in order to conceal. Yes, exactly. That's what I was just referring to as it relates to the whole convicted thing. He was not convicted. I don't know why, but oh, you know how you sleep, how you think when you're gonna go to sleep, kill me. Well, yeah, because yesterday I don't know why I was thinking this, but I was like, man, you know that the thing that we do as humans, we all do it, is we know people don't know our dirt, so we get to point fingers at them for their dirt. And I was thinking last night, like, man, I think because somebody was accused of something, and I was like, yo, if all of us, if everything we did, we actually had to answer for, there would be very few of us that could point a finger. Very few of us could point a finger. But because people don't know, because we have stuff that's so many times our own stuff that we've done. Like by the time you get my age, you're like 40, I'm 40, almost 45. There's stuff you did you don't even remember doing. You would see it on a videotape. You'd be like, yo, I can't even believe I did that. Like me, that was me. Like, I'll give y'all an example. I do remember this, but imagine I didn't. When I was in middle school, y'all, I'm about to tell y'all a quick middle school, not joke, a story. Y'all are going to prepare to be shocked. This is how dumb I was, even though I was very smart, but I was still dumb. Okay, I was in middle school, and I had a girlfriend. And one day, we stayed after school, and for some reason, I decided to walk to her house from school, which was quite a long walk. And I returned back to school in time to catch the after-school activities bus. And that got in my dumb little teenage mind, oh, I can walk to her house from school. Okay? So that was like the first that gave my dumb mind like, oh, so it's walkable. So anyway, at some subsequent point, she was going to call out sick from school and stay home. And I was going to catch my bus to school. But then once I got off the bus, I'm going to just walk directly to her house. We're going to spend the day at her house together. Then I'm going to walk back into school in time to catch my regular bus home. Okay? Dumbest idea ever, because I get off my bus when I get to school and I'm literally walking immediately to her house. And all the buses that are showing up, they just see me walking, like away from school. And all the kids are like, yo, what is this dude doing walking away from school? And I'm just too dumb to even realize this, right? Anyway, I spend the day at her house. Her aunt and uncle were home. I had to hide in the closet, the whole thing, right? But we didn't get caught. So as I'm walking back to school, they are practicing. I think they're practicing graduation. So people aren't even in the class. They're all like in the auditorium practicing graduation. And my dumb self walks in with literally the whole school there practicing graduation. And I'm the dummy walking in. And they already knew that I was doing something dumb because everybody saw me walking away from school in the morning. So I tried to make up a lie. The lie was dumb. It was just all dumb. It was literally it was dumb from the very planning stage to the execution stage to the lie to cover it up stage. It was dumb from beginning to end. Now, because of that, I didn't get to go to my middle school dance. You know what I'm saying? I was all planning to go to this dance, lost that. And my point of telling this story is I didn't do anything wrong to her or anything. You know, there was nothing that happened between us that was wrong, but it's just dumb, y'all. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many things do we have in our lives that are just that? I know I'm not the only one that's done just incredibly stupid things. And imagine I get to keep my stories to myself and you know what I'm saying? And then say, oh, I can't believe you did that. Yeah, but what about the stuff I did? So my point is, it's just we accuse from a position of like, I don't have anything you could accuse me about. Yeah, you do. We just don't know what it is. But you know what it is. And if you don't know what it is, that doesn't mean that there is nothing. It just means you don't remember right now. So that is one of my dumb stories. Again, I didn't do anything wrong to anybody, but I did get in a considerable amount of trouble. And I do remember, it just reminds me of just the insane amount of dumbness that I could do. that I've been involved in my own life. So anyway, anybody else want to tell one of your stories to just remind people of the incredibly bad decisions we make? Because at that time, y'all, we have a seal. Oh, let me check that out. Where is that? Let me double check that. Let me check. Which channel is it with the seal, y'all? Oh shoot. All right, let me get over there. Anybody else? Oh man, y'all bear with me. They're saying we have a seal somewhere. Okay, MM was talking about Trump's NY case. The appellate judges for the case were not impressed with the state's case. The prosecutor arguing before them even asked him. Oh, I got you. I personally was never I was never too invested in even knowing much about that. So y'all, we do have a seal on 11 Alive. We do not have a seal. This is Law and Crime. They're still with this blue background. 11 Alive does have a seal on it. I don't see any movement. We'll stick with 11 Alive now because at least they have a seal. I don't know if that means anything. I thought they had the same feed, so this surprises me somewhat. This surprises me a little bit because I thought they were sharing a feed. We might be looking at a verdict soon, people. DeMoyo, I voted for Trump. Thanks for the clarification. I hope companies hire more good people who come out with enough and now want to do good out here. Yeah. So DeMoyo, I'll tell you this. My thought is this. I would be open to hiring a felon. I think violent felonies are tough regardless, like when you hurt somebody, depending on the circumstances. But like when you hurt somebody, that's going to be the toughest. I think drug dealing is one of the felonies that would be easier to work with. I think financial crimes is also very tough because it's tough to put somebody who is responsible for financial crimes into a position where they're responsible for inventory or responsible for, sales or whatever the case may be. So, but I think that people who have a felony do deserve another chance. I do think people who have a felony do deserve another chance. Yeah, when being released from prison, companies are getting higher tax write-offs to higher felony. Y'all know there was a program in DC where people who got out of prison were actually being trained in the legal field, believe it or not, paralegal, and were actually getting internships and maybe even jobs in law firms. And that was a big deal. I do think it is in society's interest to integrate people after they come out of prison. Y'all know I was let me see. Felons are people too. We all know at least one felon in our life and would wish the best for them too. They did their crime and their time for it. Yeah, of course. I'm never gonna say anything that would seem to indicate that a felon doesn't deserve to earn a living. I mean, did y'all want to see? Oh man, I would love to show y'all this. Y'all know these guys who are on YouTube Shorts who tell the stories. There's this Asian guy. I don't know his name, but he's like one of the most I think the most popular because he shows up in my feed all the time. He's like a kind of maybe 20-something-ish Asian guy, and he's really good at telling a long story in like under a minute. Well, one of his stories was about a felon who was put into a job program, and one of the officers who had repeatedly arrested this felon was assigned to this felon to help him get a job. And the officer was like, man, I don't want to help this guy, man. I done arrested this guy 10 times. Like, this guy's, he's just going to go back to doing what he always did. But apparently the felon was able to get a job eventually. He held the job down and did such a good job that he moved up into management. Now, this is a guy who had been a felon his whole life and had been arrested probably 10 or more times, many times by the same officer, this officer who didn't want to help him. So anyway, the felon does get a job. He holds the job down. He does such a good job that he moves up to management. And then, get this, when the officer who didn't want to help him, who had arrested him multiple times, retired, he actually went and got a job working under the felon. I think it was at like a hardware store or something, the ex-felon. So this guy actually had turned his whole life around, gotten a job, kept the job, done an excellent job, moved up in the job to management, and then hired the officer who had arrested him multiple times. You know what I'm saying? Now think about that. Think about how excellent that is. Those are the kind of stories that make you say, man, I would like to be part of that. Okay, so we saw this one already. There's a lot of chat this morning, y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Anybody know that guy I'm talking about? He's like an excellent storyteller. He gets millions and millions and millions and millions of views. Oh, snap. This a verdict?
Good morning, everybody. We have a couple of, well, they're not really juror questions, but juror requests to view some of the evidence.
Oh.
So they want to hear, I guess, the music and lyrics to, I have a hard time reading this juror's handwriting, but I think it says Literal Walk and BS, which they think are exhibits 227 V, Victor, Victor, Bravo, and then 12A. Those may or may not be the exhibit numbers, but they think that might be them. They would like the FedEx video zoomed in, if possible, during the shooting, and they want to see cars 1 through 4. So that portion of the video. The FedEx video played reversed after Stillwell runs the red light. And then the gas station footage after the Focus leaves the gas station, they say 30 seconds after. I don't know if that means up until 30 seconds after. But anyway, those are their 4 requests. So can y'all gather those particular pieces? And once you have those ready to go, we'll have the jury out.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna back that up so we can hear that again real quick.
Evidence. So they want to hear, I guess, the music and lyrics to, I have a hard time reading this juror's handwriting, but I think it says literal walk and BS, which they think are exhibits 227 V, Victor, Victor, Bravo, and then 12A. Those may or may not be the exhibit numbers, but they think that might be them. They would like the FedEx video zoomed in, if possible, during the shooting, and they want to see cars 1 through 4. So that portion of the video. The FedEx video played reversed after Stillwell runs the red light. And then the gas station footage after the Focus leaves the gas station, they say 30 seconds after. I don't know if that means up until 30 seconds after. But anyway, those are their 4 requests. So can y'all gather those particular pieces? And once you have those ready to go, we'll have the jury out.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to be playing that again one more time. Let me play that again one more time, but let's talk about it real quick and then we'll play it again. First of all, the idea, somebody said this, that they want to hear lyrics, definitely not good. That is, I mean, if you had to weigh it, it's definitely weighing on the bad side, right? 100%. Anybody know which lyrics? Literal walk? Who is that? A Shannon song, or is that, whose song is that? Let's just listen to this. We'll go one by one. We'll stop after each thing and talk about it.
Good morning, everybody. We have a couple of, well, they're not really juror questions, but juror requests to view some of the evidence. So they want to hear, I guess, the music and lyrics to, I have a hard time reading this juror's handwriting, but I think it says literal walk and BS.
Okay, so literal walk and BS,
which they think are exhibits 220.
Literal walk and BS. All right, let me see if I can find that real quick. We about to dig in. We about to dig in. Y'all, I can only play a very, very brief. Who would that be, y'all? Lizard Walk. Okay, yeah, those are both Shannon songs then. Yeah, Lizard Walk. Okay. Yeah, Lizard Walk. Very good, Mrs. Flins. Mrs. Flins. Okay. So I don't need to play it then. I don't need to play it. It's Lizard Walk and it's BS. Was Lizard Walk the song that Shannon made after? Remember, they went to the studio and drinks was shot. So was that the song that Shannon made after they went to the studio? SB, is that even on? I don't know if that's even on YouTube as a clip that we could play. We'd have to go back and find it. We're going to be hearing this. We're going to be hearing this in court. So, all right. So, BS and Lizard Walk. Oh, y'all, is that the one where, you know what I can find? I know where I can find this. But I have to also keep an eye on court. All right, let's just run through this real quick, y'all, because I don't want to miss court. All right. Back this up. I don't want to miss court though. So I put it on another screen here.
Numbers, but they think that might be lyrics to, I have a hard time reading this juror's handwriting, but I think it says literal walk
Lizard
and
walk.
BS, which they think are exhibits
Oh,
227.
y'all, that is the one. That's the one where Hilton, I've watched Hilton's her closing a lot. That's the one where Hilton, if I'm not mistaken, says that they did drinks and then they went and rapped about it. They did drinks and okay, hold up.
I believe it's your fourth request, which is the when the cars are leaving the gas station. I'm assuming they want to see the cameras at the pumps, but there are different cameras. There's one from the liquor store, so maybe if we can.
I mean, I would think that it's the one that keeps getting shown, and if it's a different one, they can tell us. But that's the one I would queue up.
If we could just get some clarification about exactly how far before they want to see.
Well, it says footage after the focus is underlined, leaves the gas station, in parentheses, 30 seconds after. I think that's pretty specific.
That just, okay.
Y'all see what we need to watch right now? I'm about to tell you. What we need to watch right now. What we need to watch right now is Hilton's closing. I'm telling you. That is what the key right now is. I'm telling you. I'm about to put it on for y'all if I can find that. If I can find that part. Hold up. Bear with me. I'm about to play that part for y'all. Bear with me. Only thing is I gotta somehow. I'm gonna mute court, y'all. I'm gonna mute court because I want to show y'all Hilton's closing.
Donovan Thomas was the big homie.
I'm gonna try to find this.
There was no need for that. But because the masses bop to the song, they
here we go.
With a Glock.
Here we go, right here. I found it.
Wasn't there a Glock on that table? Well, what investigator Viverito said it looked like a Glock. And I found it interesting because we're gonna get to Shamel soon. We about to get to Shamel. He said that Shannon wasn't linked to the 40. But he linked to having guns thrown away. That's what he did in 2015. He's linked to the gun that was probably in the house an hour before he killed Shamel.
Let's watch this.
I ain't even gonna play the song. Let's just talk about the words. Dodging all your shots, and I'm watching my eyes. Let that bitch rain out the top of the drop. Here we go again.
Lizard walk.
Lizard walk your block. Let that glizzy rock.
Okay, dodging all your shots, and I'm watching my ops. Let that B rain out the top of the drop. Now, the problem is that wasn't a drop that they were in, and they just rewatched the video from the DT murder. And if you remember, I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything in court. If you remember, they wanted to see that video again. We could not determine, even after zooming in, whether that was the top of the car, which would have been a drop, not a drop top, a sunroof. We couldn't tell if it was out the sunroof, but that sunroof had been testified to or alluded to. Ms. Flynn says nobody. I would say it was tough it did look like there was some kind of something going on with the sunroof. It did look like there was something going on with the sunroof, but it was definitely not a drop. Okay, let's continue.
Oh, Glizzy, ain't that a Glock? Dang, one Shamel killed with a Glock? Wasn't there a Glock on that table? Well, what investigator Viverito said it looked like a Glock. And I found it interesting because we're gonna get to Shamel soon. We about to get to Shamel. He said that Shannon wasn't linked to the 40, but he linked to having guns thrown away. That's what he did in 2015. He's linked to the gun that was probably in the house an hour before he killed Shamel, sitting on the table.
So they're getting, I'm watching court, y'all. They're just getting everything together. So we'll continue with this.
In front of him.
They say about 5 minutes. So y'all, this is Lizard Walk, okay? Thank goodness they didn't play the song for me. Thank goodness they didn't play the song for me, but she just said it. Dodging all your shots, and I'm watching my ops. Let that be rain out the top of the drop. Lizard Walk your block, and let that glizzy rock, okay? So this is one of them. And also they wanted to hear. So we lost audio. If y'all remember, YouTube lost audio at and it even went to like during Hilton's closing, it went to like it just totally went out. The stream went out. So I don't know if we might have missed the other part, which was BS. I don't know if we missed that part. Slime. Let me see. That part might not have been recorded, y'all.
Occurred. Well, where was Donovan Thomas found, y'all? Oh, no.
Oh, hold up. All right. Looks like they have everything ready. They're bringing the jury in. Yeah, Lizard Walk, Aaron. We just looked at the key parts of that Hilton mentioned during her closing on Lizard Walk. So the jury is coming in. There are multiple things that they want to see. We're about to see that now.
Not an opportune time for the jury. We need just a minute or two.
Diane, I don't know about that. I mean, I know about God bless the victims, rest in peace, 100%. But the longer they scrutinize, that is better for the defendants. I'm not sure about that one. Y'all remember, thanks for the comment, Miss Lily. Y'all remember the jury, they can't go back over and over and over this stuff. They have to kind of get it in their head, write down whatever they would need to write down, and then they're going to have to just scrutinize it in their heads. Bella, I don't know if I agree with you on that. We see her as having done a bad job, but the jury wants to see this again. That's good for her. That's good for this is good for the prosecution. I mean, I hate to say it. The fact that the jury is even thinking about this song is good for the prosecution. The fact that the jury is even thinking about this song. I just turned the volume up, by the way, y'all. The fact that the jury is thinking about this song is not, could it be, how could that possibly be good for the defendants, that the jury wants to see if your song lyrics match up with the crime? Okay, so I'm just talking at this point about the song. The car evidence could be good for the defense. I agree with that. But the song evidence, there's only one way it could go. The fact that they're even thinking about your music while they're trying to determine if you committed a crime is bad for you, because your music is not going to exculpate. Is that the word? It's not going to cause doubt in their mind. It is not a drop top. Correct. It doesn't matter. It does matter if it matches, but that's not my point. My point is they're thinking about your music. That's not good for you, because your music is drill music. Do you see what I'm saying? The fact that they're thinking about your music right now, and you're a drill rapper or a gangster rapper, it's not good when you're on trial for some gangster shiznit. That's my point. Doug said he thought about bringing somebody in. He didn't do it. And this is very concerning that they're thinking about the music right now. Very concerning. Because Hilton said they committed the crimes and then they went and sang about it. And they went and rapped about it. The car stuff could very well be good for the defense. It could be. It's certainly not good for rappers, D. Correct. They're trying to figure out, is it art, just art, because it's obviously art, but is it just art or is it?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a pleasant Thanksgiving break. First things first, I know y'all have sent out a note requesting to review certain of the evidence. It's dated 11/2. I suspect you mean 12/2. Do you mind if I strike through that and just put 12/2 instead? Okay, thank you. All right, we're just going to take it in order. So y'all would like the music / lyrics to Lizard Walk.
And Your Honor, we will publish State's Exhibit 227 BV Bravo 12 Charlie. And that's Lizard Walk.
All right.
Obviously, I'm not going to mute these today, y'all, since they're so important. So we'll just let the...
Dodging all your shots, shit on my to my eyes. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Lose or walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Make my young nigga collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots and I'm on to my house. That big rain at the top of the trap. This'll walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Fuck a tick for tat, I'ma get you wet, homie. Go and Google it if you wanna check on me. Born was a half a mil, my niggas trill, nigga. Sat down 3 years on the body, asked me how I deal with it. With my feet up, I'm on my people. Check my research, I'm gonna be up. My boss said take care of my people. Couple of niggas went left cause they couldn't keep up. I ain't tripping on these, y'all. Love it, boo, and turn the beef up. Turn me to a creature. Hot, colder than a freezer. I don't trust people. Be my kind, I can't piece you. No. All that fake love, I delete you. I'ma get you out of here. Dodging all your shots, shit on my to my eyes. Let that big rain out the top of the truck. Lizzo walk your block, let that glizzy rock. My young nigga collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots and I'm on to my house. Let that big rain at the top of the truck. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Shit, my ops right, I got money on my mind. And I can't deny it, beating all my fucking items. You know you gon' start a ride, write my name, they gon' slide. Bitches life size, like you like you bite size. Down, write you down, we listen, walk on my side. Don't let King Boo. Oh, can't forget about you. Oh, YSL through the roof. Oh, it's a light show when I bring the ticket. It's a light show when I bring them sticks out. It's a light show when I bring them blues out. It's a light show when I bring Moon Tonka. Dodging all your shots, shit on my to my eyes. Let that big rain out the top of the truck. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Make my young nigga collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots, and I'm on to my house. Let that big rain out the top of the truck. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Collect your top, they gon' chew you up.
All right, and then you all wanted BS.
Y'all, were these unpublished songs that never hit the internet?
We're now publishing Stacey Exhibit 227, VV, Bravo, 12, Delta.
All right.
Thank you for the Super Daniel. Watch the car at the back right, third car. I don't know. They said they want to see it in reverse, and we'll see. I'll come back to this Super once we get to the car stuff.
Huh? What you want? I heard they want it. I might condone it. Yeah. I heard they want it. I might condone it. Leave your hoe lonely. Yeah. Go catch a homicide. Tell me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slamming that. Yeah. I'm back on that bullshit. Round with a full flip. F&N with the blue tip. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst to face you. It's time to ride out. Ain't no hiding out. If in destroying walls, I seen the op fall. If in divide y'all, chill, know my call. Yeah, the high ball. So I better update, let them know I'm through. Let them know I'm bold. I whip it out in broad day, let it blow. Every slap play dash, they wonder how we lasting. We never let lag in, we back in. Spin about make y'all spin again. Ask God to forgive his sins. 3 my nigga that's in the pen. Tay Wayne clock them step a chin. Back my game at another end. Beat the hammer, no evidence. No sliding up behind, overstepping it, we gon' nail it in. I heard they want it. I might condone it. Leave your hoe lonely. Yeah. Go catch a homicide. Tell me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slamming that. Yeah. I'm back on that bullshit. Round with a full flip. F&N with the blue tip. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst to face you.
Bitch, I'm a egg. I creep in you late. You know I'm a spray. You know I'm a snake. You know how I play. Yes, I get my way. Every daily you take. Get it out my face. Get it. Bitches ain't getting okay. You just in my way. 201K today. That what I make today. I be playing with bands for real. Ho, get out my face. I'm fresh in the building. Ain't talking court. They Dolly.
I heard they want
That was
it.
Thug's
I
sister,
might
y'all.
condone it.
Dolly White.
Be your whole lonely. Yeah. Go catch a homicide. Told me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slamming that. Yeah. I'm back on that bullshit. Run around with a full flip. Effing with the blue tip. Yeah. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst to face you.
And that concludes 227 BB Bravo 12 Delta. Next.
All right, the next thing is the FedEx video zoomed in during the shooting, cars 1 through 4.
And you're right, that's going to be Stacy Exhibit 117 BV.
All right, y'all, get this. Cars 1 through 4. There's only 3 cars that are in question to us. Well, not to us, but that the prosecution wants to say were involved. We saw Drinks, Shannon, and Quay. But they said cars 1 through 4. That means they want to see that 4th car show up on the FedEx video. I was looking for that when they played the FedEx video, and I think they cut it off before that. Yes, cars 1 through 4. By the way, thank you for the super, Christine, super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Shout out to you. So, y'all, this is kind of good news. They want to see cars 1 through 4, which means when I specifically looked for that 4th car on the FedEx video, and from what I could tell, they cut it off beforehand in court. So I was trying to say, oh, there's the 4th cargo pass, but I didn't see it. So this could be good if you can kind of determine what kind of car it is. You might be able to trace that back to the gas station. If you can see that 4th car and tell what kind of car it is, expect them to say, can we go back to the gas? That's why they want to see the gas station pumps. They want to see who that was. That's what it is. They want to try to determine who that 4th car was at the gas station. Was it at the gas station? That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do. They want to see the 4th cargo pass on the FedEx video.
101.
Then they want to go back and say, was that car at the gas station? Who was that? What were they doing at the gas station? That's what it is. Car one is the red car. That's Drinks. Car 2 is the Audi. That's Shannon. Car 3 is the Ford Focus. That's Quay Nichols. Car 4, we don't know. Oh, this is the FedEx video. They need to be looking at the King Liquors video, y'all. They need to be looking at the King Liquors video. So that's Shannon and Drinks. That's Quay that just pulled up behind Shannon. That's Quay who's behind Shannon at that moment. They want to zoom in, I think, on this one. I think Violet, I don't think it's Woody. From what I heard, Woody, here's Quay pulling around to the right of Shannon at this point. He was initially behind him. He just pulled around to his right. Here's car 4 coming up. It's slowing down. It does look like Drinks moved right there, though. His car goes forward right there. His car just went forward a little bit. His car just moved forward right there. Car 4 stops back a little bit. Car 5 does a U-turn. Car 4 is not side by side with Drinks, y'all. Car 4 is back. Now it's pulling up closer, and now it just moved past Drinks, and it goes through. Ooh, that's tough. People say Woody was in jail at this time, so I don't know that that was Woody.
All right. Then next you wanted the video from the FedEx played reversed after Stillwell runs the red light. And do y'all want that zoomed in or just normal? Just hang on. Let me get the answer. Normal. What's the question? I mean, do y'all want to approach for a second? Okay.
Daniel, thank you for the super. That car. Okay, y'all. I got mixed up a little. Because I thought they wanted to see the King Liquors video where you were going to see the 4 cars go past, so that they could then try to determine what kind of car it was, linking it up back to the gas station. But they didn't ask for the King Liquors video, which they should have. Which they absolutely should have, because then if they could tell what kind of car it was from the King Liquors video, they could say, was that car at the gas station, and try to get a sense for who it might have been. But they didn't ask for the King Liquors video. They only asked for the FedEx video. So I got a little bit mixed up there. For people thinking that the last car could have been Woody, I did not look into this, but the word on the street is Woody was in prison at this time. So, again, I didn't look into it. I know that Woody's brother had a car that was like a Charger. But that was back in 2015. Could he have still had the same car, or maybe he just stuck with Dodge Chargers all the way to 2022? That's possible. Maybe he just got new Chargers. He just stuck with the model. Same car, possibly. Would have been quite old by that time, but possibly. Daniel, thank you for the $5 super chat. That car's passenger gets out and takes over the driving. Yeah. Look at the type of vehicle it is and what type. Yes.
All right. There's no actual reverse button, so they're just going to do the best they can, dragging it in reverse slowly.
Yes.
Oh, Daniel, you got 2 accounts, man? I did see Drink's car move forward a little bit. Problem is the attorneys cannot argue at this point. They can't narrate. They can't argue at this point. Max absolutely should have called a video expert to just totally break that video down. I mean, I don't know. I think, again, I'm not trying to question his lawyering, but I thought
While they're waiting on the operator for the 4th video, we could go to the 4th one if.
I'm pulling it up now. I'm just trying to figure out what's the line.
I don't think Shannon turned at a red light, Marley Bay. I think Shannon went through the light.
Maybe we should try to work it
While you work on it, all right. So we're gonna move on to the last request, which was gas station footage after the focus leaves the gas station, and y'all have 30 seconds after. So do you mean from the time the focus leaves through 30 seconds, or do you mean started at 30 seconds after the focus leaves?
From the time.
From the time and then run 30 seconds. Okay, we'll do that.
Why break down the video? The cloudier the situation, the better for them. This. I see what you're saying, but I don't necessarily. I definitely see what you're saying.
We're now publishing State's Exhibit 116 BV.
You break down the video so that there is only one possible interpretation.
And we're going to start at 2 minutes and 7 seconds into the video.
Thank you.
All right, so that's Nichols leaving, I think. They want to see if any other cars leave this gas station after another white car. So we didn't get to see this, I don't think, y'all. I think the jury's looking for another white car that may leave or any other car that could be the fourth car, and it's not showing up. So we're not seeing it. Oh, there's a white car at the top, though. Oh, there is a white car at the top. Did y'all see that car? But it wasn't in the gas station.
And we're now at 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the video. I think that's.
Keep going, or
yeah, top right. Not in the gas station. It's on that road right behind the gas station. And it did turn in that same direction.
We're good. All right.
We're going to end it at 3:12.
Thanks.
See, the jury can't just manipulate this video and kind of do what we do and say, let's look at it.
All right, and then we'll go back to the attempt at the reverse showing.
Now, see, what we're going to do is we're going to go back and try to see if that car was the white Charger that was in the gas station earlier. There's no way we're going to know, but we're going to truth sleuth our way to it. It was there so that's what we're going to try to determine. Was that the same car that was later? Was that later car the same car that was? There's no way for us to know.
So that's
yeah.
What they want to see
that's
is
the question, Mr. Boombastic, that I have.
After Mr. Stillwell's car runs the light, so get him through the light and then go in reverse.
This is actually quite a good question by the jury. Can we see everything going backward? And the jury is asking to see they wanted to hear 2 songs that Hilton said were self-snitching. So we've already heard that. They wanted to look at some gas station footage that I don't think we had seen before, which was after Drinks and YSL left. And now they want to see the FedEx footage played backward, starting when Shannon has gone through the light, and they want to see it go backward. Y'all do hit the like button, please. Do hit the like button if you're here, and if you like, hit the like. That's a good way to try videos. Well, I think it's a very. Oh, that's too fast.
You can try it.
Y'all, do y'all see how limited the jury's access to information is, though? This is not right, y'all. This is not right. They should be sat in that room, and as long as stuff is safe to handle, they should be able to have full access to everything that's safe to handle. Now, if it's a gun or some drugs, somebody should bring it to them. But other than that, they should be able to just absolutely have full control of this stuff.
Mr. Kokomo, I think, can do it in
Yes, they do have to be unanimous.
That's fine. Okay.
Yes, Harriet. Yes, they followed drinks out of the gas station. All three cars were there for a significant amount of time at the gas station for the same amount of time. Excuse me, for all three cars were at the gas station for a significant amount of time, at least several minutes. And Drinks and Quay Nichols were literally side by side at the gas pump. Like Drinks is on this side, Quay is on this side. They're literally right next to each other. And it seems like neither one of them knew it at the time, because Drinks apparently had a gun in his car and he was moving real comfortable. Popping his trunk by accident, closing his trunk, like real comfortable. And Quay also didn't seem like he knew. It seems like when YSL knew that Drinks was there is when Drinks went into the store, the gas station store. Apparently, either Shannon or somebody in Shannon's car who was parked had backed in, so they would have full view of everything that is happening at the gas station, because they had backed in. They hadn't pulled in where they're looking at the store. They backed in where they're looking at the pumps. And they apparently somebody in Shannon's car would have seen Drinks walking in. Okay. Y'all remember the juries, they haven't had the opportunity to dissect these videos like we have. That's why I thought for sure Max was going to bring in a video expert to dissect it for him, to play it in slow motion, to play it upside down.
I'll have y'all return to the jury room to continue your deliberations. Thank you.
Oh, we didn't get to see that part. Yes, they should. Yeah, of course they should. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yak and Shannon at the intersection. No, Yak was not there. Yak was not involved at all, or alleged to have been involved at all in this drinks situation. He was not there.
All right. Is there anything for the record? All right. Then we will be in recess until such time as we hear from the jury again.
So, Kimberly, no, Yak was not involved in the drinks situation at all. Okay. That was Shannon, Demekion Garlington, Miles Farley, Quay Nichols, a guy named Boyer was supposedly there, but not Yak. Yak's not on trial for the drinks murder. Oh wow, this is crazy. State took the rights away from the jurors right up to the last second. Trickery from the state. Yeah, I don't know why they do it that way. Can I play it backwards? Not on YouTube. I can't play it backwards on YouTube, and they didn't show us that part. I guess they were watching it. I guess Mr. Kokomo was showing him, but y'all, I'm gonna press this video real quick because y'all know I gotta make videos to stay alive. I'm gonna play this part of Hilton, okay, where she's talking about the song.
Our cooperation.
Keep chatting.
That's evidence.
I'll be right back.
I know this is kind of faint, but I'm going to tell you what he says in this call. Let me give you a little background about this call. This is November 19, 2015. This is after his preliminary hearing. Y'all heard about the preliminary hearing, right? And you heard them talk about the fact that a couple things, that they didn't talk about witnesses by name. They said it by witness number 1 and witness number 2. This is what he says. Fuck D. Fuck them niggas, bruh. All that fake friend shit. Fuck nigga. He know what's going on. Pussy ass nigga. That's what he said. Fuck niggas are rats. He ain't say he lied on me. He said he a rat. I just went to court and they let everything out. That fuck nigga a rat. Him, Woody, and the other little D. Bitch, you in love with a rat, hoe. That's anger. Why? Because you just heard that your friends, because you didn't really know it was them, but they said witness 1 and witness 2, you were able to infer that your friends told the police about what you did the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. These are his words. He didn't say, yo, them dudes, I went to my prelim and they lied on me. He didn't say, oh man, they I don't know where they got this information from. He said they are rats. Because what do rats do? They tell. And he was angry that his voice would tell what he did. Let's talk about their songs. This. Ladies and gentlemen, we told you that between 2016 and 2019, there were no courts involvement. From 2019 to 22, there was no indictment, nothing happening in the case. So in 2019, which is 4 years after the murder, he knows that Slash has been dismissed, Copeland has been dismissed, and Garlington has been dismissed. His case is the only one that ain't been dismissed. In 4 years, you haven't heard about an indictment. You think you beat a murder rap. This isn't, oh, he was on this and that. He thought he beat a murder rap because you're not indicted until almost 7 years later. So you think you got away with it. I keep a stick, ain't avoiding no smoke, a chopper. I just beat a murder rap, pay my lawyer $30 for that. Me and my slimes above the law. I know it's mumbling, but he says, we don't work in court at all. And I wipe your nose, sit in your family's face, and just smile it off. Some of these things he repeats in multiple songs. On the curb. Well, where was Donovan Thomas found, y'all? On the curb. I'm a big lizard, big slime, big shots, riding down your block, hanging out the top. Oh, shoot. Didn't Reginald Hendricks say that somebody was shooting out of the top of the infinity? See, now you start bragging on it because you think you beat it. So now you, like our experts told you, they start bragging about it. What we call it dry snitching. You telling on yourself. Because you don't think that the police are going to find your phone. That's why you're through it. But luckily for Viverito, she was listening to them jail calls. and found that phone. Because you didn't think we were going to find it. This is called confession. This ain't rap. This is a confession over a beat. I don't give a fuck about a red light. I'm on go. I'm on green. I see an op. I'm taking him down. Walk him down from a mile. The last homicide, I smiled. How many times you gonna keep talking about the fact that you killed this man and you bragging about it? This now song number 3. And then I can send the whole gang to the heavenly house? You good with killing folk. That's why you didn't kill Donovan, you didn't kill Shamel. I ain't even gonna play the song. Let's just talk about the words. Dodging all your shots, and I'm watching my ops. Let that bitch rain out the top of the drop. Here we go again. Lizard walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Oh, glizzy, ain't that a Glock? Dang, one Shamel killed with a Glock? One there Glock on that table? Well, what investigator Viverito said it looked like a Glock. And I found it interesting because we're gonna get to Shamel soon. We're about to get to Shamel. He said that Shannon wasn't linked to the 40, but he linked to having guns thrown away. That's what he did in 2015. He's linked to the gun that was probably in the house an hour before he killed Shamel, sitting on a table in front of him. We ain't gonna play this one either, but let's talk about what he's saying this. I see ops fall, Shell, know my call. That Shell kill y'all. Every slime play nasty. That's what he says in the song. They wonder how we lasted. Bout my gang, it will never end. Again, beat the hound. What do you think, y'all? No evidence. He don't realize that what his 2 co-conspirators said is evidence. Those interviews are evidence. His confession over a beat is evidence. This is evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And this is evidence you can take to the back, deliberate, and find him guilty. The surveillance video is evidence. No, we don't have his phone records, but you got his 2 friends telling y'all what he did. And they don't got no reason to lie on him. For what? Donovan Thomas was the big homie. There was no need for that ad lib at the end of the song. But again, in 2020, they brazen. They have the audacity to think that they can just brag about killing somebody and no one's going to hold them accountable. That's what they're doing in 2020.
Rounds in a Tahoe, hell like of your tacos.
100 rounds in a Tahoe? Everyone knew that Donovan drove a Tahoe. And how ironic is it that he got rounds of bullets in his Tahoe and on the street? So they want you to believe, oh, that's a creative line Mr. Williams did. No, it's not. It's him bragging. It's him bragging. It's him wanting to claim responsibility for it. And we talked about judging, like when I say subliminal messaging. But the subliminal is you, as the consumer, don't know what he's talking about. But his family, who know that Donovan drive a Tahoe, know exactly what he's talking about. Everyone in the gang knows exactly what they're talking about because that's who he's talking to. But because the masses bop to the song, they say, well, no, that's just his artistry. No, that's just his confession and his bragging over a beat. Yeah. When he says we know how to kill the biggest kitten of all kitties, what he got crawling up on him? A snake. They sign. That is a subliminal message to everyone else. Yeah, we did that. What's at the end? He got a rat going down his mouth because they eat rats. They eat the people who snitch on them. He already told you himself, you ought to get killed from me and YSL if you snitch. See, that video is not just, oh, a nice artistic video. That has symbolism in it. So now they're guilty of all those. That's what we're talking about. Shamel. Young man, probably started associating with people from YFN. But on the day that he was about to get killed, he's about to go back to his girlfriend's house and go eat some spaghetti. That's what he's doing at the light. Getting ready to go back. You see him go inside the gas station. He's not worried about a thing. He doesn't know that seconds later he's going to lose his life. So the timeline here, this is, and I'll tell you here, this is a direct result of retaliation from the stabbing of Lucci. So what do we have? February 9th, Rayshawn Bennett gets stabbed in the Fulton County Jail by Jada Myrick. February 22nd, Eppinger calls Antonio Sumlin to see if he can get paid for finishing what Myrick didn't do. Then you heard about that emergency bond paperwork that was filled out on March 3rd. Then sometime around early March, the media hears about the YFN Lucci stabbing. It gets picked up on media. On March 11th at 3 a.m., two YSL associates, Christian McMillan and Darius Ford, are murdered on I-75 and I-85. That same night, there's a shooting at 12 Atlanta where a YFN associate gets shot in the head. On March 12th, there's a shootout on Cleveland Avenue with Damikion Garlington and the ops. On March 12th, there's a 911 call shooting at 2830 Waters Road. March 14th, Shannon Stillwell rents the Audi A5 and puts dark tints on all the windows. March 14th, 10 o'clock is the murder of Shamel Drinks. On March 16th, the shooting at Waters Road, where the investigator RICO comes out. March 17th, there's a search of Waters Road where everything is taken out except for a few guns that they left behind. And then Stillwell and Nichols are arrested. Again, we talk about the state does not have to prove motive, but here, ladies and gentlemen, this is motive. Again, that's that same video with Quindarius, y'all. Christian McMillan's been around since 2009. This is Mr. Williams' long friend, old friend, good friend. And he gets murdered by YFN associates. Oh, you got to pay for that. Here we have just different pictures of them, both Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan, all with other YSL associates. You'll have these in evidence, ladies and gentlemen. That's unfortunately the car that they were driving in when they were tragically gunned down on March 11th. So here's where the motive comes in, y'all. Just like YSL brags about doing stuff, YFN does the same thing. It's tragic. These posts were despicable. That post crossing out that young girl's daddy and saying that, despicable. But that's the type of stuff that gangs do, right? To keep nudging each other. Well, that would make you mad. You see how heartbroken YSL was for the death of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. They were devastated. These are all different YSL members posting them because they were devastated. And that's where revenge kicks in. That is Mr. Stillwell's post. I ain't gonna be the only one crying. Nope, you're right. The Drinks family crying. Because he had to make sure. And then what does he say here? Just rest, Mac. I got you, man. Crying emoji, broken heart, taped up heart, devil emoji. He was ready to go op hunting. I know that was in January, but that just goes to show you he already knew how to be on the prowl. He already knew how to go op hunting. And this is what Demekion say on the wiretap on about March 11th to March 12th. March 12th.
I ain't talking about the NB. Oh, NB. Yeah, you know he on. Yeah.
You know what he on. He on looking for them folks who killed our boys. That's what he on.
Yo, sleepy, looks like something big head, like he said, we went and looked for them. Okay. I said, no, but yeah, I know. Well, all they give me wrong. Give me wrong. Shit, sorry, shit. Sad shit. I was like, sometimes you'll come pick me up. Shit, that was on. Yeah. Next time, be here and rob up. I said, man, rob up, get no coat. Yeah. I tried this shit yesterday with a nigga on that. Yeah.
Same shit. We all on the prowl. We looking. We went because we need to go find them folks who killed our boys. So we out hunting. Let's go rent this car. Now, you know, this notion that they rented the car because Taisha got into the gunfight. Well, she got into the gunfight on March 9th. So she got in a gunfight on March 9th. Why y'all just renting the car on March 9th? They rent the car on March 14th. Oh, here we go. And what do? Immediately go to the tent place to go get the rental car tinted. Well, why do you do that when you're op hunting? Because the ops don't know what kind of car you in. So you can disguise yourself in this Audi because they don't know you in it. So they're not suspecting you. That's not the car that they're used to. So when you go op hunting, you got to switch the car out because they're not expecting to find you in the car. And then you get tents, but not just regular tents, y'all, like dark black tents. Like you can't see nothing. Some may say those are not the tents you're ever allowed to have on your car. Why? Because you op hunting. What do we know about Shell Kell and Demekion Garnes on social media? What did investigative Rito tell you? That because she was following both pages, she could see who followed who, and Demekion followed Kelvin Watts. So what post do we see? This post was posted, I believe, on March 13th. And it's a picture of Mr. Drinks, Jasper Walters, and Kelvin Watts. And Shell Kell reposted it with the two shells, the zipper lip, and the black heart. And I guess for Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garnes, that must be a confession. Because this is the post that got Mr. Drinks killed. Because remember, no one knew who Mr. Drinks was. The investigators didn't know. When you listen to some of the wiretaps y'all listen to, they didn't know. So this post is the post that gets him killed. Not any verification, not that you should have been killing anybody anyway, but no verification whether or not they actually did or anything. But because Shell Cal posted 2 shells, a zip lip, and a black heart, that was Mr. Drink's death sentence. Op hunted. The reason why we took this picture, y'all, is if you remember from the video, and we're going to look at the video in a moment, Shannon was parked about right here in the Audi. And we know that because you see him when he comes in. If you watch the videos, you see when he comes in. Remember that Mr. Drinks pulled up to this pump. No, this pump. They had the best vantage point to see when Mr. Drinks came in, when he walked into the store, when he walked back out the store, and when he pulled off. They were scoping it out, verifying. I submit they in the car. Is that him? Oh, yo, I think he do got the same sneakers on. I think that's him, y'all. Scoping it out. Sit back, watching it. Let's watch the video. Now, this is where Mr. Stillwell, they get to the gas station.
Darlington is in this RICO. He's just not on this particular trial. I don't know why he's not in this particular trial, but he definitely is part of the RICO. His trial is going to be coming up soon. I think there's going to be considerable interest in seeing Darlington, his trial. So y'all was trying to pump out a quick video on what just happened. You know, a lot of people don't tune into the live streams. They'll just watch a video once the video hits their feed. So I just had to make one of those real quick. Can you play the third white car going by the BP again? Yeah, I think there's going to be interest in seeing and analyzing that third car again. The problem is that really YouTube is not the best for doing forward and backward and slow motion and all of that stuff. But we can try to see what we can do. Can you play the third white car going by the BP? Okay, so that would be going back to what the jury wanted to see. So we can certainly do that. So this, I'm about to replay what the jury just saw. This is what the jury just saw.
Exhibit 116 BV. And we're going to start at 2 minutes and 7 seconds into the video. Thank you.
All right, so just for y'all, just so that you know, let me remove this. This white car here at the bottom, I believe this is the Ford Focus. I'm not 1,000% sure. Let me see. Sorry, YouTube just doesn't have the best rewind capabilities and that kind of thing. So y'all bear with me. Gotta try to work with this YouTube system. Bear with me, y'all. Okay, they wanted to see that. Then they wanted to see the gas. Okay, that's when they left. Here we go. I'm trying to get it to the very beginning. There we go. Okay.
Into the video. Thank
This is Quay, I believe, y'all. I think this is Quay Nichols. So I think this is the Ford Focus. Okay. So that's Nichols. Yeah, I'll bring up a map of the gas station shortly. Y'all want to see that first? Let me bring up that first. King Liquors. The way I found it really was to search King Liquors in Atlanta, because that's right next to the gas station. Let me bring that up so y'all can. Oh crap! I thought I paused it. Sorry, y'all. Don't get frustrated with me. I want to show y'all where all of this went down. All right, this is the aerial view. So we would expect that the car we're about to look at, this white car, we would expect this white car to be going up Windsor Street. We would expect them to be going up Windsor Street. Okay. We would expect them to be going up Windsor Street. So let's go back. Thank you so much, Hair Alchemist. Hair Alchemist is convinced they did not do the crime. So this white car is Nichols. So Nichols is exiting. And we're about to see a white car come across the top, very top of your screen. And that's not it. Hold up. That's a great car. I want to see where it comes from. There it is. Let's see. YouTube just doesn't give you the controls you need to just back it up like a half a second like you would want to. I'm going to try to pause it when this car gets like right here in this gap. Here it comes. Here it comes. Let me slow it down. Let me slow it down. I'm going to play it at 0.25 speed. See if we can pause it there. This is going to be our best look at, oh, crap. Like, I just can't pause it in any way where it's totally clear. See how it's kind of like blurred out? But this is the best bet. This is the best look we're going to get at this car. Right there. Y'all, that's the best look you're going to probably get at this car. I don't think you're going to get a better look at this third white car. We don't know if this car is the same car that pulled up or what have you. Okay. But what our attention is trained on is in your kind of upper, way up at the top, kind of the left-hand side. We're looking at this white car. Does this white car perhaps have anything to do? And also, how do we know that the car that pulled up that night was white? It could have very well been a color of silver. It could have very well been a color of silver. But let's watch this car. Let's see what it does. It's going to 0.25. Can't really see it there. We might be able to get another good look at it right here. That's a Charger, y'all. That's even better look. Is that not a Charger? Is that not a Dodge Charger? That's a dang one. Well, I can't say it definitively. Two-door. Doesn't look like it. Watch the what's the Oumo? Thank you for the $5, Daniel. OUMO. What's an Oumo? Behind the gray car before Drinks pulls off. Okay, Daniel, let's make sure we're on the same page. Are we still looking at this footage, or you want to go to, because if to see Drinks pull off, we did not see that footage today. We didn't see the Drinks pulling off footage today. We saw Quay Nichols pull out of this gas station, but we didn't see any Drinks pulling off footage today. Now we do have footage of Drinks pulling off. Y'all give me one quick second. Sorry about that. So we did see that footage previously. If you want to go back to it, I'm certainly happy to do that. One moment. So if you want to go back to that footage, we can certainly go back to that, Daniel. Appreciate it. So y'all, this does look like a Charger. This could be the third car, and it's quite possible this is the third car, y'all. Okay, now they said this white Charger came through the gas station. How can we determine this is the same white Charger? That's something that I don't know how we could possibly determine. One thing we could look at is the white Charger that came through the station. We can look to see if it has all blacked out wheels. We can try to see if both of these Chargers have all black. If they're both white with all blacked out wheels, that could give us some indication that it might be the same car. But I don't know how we could certainly say it was the same car. Okay. Wrong video. What was the car there when Drinks was? Okay. So we will go to that. That's different footage. They did not show that footage today, people. We will go to that footage, but I'm just letting everybody know they did not show that footage today. This is the gas station footage that they showed today. This gas station footage that they showed today starts when Nichols is pulling out. Nichols is the last person to pull out. First Drinks pulled out, then SB pulled out, then Nichols pulled out. This footage from today that the jury got to rewatch today starts when the last person pulls out. So the first two people, you don't see them. See, if we go back again, you will see that the footage from today starts with, this is Nichols. So at this point, Drinks and SB, they're already gone at this point. So we're only going to see Nichols today.
Start at
Hold up.
2
Still have a little slow
minutes
motion.
and 7 seconds.
Okay. So we'll have to go to another day to see the footage from when Drinks pulls off. Okay. Which is fine. I just want everybody to be clear on this. Okay. So they saw 30 seconds today from the gas station, but that 30 seconds was starting. They didn't see any other gas station footage today. That 30 seconds was starting when Nichols pulls out. And again, I'm going to slow this down so that we can grab this Charger. Right. Oh, crap. Why didn't it pause? This YouTube is no good for this. All right, my pause is working. I'm going to play it at regular speed because another thing is this thing does kind of look like it's booking, y'all. That's what we say here that's what Baltimore people used to say. They might still say it to mean going fast. Booking. Baltimore people say it's booking. I mean, it's moving. It's traveling at a high rate of speed. All right, so I'm gonna play this one more time and then we'll try to piece something together. Yeah, this thing is booking. You can tell. This thing is moving. And it turns the corner, and that corner that it turns right here puts it on Windsor Street, I think. I think what we're seeing is it coming here, and then it turns to go up Windsor Street is what it seems to me. So this bend that we're looking at here on the right-hand side, I believe, and I could be wrong, y'all straighten me out if I'm wrong, but I think this bend right here is putting you onto Windsor Street, which is this street here. So I think it's this bend, and you're going up towards the FedEx now. And that thing was moving a lot faster. I mean, you can see the difference in speed. And you also can see that when that white car comes up behind Drinks and the rest of them, that thing was moving faster than, I mean, you can obviously see that it was moving kind of quick. So, okay, so maybe Daniel, maybe you were asking about seeing Drinks because we were also watching when I was making the video, we were looking at this, which Hilton was playing the Drinks footage too. So maybe you were referring to this because she was playing the Drinks footage earlier as well. So let me just get some comments from y'all on this, and then we can move to other footage. Okay, so this is what the jury just saw today. Cat Daddy says a Mustang. I can't be 100% that it was a Charger. I can't be 100% that it was a Charger. Y'all give me 1 second. My wife's calling me. I gotta answer. Don't go. So people saying it was an Elantra. Some people are saying this. Some people are saying that. Daniel says, let's see. The footage when they're all at the station, watch the white car at the pump before Drinks pulls off. Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, I'm not usually the person to say this, but when we were doing the a live review of all of that, I did notice that, and I hadn't heard anybody else say it before. Maybe other people noticed it too. But yeah, I had noticed that too. So you want to go back to the footage to see if that's the same car? Sent the link earlier, footage of white Charger. All right, y'all, let's try to piece it together. We're going to try to piece it together. Give me 1 second. So I'm going to have to bring up other information. I have to bring up the other videos. We watched that other white car at the pump. Very strange. Yeah, that's what I was saying at the time. We discovered that, not that nobody else had ever seen it, but I certainly hadn't heard anybody mention it until we kind of discovered that. So bear with me. Let me pull it up. Was that shown on the Hilton footage, y'all? Let me see. Was that shown on the Hilton footage? If not, we'll just go to another one. So here's a white car. Is that a different one? Yeah, that looks like it might be a different one. So let's keep going. I'm going to just let this keep playing, y'all. Because she basically lets the whole thing play.
Now you see what Mr. Cormavius Nichols gets to the gas station.
I'm going to just let it play.
That's when Miles gets out the car. That's when Shannon walks in the car first, and we know it's Shannon because of the March 16th and wearing the same clothing. And of course, that's Cormavius Nichols when he walks inside the store. And then that's when Miles walks into the store. In his Slama dye shirt.
Yo, I think Hilton plays the whole video here, so we're just gonna let it play. Drink's car has not shown up yet. Has
Miles
not
will
arrived.
leave out the store, and Miles, in a moment, gets back into the car, and Carmaves is pumping the gas.
So again, we're just letting the whole video play. This is what Hilton played with her closing argument.
Carmaves goes back into the store. And this Mr. Drinks pulling into the gas station. Now, this is how ironic that Carmavius and Drinks never, you're going to see, they never see each other.
Y'all, did that white Charger pull through already or no? Did the white Charger that people were talking about, has it pulled through? Did anybody see it or no?
Because Carmavius gets into the car and Mr. Drinks sits in the car for a little while. Now, it would appear that all their business is done at the gas station.
Okay, so the white Charger didn't pull through yet.
But they don't leave.
There's two different white cars. One is a Charger that comes through the parking lot, and another one is a white car where they switch. The driver switches seats with the passenger, I guess, or the passenger gets out of passenger side and then gets into the driver's side. That was not the same car. It was two different white cars. I mean, it's a gas station, so we're going to see a lot of different cars.
See where he's walking? He's walking closest to where Drinks and Demikian are in the car. Because remember, from here, y'all, you see the Audi light. The Audi's here. He just walked right here. In the same sneakers from the picture. And coat and jacket.
What about the white car that is all the way in the left-hand corner trying to be avoided by the camera? I'm not sure about that one.
They're still sitting there. None of them come back into the store. And Mr. Drinks walks out. And he walks back to his car.
The guy who Drinks was just talking
Now,
to,
2158.
he doesn't get in a white car, I don't think. That guy's gonna walk to the back, and I think he gets in like a black car.
Neither car, they're not pumping gas. They're not getting anything. They're watching Mr. Drinks. I submit confirming that that's the person in that social media post.
No, that guy's gonna go back here. I don't think that's a white car he gets in. Now, this is the car that just pulled up to the gas pump. This is the one that's gonna have the guy get out of the passenger side and then get into the driver's side. When I first saw this, y'all, I had not heard anybody else mention this. Now, me saying I was the first to notice it, probably not, but I certainly had not heard anybody else notice it before. And when I said that, people started saying, that's how me and my husband switch seats all the time. And I was like, do you pull up to a gas pump to do it? Do you pull right up to gas pumping distance from a gas pump to switch like that? So this person, when we were watching this live on stream, I was like, y'all, why did this person just get out of the passenger seat and get into the driver's seat? And there were quite a few people saying, that's what we do in my house all the time. And I was like, my wife does that too, but we don't pull up to a gas pump to do that. And if we do pull up to a gas pump and we do that, we're probably going to pump some gas, or at least somebody's going to go into the gas station for some reason. We're not going to pull up to a gas pump to switch seats and then pull off. That's not typically how we do it. So this guy here, you can see this guy. A thing that's also, this is maybe curious, but not, I wouldn't say strange. I wouldn't call it strange, but I would say curious. He gets out of the car. He walks around the back. But as you're going to notice, when he goes to open the door, the door doesn't open immediately. So oh, sorry about that. I don't know what happened right there. What we can determine is this guy had the keys to the car. So typically, who knows what happened in that car? Who knows what actually happened? But it doesn't seem like he was driving. I mean, I guess in theory, he could have been driving. He could have hopped over the console, gotten out of the passenger side, and come back around and got in the driver's side. That's possible, right? We don't know. He could have switched seats with the driver. He could have been the passenger the whole time. He could have switched seats with the driver and then got in the driver's side. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe he himself was the driver and he just decided. Y'all, I don't know. StreamYard just zapped out on me, but we back. I don't know what that was all about. So StreamYard just zapped out, but we back. So we don't know. We don't know. Y'all can see me, right? Oh, let me acknowledge Daniel. Daniel, it took a Chrysler 300. It looks like a Chrysler 300, in my opinion. That looks like the same style car that pulls up after Shannon pulls off from the light. Y'all, if it's this same person, if it's this same car, then that certainly does bring up some additional reasonable doubt, just because of the fact that this person did this weird move. Right? I mean, this is a truly weird move. All right, so let's watch. Walk around. Now watch how they're going to grab the door that doesn't open right there. See that? Did you see them pull the door and it didn't open? Then with their other hand, they're going to chirp the door with the key fob, apparently. Now it opens and they get in. You know what? If we look really close, we might be able to see. If we look really freaking close, we might be able to see if somebody else scoots across. If we could zoom in right here, and I have software where I can zoom in. It's just I can't share with StreamYard. I can't share that software with you, which is a problem. Because let me see if let me see here. We're gonna go back a little bit. I'm gonna try to determine when this car pulls up if it looks like somebody from the driver's side, if you can see like a shadow or a silhouette pop across. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to say the door opens up too quickly after the car moves for the same guy to have been the driver and the passenger. When the car stops moving, got an airplane, you might hear it. When the car stops moving, I don't think that the driver would have had enough time to hop over the console and get out. So we're going to see the final movement of the car right there. One, no, and then the door immediately opened. So this guy was not the driver, because in theory, he could have been driving, parked, hopped over, gotten out the passenger side and come back around. That's not what happened. That last little movement of the car, in my opinion, and then he immediately opens the door. So he's not the same person who was just driving. So the driver would have to be scooting over right here, but I don't see it happening. I don't see it. You can't see it. The driver would either have to be scooting over to the passenger side or getting back or going back to the back seat some kind of way. Now, why would you say the feds are tapping into the live? We did get another super. Thank you from Wise Gal. At the beginning of the video, dark car with white girl switches driver 2 at the same pump and said, what? Is this just how ATL folks do it? All right, let me see. We're at 159.56. Let me go back. You said beginning of the video. Now you got exact Wise Gal point at the same pump. All right, I'm about to put this on too. You said that happened twice. I certainly did not see that. At the same pump as what? At this same pump where it happened? I don't see a dark car pull up to that. Oh. Driver goes in. You are absolutely right. What the heck is going on in Atlanta? What the heck is going on in Atlanta, y'all? This was the opposite, though. This was the driver who got in the passenger seat. You are absolutely right. That is wild. That's crazy. What the heck is going on in Atlanta? Is this just something that y'all do? Do Atlanta people just pull up to a gas pump to switch seats like that with only one person getting out of the car? That is, you are absolutely, I never noticed that one. But you're right, it does happen again. And then they do sit there. Do they ever pump gas at least? We can't tell because they leave before.
Need a car, not pumping gas.
But yeah, we don't see them pump gas. They might have pumped gas or something because they're going back and forth with the video.
Closest to where
that is so wild, y'all. I do think they chopped up this footage. And you said allegedly. I thought you were saying intentionally. Remember, I think they intentionally chopped this footage. I think it's possible that they chopped the footage up intentionally. Let me not say they did. I'm going to say that maybe they did. All right, so we're back to where we were. Guy gets out at the same pump. Y'all, there's something about this move. This is a move. I don't know if it's a nefarious move or not, but two people at the same pump did the same thing. Kind of. One did it in reverse. Y'all think this has to do with something with creeping? The white Dodge Charger pulls out in and out of the gas station. That's the car. Where though? I remember seeing it. Where? Did I miss it? Is this going to be it coming up right here? Okay, there it is. Does have all black wheels. All right, y'all. So here's a theory. Here is a theory, and this is why I respectfully say I think Max Sharp should have called a video expert, and maybe even probably a video expert and somebody else, okay? I say respectfully because I think that Max Sharp has been doing a tremendous job for his client. Max Sharp is far more experienced at all things law than I am. And so therefore, I'm in no position to question Max Sharp's strategy officially. But unofficially, this is what I want to say. Would you not? Okay. Before I go there, y'all, let me say this. We could go far. We could go far by looking at Max Sharp's cross-examination of Detective Hogan. When Hogan originally showed this footage, I famously, as much as I can say famous about myself, I famously said, well, I don't see reasonable doubt there. That was after Max Sharp's cross-examination. I said, man, I don't see any reasonable doubt. But this was after Max Sharp's cross-examination. I saw the footage. I said, let's see what Sharp says. Oh, Doug's holding the presser? Okay. Where? Where can I see this? Where can I see this? Where? Where can I see the presser? Because it's not on Law and Crime. Where can I see it? Check my feeds. Okay, I'll go to X. I will go to X. Would it be on Doug Weinstein? How could he be holding a presser right now? It's not on Doug's page. Somebody give me a daggone clue here. Fox 5. Let me check. Okay, yeah, he is. Here we go. Thank you for y'all letting me know about this.
Where do y'all want me to look? This is patented, by the way. Douglas Weinstein, Weinstein. He's doing really well. He's got a few staples in his head, um, but it's a shame that anyone that's held in our jails have to go through that. But he's doing fine.
What do you know about the circumstances surrounding that?
Not a whole lot. He just got into it, I think, with somebody else that was in the jail. I don't know what the issue was about. I don't know who started it. I don't know the condition of the other individual or individuals. So, yeah, I'm not very useful right now. Over here? Sure. You know, it's very frustrating him being locked up for this long and nearing the end. And then we have an incident like this. And of course, I recalled Shannon's incident from a year ago. And the big issue is that I can't get a lot of information when that's going on. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. I don't know. I don't know his health. I don't know where he's being taken to. I can't get answers from the sheriff's office, department. So the unknown is always concerning, and so that's kind of the situation that we're in. And I'm thinking, here we are at the end of the race, and now this comes up.
You said, sorry, give me a little more description. You got staples up support.
No, he has staples like around here in his head, or where his staples are at. I mean, I'm not a medical doctor, and that kind of thing makes me a little queasy, so I didn't spend a lot of time on it. But when I glanced over, he seemed to have 4 or 5 staples in his.
Y'all, the volume's all the way up. Thank you, Tiffany. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thrilled that it didn't disrupt. First of all, of course, I'm very happy that he's not injured beyond that. But also, I'm thrilled that he's here. We can keep going forward. It doesn't pause things. The jury is clearly on a roll. They're deliberating. They're asking questions, insightful questions. So they're considering the evidence, which is exactly what I want. And he is more calm than I am. So he's taking this very well, and he's not nearly as anxious as I am at right now.
How much has all of this just been weighing on you over the long weekend, not being in court after having the jury deliberate?
I have tried to distract myself as much as I can, and that's a challenge because I can't take it completely out of my mind. This has been going on for 2.5 years. We've been in trial for 2 years. I've invested a huge amount of time into this. And so waiting on the verdict is very, very, I don't even know how to describe this feeling. It's very stressful. You know, you know, look, he's been in jail about 2.5 years now. He's used to being in there. He knows what it's like. No one is comfortable in jail. Um, he just as much as like Woody would do anything to stay out of jail. I mean, Mr. Kendrick Diamante does not want to be in jail, and this incident does not make things any better. But he's there. He knows that, or at least he hopes and is confident that he's going to be out soon. So he'll deal with it for a few more days until finally we'll get him out.
Did he say whether it was a piece of the building? Was it a knife that he was stabbed with?
You know, I think it was some type of an improvised shank of some kind, but we didn't get into that a whole lot. Really, I guess what's most interesting about it is his focus is not on that incident at all. His focus is on this jury verdict, listening to the questions, seeing what they are. Like this morning's questions really had nothing to do with Mr. Kendrick, but we still were kind of looking at it just to see where the jury's head was at. He and I are both, when those questions come up and when the jury is watching the video, he and I are watching the jury more than we're watching the video because we want to see their response, how they're reacting to what they're seeing. So again, our focus is on this jury and on this verdict, and that's where it's going to remain. This is a distraction, and he's not really thinking about it that much right now.
I know the questions have nothing to do with your client. However, they're focusing on theirs. I think that was a big part of his interest. How do you feel about that?
Well, and I'm not blaming this on the jury. The state made lyrics part of the issue in this case. And
cannot make it any louder. Sorry.
Part of me was disappointed that they wanted to hear those lyrics, because my position has always been that those lyrics have nothing to do with this case. They should never have been brought in. We need to get Congress to pass the RAP Act so that there's a higher standard for bringing in that evidence. Georgia really needs to introduce its own version of the RAP Act if Congress is not going to act. And so I guess the jury wanting to hear the lyrics, I don't even think it should have been put in front of them, but it having been put in front of them, I can understand them wanting to listen to it. Thank you for that question. Anything else? Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, and thank you all for your patience. I'm sorry about that. Well, I'm diabetic. If I don't get things set, I need to watch that. Okay. Thank you all. That turkey trot was half a marathon. So I'm not doing a half a marathon spontaneous.
Y'all, thank y'all for watching that. I'm about to say something, y'all. I'm gonna make a prediction. I predict we get a jury verdict today or tomorrow. I'm predicting a jury verdict today or tomorrow. And let me tell you my reasoning for this. Now, I'm only basing this, my only reason for predicting this today or tomorrow is based on what I'm going to tell you. So take it for what it's worth. They asked, their first full day of deliberation was Wednesday, and they wanted to see Yak Gotti related evidence. So my thought is they've already determined what's going to happen with Yak. My thought is they already know what they want to decide with Yak. Wednesday, they said, hey, can we see the, well, they didn't say see. They asked Doug, did he say that the watch belonged to Yak? They asked questions about the way different charges interplay, and it was all Yak. Yes, they did actually want to see the gas station footage. from the Donovan Thomas killing. So Wednesday was all Yak. Today, as Doug just pointed out, it's all Shannon. I think Yak is decided. I don't think it would make a lot of sense to ask for only Yak Gotti related evidence one day, unless you're, and then the next day you're asking for evidence only related to somebody else, unless either you're confused or you've already determined this guy, we know what we want to say about this guy. Now let's move on to the next guy, which is the most logical way you would go about it. And so I think that they've taken the Yak evidence, they've looked at it, and they've made a determination within about, the verdict watch clock is at, well, when they asked questions about Shannon this morning, the verdict clock was at about 10 hours, okay? It was already at about 10 hours. So chances are they had already finished up with Yak, and they had already moved on to Shannon to the point where they had additional questions. So they probably finished Yak sometime this morning or on Wednesday. But they did not have a final verdict because they hadn't dealt with Shannon yet. So if I'm speculating, they would say, look, let's just deal with the easier of the two first. Yak has only one murder charge. He seems to have the more straightforward evidence. Let's just knock him out, and then we'll move on to Shannon. Okay, everybody says yes. The foreman says let's get rid of the Yak charges, give them a disposition, then move on to Shannon. Everybody says okay. They talk everything through. Well, we need to see these things again. Go to court, see those things again, come to a final conclusion either Wednesday or sometime this morning. Then they say, okay, do we have a unanimous on this, and this? Yes. Okay, bet. Let's move on to Shannon. Then they do the same process, but it just, there's more evidence and there are more charges. So I think Yak decision is done. And I think they're working on Shannon's decision. And they got the evidence that they needed. They knew exactly what they wanted to ask for. I think we get a verdict sometime. You see, it's almost 1:00. They'll have lunch. If they aren't on lunch right now, they probably are. They'll be coming back from lunch soon. They have another 4 hours to go today, then all day tomorrow. I see this verdict coming down today or tomorrow. I think they already know what they're going to say about Yak. Okay? So that's my prediction. It's not too difficult of a prediction, frankly, because it's not too difficult of a prediction because they've already been at it for 10 hours. By the end of tomorrow, that will have been somewhere over 24 hours, maybe over 20 hours. So yeah, Nisha, you just missed a brief Doug Weinstein press conference. He said Yak was not seriously injured, but he did require staples in his head. So whoever was swinging, whatever they were swinging at him, looks like they got him, but not too bad. Paralegal, look at the guy that switched cars. The side of his car looks like that white car that drove past the VP when he pulls out. We'll go back to that in a second. We'll go back to that in a second. So for me, Yak is probably dispositioned with the jury. They probably have already come to a unanimous decision. To me, Yak was the easier of the two, because if you watched my video where I included a very good breakdown from Catnot Williams, Yak has some charges where if you don't agree on this part, then the other charges you couldn't say he's guilty on. So Yak, everything could fall apart on the prosecution side. Everything could fall apart for Yak very easily or quickly, depending on what the jury feels about a certain few questions. So I think they've probably already dispositioned Yak. I've already said this. I'm just repeating myself. As it relates to Shannon, you also have to disposition him with the Donovan Thomas thing, but then you also have the drinks, which they wanted to know today about the video. They wanted to know about the lyrics. And the gun thing on Shannon seems like it's going to be pretty easy to disposition. So I think we're very close to a verdict. Very close, meaning sometime before COB tomorrow, I think we're getting the verdict. I think sometime before COB tomorrow, we're getting the verdict. Verdict 4 hours, 9 out of 12 were black jurors. Oh, you're talking about something else. Oh, OJ verdict. Okay, my mistake. OJ verdict was 4 hours. 9 out of 12 were black. Trial was close to Rodney King beating. YSL trial, 7 out of 12 black. 10 hours so far. Well, but you have two people. Rodney King, I don't remember that one. Well, I don't have the stats. I do remember that one. I don't know the time frame on that, but OJ in particular, that was just one defendant. And, one major charge. Here you have at least two major, well, not one major charge, but whoever did the killing of one person did the killing of both, almost certainly. So it was like one event, where here you have two events and you have two different defendants. So it would make sense you're going to take a longer time on this one, in my opinion. Yeah, I think the prosecutor, their side has fallen apart, or it hasn't. I mean, we don't know in the eyes of the jury, but it's easier to say not guilty on Yak than Shannon, just because, again, Yak's only facing one murder charge, and then some of the other charges are interrelated in such a way where if it's not guilty on this, it kind of makes you automatically say not guilty on that. Thank you for the compliment, Melissa. Thank you for the compliment. Y'all, I do recognize that there's a racial component in this, and I do think it's fair to talk about. But typically, I don't tend to assign motives to people just based on their race unless they themselves say so. Or unless there's a really good reason to do so. I mean, if somebody's a part of a member of an organization or something, then you can say, well, you are a member of that organization. But so last week I did talk about the racial makeup of the jury. And I think it's important. It is a factor. It's a very important factor. The problem is we just don't know which way the racial makeup of the jury is likely to push them. That's the problem. You could make, it's like the old person, and nobody misconfuse me that I'm saying race is like alcoholism, so nobody come at me, but it's like the old saying where you had two brothers who had an alcoholic father. One became successful and one became an alcoholic degenerate. They interviewed the alcoholic brother and say, well, what happened? Why did you turn out this way? Well, I had an alcoholic father. What did you expect? And they interviewed the successful brother, say, well, what happened? How did you turn out this way? And he says, you saw my father. I wasn't going to turn out like that. I mean, the point is you have the same thing, but you don't know which way it's going to push somebody because we're different as humans. So while you do have a mostly female or mostly woman and mostly black jury, that doesn't really tell you very much about how they're likely to judge the situation. You know that their makeup is going to affect them some kind of way. You just don't know which way it's going to be. You could very well say it's going to make them more likely to convict, and you could very well say it's going to make them less likely to convict. You just don't know. So it's important, and I think it's a subject for conversation, but we can't predict. We just can't predict that. So I'm all for acknowledging it. I acknowledged it. I think it's perfectly fine or not, but we don't know how their experience, their characteristics. We know it will play a role. We just don't have any way of predicting which way it'll cause them to move. So we'll have to see. You know what I'm saying? We'll have to see. Does jury makeup matter as to who can judge facts? So think about this, Bruce. There have been many people saying, many people who are hoping for a not guilty. And I would venture to say there are people who want to see not guilty regardless of whether somebody actually did something. There have been people in this chat who have said, I want to see not guilty, even if they did it, because I think the prosecution has been corrupt. So my point is, I don't think everybody watching this, and I think it's very human. It's a very human thing to have an opinion outside of just, do I think somebody did something or not? It's a very human thing to say, and I think it's sometimes even a legitimate opinion to say, maybe that person did that thing, but you can't convict them that way. So we're not going to focus solely on did they do it. We're going to focus also on how you convinced us or how you went about prosecuting it. And there, in I imagine any society in the world, when there's rules to a prosecution and when the prosecutor is perceived by the people as having overstepped and gone, rogue, essentially, it is very common that people say, we can't convict people like that, no matter what they did. So my point is, it's not this case is not just about the facts of who did what. This case is also about how are you prosecuting. This case, for people viewing it, this case is as much about the prosecution as it is about whether somebody did something in the past. Okay, so that is where people's personal history comes in. That's where their identity comes in. That's where all kinds of identity, not just their racial identity or their gender, but also, do they come from a military background? Do they come from a law enforcement background? Do they come from a tech background? Have they been a victim of crime themselves? Have they been accused of something falsely and been punished for it? And that scarred them. There's just so many different things that'll come into play, but it's not just the facts of who did what. It's not just the facts of who did what. So character does matter. Yes, 100%. And if you'll notice what I've done throughout my time of expressing my opinion, what I focused on, particularly as it relates to Donovan Thomas and Shamel Drinks, which are just tragic, y'all. I mean, it literally does make me sad to see people get shot, to see people's last moments, to know that their families are out there having to relive this is just, But from the perspective of the trial, the only question I've been focusing on is there reasonable doubt? Is there reasonable doubt? That's my only question. I mean, as it relates to trying to determine what I think the jury should do. Is there reasonable doubt? It's the only question that I'm keeping at the forefront of everything. If there's a reasonable doubt, you have to acquit these guys. That's why, for example, picking on something that's I think I personally could not reasonably doubt. I said, if we have a recording of Shannon's girlfriend saying he has my gun, and if we have a recording of Shannon running from the police, and if we have on the same route that Shannon took, we find his girlfriend's gun, it's only reasonable that he threw the gun out of the car. Other people are like, well, what if Nichols had it? That's not reasonable. That's not a reasonable doubt for me. It's not reasonable. It's possible that she gave it to Nichols and then said on the phone that Shannon has it. Why would that happen? I don't know. It's possible, though. It's within the world of possibility. But to me, the only reasonable thing I can think is Shannon actually did have her legal gun. It's legal for her to have it, not for him. He was running from the police and he threw it out the window, and that's why they found it along the route where he was just at. That's the only way I can reasonably put it in my head. Now, if there's another reasonable explanation, that's where his lawyer would, as a juror, his lawyer would have to say, this is another reasonable explanation. And if it's reasonable, now I have a reasonable doubt. Now I have I can't just have a doubt. I have to have a reasonable doubt. So when you look at drinks, y'all, I'm going to be honest. The only reasonable doubt for Shannon is, did Shannon actually do it? Or did somebody in Shannon's car do it? That's the reasonable doubt. That's the reasonable doubt. The reasonable doubt is this: did somebody in Shannon's car do it? Because there were 3 other cars that could have, well, 2 other cars that could have done it. But if the question is, was Shannon aware of, if the central question is, does Shannon know who did it? I don't have a reasonable doubt as to, does he know who did that? Okay. I only have a reasonable doubt as to, did he do it, or maybe somebody in his car, because there were 2 other cars that could have done the act. But one of those 3 cars did it. One of those 3 cars did it. So Kel says 3rd car responsible. So one of those 3 cars did it. And right, so you have reasonable doubt as to whether it was in Shannon's car due to these kind of things, the GSR, the no shell casings, the blah, blah, blah. That's why I have a reasonable doubt as per Shannon. But if I made this the question, did somebody in one of those 3 cars do it? Now, nobody here would have a reasonable doubt about that. We would say, well, one of those cars did it, right? But we doubt Shannon because of the GSR, because there was no shell casings, because frankly, because that 3rd car pulled up and it looks like they could have done it. Right? Right. So that's why I gave you 2 scenarios. With the drinks, I have a reasonable doubt. But y'all, I'm gonna tell you though, it's on the very limit of my ability to reason, though. I'm gonna be honest. But it is there. With the gun, I can't find a reasonable doubt. With the gun, I can't find a reasonable doubt. Y'all see the difference? So that's why when I'm here talking to y'all, there is a not anymore, but I would say previously there was a bit of not pressure, but it entered my mind like, wow, people might get upset with me if I say this or that. But I keep saying I said this before. Why? Because I need also y'all to trust me that when I'm saying something, it's what I really think and what I really believe. That it's not just going along with whatever people might want to hear. You know what I'm saying? So my initial reaction to the drinks footage was, I don't see reasonable doubt. Then I went on X that same afternoon, evening, and I saw people talking about the 3rd car. I didn't even see the 3rd car the first time. It didn't register in my head that there was a 3rd car. So when I saw it on X, people were pointing out, I was like, whoa, I didn't even notice that. You feel me? I was like, I didn't even notice that car. I noticed the 4th car that did the U-turn because they pointed it out. But I didn't notice the 3rd car that it might have been in position. I didn't notice it until after. And then I said, oh. And so the next day I came back. I'm like, yo, y'all, now I have a reasonable doubt. But I didn't have it at first. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I'm going to say something. I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. My gut tells me this, and I don't have any inside information. My gut tells me that Shannon knows who did that shooting, and that, granted it wasn't Shannon, he doesn't want to throw that person under the bus. My gut tells me Shannon knows who did the shooting. And if we say it wasn't him, he doesn't want to just snitch on the person who it was, and that hurt his defense. That is what my gut is telling me. Because you cannot convince me that third car pulled up, and if it's that car, if it's somebody in that car, you're going to tell me Shannon doesn't even know who that person was? Please. That I cannot reasonably accept. So my gut is like, Shannon knows who the shooter is, and provided it's not him, his defense is limited by the desire not to just take that person and throw him out there. So I'm not going as far as calling him a conspirator. I'm more calling him a person who just has factual knowledge. But if we go with what you're saying, Mr. Boombastic, it would be kind of a similar conclusion. If he's a conspirator, he knows what happened. Y'all aren't surprised. Y'all aren't surprised by the limited defense that Shannon put up for the Drinks murder. Y'all aren't surprised by that? Like, they didn't call in a video expert to try to determine what kind of car that was. They could have done what we just did today, where we're looking and see what kind of car was that. Who might that have been that got out the car and went? They didn't even bring that up to the jury, y'all. Did Max Sharp point out to the jury that a guy gets out one side and gets in the other side? Did he even point that out? Did he point that out to the jury? Because if he didn't, we have to ask ourselves why. Is it possible he didn't want to signal who the shooter was on TV? I don't know. I just feel like I would have pointed it out just to sow some doubt. That's my job. I would have just said, you know what I'm saying? I would have pointed that out just to sow some doubt. Even if it has nothing to do with anything, I'm trying to get the jury to doubt stuff. I'm pointing that out. Yo, what's up with that guy? That's strange. Max didn't even do that. So we have to conclude he either didn't see it, which of course he did, or he had a reason not to point that out. Maybe that's the guy. Maybe he didn't want to point that dude out on TV. I know the experts cost money, but come on, no chance. Come on. This is for all the marbles, man. I'm talking about, he could have pointed that out himself. When he was with Detective Hogan, forget the expert. He could have said, Detective Hogan, did you see that guy right there? Did y'all investigate that guy? Is it strange that that guy did that thing? He could have done that personally, but he didn't. So even if we take the expert out, Max could have pointed out himself when he was talking to Detective Hogan or Detective Viverito, and he didn't. So my thought is, like, did he look at that? Is it like, yo, is there like a, yeah, man, don't touch that. Don't touch that. But then, no, don't touch it. Don't touch it. But what about the, don't, you know what I'm saying? Is there like a don't touch that kind of thing going on? Does that make sense? Because again, if I'm just trying to get the jury to doubt, I'm pointing it out. It might be totally innocent. The jury doesn't know that. Neither do I. But if it's somebody that my client knows, and if it's somebody that people in Atlanta looking at this video would know once I start pointing stuff out, and if we getting close to that whole, telling thing, maybe I just can't do it. Maybe I can't point that guy out. My point is, I felt like the Drinks defense was subdued, and the only reason I can think of it is that they might know who did it. or they might, or they might have some more information that they just, for whatever reason, they don't want to get but so close to pointing a finger or what have you, because does that make sense? Y'all follow me? I've said this before. This is not my first time saying it. Max pointed out when you say fourth car, yeah, well, he did point it out. He asked, did you look into it, blah, 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 but he didn't try to identify it. Does that make sense? He knew they didn't identify it. What if Barter set drinks up? That's what people were saying in the first few days after the footage came out. They were saying Barter. So here we have, we have 4 white cars all together at the gas station at the exact same time. Yeah, I've been saying this. I've been saying, I think, I said that from the jump. Ever since the day after my original, when I was like, no reasonable doubt, then the next day, I was like, okay, yeah, I see the reasonable doubt. And I've been on this like, yo, what's going on? Why was Max, when he got Detective Hogan, when he got a hold of him, why didn't he do more with that? That to this day, I'm still confused. He could have done so much with Detective Hogan, and he didn't. He didn't go there. As we've been going through all this, he didn't ask Detective Hogan about this Charger. He didn't have to ask Detective Hogan about this car we saw come across the top. He didn't ask Detective Hogan when Hogan showed that video from the King Liquor and you see drinks go by, then you see 2 white cars. He never said, hey, can we play to see where this third car comes up so we could try to determine what kind of car it is? Barter is a guy who Drinks' girlfriend said that so Drinks was with his girlfriend, I believe. He leaves her house with a guy named Barter. Barter was actually at her house, I believe, right, y'all? And they leave because Drinks is going to take Barter home. And I don't think she saw Drinks alive again after that. Yeah, she felt, I guess I would use my word, she felt creeped out somewhat by Barter. Okay? She felt creeped out by Barter. That's my word. I don't know she used that word. Because Hogan focused on car making U-turn during his testimony. But Monica, Shark can ask him whatever question he wants. He can question him about all of this stuff. That's my point. You question him to focus his attention and really to focus the jury's attention on these anomalies. Then when you come back at closing, you focus their attention again on these anomalies. Does that make sense? Max did speak about the third car. That is correct. But what he didn't do is he did not try to identify the third car. In particular, he did not draw the third car's identification to one of these cars that we can clearly see at the gas station. Y'all follow me? He did mention the third car, but we couldn't really tell what kind of car that was. We couldn't really tell what kind of car that was in the FedEx footage. But if we are looking at that same car right here, this is going to give us a lot of information about that car. Does that make sense? So he could have asked about the person walking too. Asking all of that would have hammered home the shoddy investigation. I don't think he asked about the person walking either. So he did mention that person. I remember him saying that Vivarito was trying to find that person. But my main point, y'all, so just to bring this to like a concise point is this. The third car that we saw on the FedEx footage, we couldn't even tell what kind of car it was. I took several snapshots of that, put in ChatGPT, and I said, what kind of car is this? When people were first commenting on that car, they were calling it the SUV. People, if you go back to my chat, people were saying the SUV, the SUV, the SUV. Then they started calling it the Charger. So there really is no consensus even among people watching that video as to what kind of car they think it is. Some called it a Charger, some called it an SUV. A Charger is definitely not an SUV, so it couldn't be. So nobody knows. Okay. But if we could try to link that car back to something we see here on the gas station footage, we would have a very good idea, not only what kind of car it is, not definitive, but a good idea. But if it's one of these cars that pull up here, we might even have an idea who was in the car. Gangsta Grand 123 says Hilton was powerful. So I said multiple times that while I don't think it came across to me as powerful, I could certainly see how somebody sitting there in front of her might have had a different feeling about it. I said that. When I put some music to it, it sounds good though. I don't know. A lot of people kirk out when I put music on the videos for some reason. Like some people just can't handle the music. But I'm gonna play y'all a little bit of that. Once I put the music to it, I was like, oh shoot. Somebody was like, good thing Hilton didn't have that music when she was doing her closing. And I was like, oh yeah, it sounds good with this music. All right, Boombastic. Go ahead, buddy. Let's see. That's why I asked, was it anyone who got out the white van? So that's the point. Different people, if you're referring to that last white car, different people interpret it. First, it was SUV, 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 SUV. Then people started calling it the Charger. So I'm not really sure. Yeah, and then you have this other white car. Then you have this other white car, which is this one with the black top that Miles spoke to. So you literally have 1, 2, 3, counting Shannon. Then you have 4, the one that goes to the pump. Then you have 5, the Charger that comes across here. And then if the other Charger is a different car, that could even be 6. You have somewhere between 4 to 6 white cars. Okay. But this is that Charger right here. This is that Charger that's making a move through the gas station. Does this footage show Shannon backing in the parking spot by the store window? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's at the beginning. I'll rewind it, but if you can give me a reason to, because I want to show something real quick. But yes, it does. All blacks have slang. Yeah, so she got, there were Miss Gangsta Grand. I think I totally support her use of, let me just call it black speak. Y'all might get mad at me. All black people don't speak like that. You know what I mean? Don't come at me, okay? I need a word for it. Slang, black slang, whatever. Urban, whatever word y'all want to use. I'm not trying to disrespect or offend anybody. So all of us, most of us, we know how to let our hair down and speak a certain way. Most of us know how to what's called code switch and speak another way. So Gangsta Grand, where Hilton lost me was in a few moments that she did too much for me. Like at one point she said, do you think he just did a pew pew? I'm like, yo, don't hit me with the pew pew. I mean, you just went too far at that point. Does that make sense? I'll show y'all that in a minute if I remember. So, and she's like, he just strolling. I like certain things. It's like you went over and beyond the getting your point across. At this point, it's like a caricature. So while I'm with you, give me a lull, You know what I'm saying? Give me a little bit of the slang. I'm totally fine with that. Give me a little bit of it because lyrics and street culture and all that is a part of this. So give me a little bit of it. But, you know, also you need to know how to, need to know how to move into it and move out of it. At some point, she just did too much of it. So she was in a zone though, and it might have connected with the jury. She was in a zone and it might have connected with the jury. Yeah, she just went too far. Y'all, if I can show y'all, like, I want to see. Hold up. But again, I'm criticizing Hilton. What do I want to say? She was passionate. She was emotional. There's a lot I can say good about it, y'all. She was very passionate, and I think she brought the emotion. I think she was in a moment. I think she knew her stuff. She knew what she wanted to talk about. She didn't get caught up like searching for what do I say. She obviously had she knew this case, front, back, forward, up, down, side to side. She was believable in that. Sometimes Hilton has come across to me like she's just doing a job. I did not feel like she was just doing a job at that moment. She was believable to me that she believed everything she was saying, which was very important to me. Hopefully that makes sense. It was important. It would have been important to me that I'm watching her and she believes what she's saying. She's not just giving me the facts. Okay. So while I think a lot of people are inherently against Hilton and they don't want to give her any credit, she was passionate. She was emotional this is an emotional thing. She knew all of her stuff. She tied it all together. I just think she went overboard. My main criticism is that she went overboard with the theatrics, but it could have been convincing to a juror. It could have been convincing to a juror. There was another thing there, Lovely, where she did kind of say this could have happened. I don't know if that's the exact phrase she used, but she used phrases like that were conditional or uncertain. But, that's what she had to do because she really doesn't. Certain things she was trying to fill in the blanks, and she didn't have those details. So she had to. I want to see if I can show y'all a couple of parts. So before we move on to that, while we're just kind of still on verdict watch. All right, so here, y'all, we have white car. This looks like a Charger that's going across. So this Charger is just going to come in. Well, this is suspicious. And I'm going to tell y'all the truth, as I've been doing the whole time. Let me back this up real quick. This Charger comes in, y'all. Now, there's always a good explanation. If you are a driver, you have absolutely gone through a gas station parking lot with no intention on buying gas. I did it just yesterday. I rode into the gas station parking lot, rode right through it because I was going somewhere else. And it would have been faster than going up around and doing all this stuff. Just rode right through the gas station. So the idea that this car just drives through the gas station parking lot and doesn't do anything else is not strange. This is totally normal to me. Okay. But where does it go? Is that it? Hold up. So here we have the guy up here getting into the other car. You have this Charger. It comes through. It doesn't slow down around drinks or anything. It just drives through, and it's going to exit out the back or the front, whatever side that is. Doesn't make a left or a right. It makes a right. It does. Let me see. Does this look like it could be the same car? Possibly could be the same car we saw earlier. So It does ride past drinks. Whoever's in that car would have had a good look at them. But it's not unusual that a car would just pull into a gas station. Yeah, you do it to avoid lights. You do it if you're going to a store. Like when I did it yesterday, it is kind of not to avoid a light, but the gas station is here. There's a store on the other side. So instead of going up and all the way around, I just pull straight through the gas station, hit the store. So it's not that unusual that would happen. Man Drinks talked to, got in that van and left same time as the Charger left. You think that the dude in the van might have done it? Let's see. Yeah, that's a minivan. But where'd the minivan go? There was a van. This is it right here. This is the van. This is the van that the guy who Drinks was talking to. But didn't Drinks just help that guy out or something? Gemini says Fulton County DA did it. Y'all, I'm sorry though, but well, see, I was saying how unusual it is that the passenger gets out and then gets into the driver's side, and then somebody comes back and says, well, at that same pump, a driver got out and got into the passenger side. And I'm like, nah, are you serious? And it happened. And like, what the heck is going on here? Mr. Boombastic, I think once we start speculating on silencers, we're getting into the realm of unreasonable doubt, unreasonable thoughts. Now, you might say to me, hold up, the idea somebody would have a silencer isn't unreasonable. The more things you have to postulate, the more conditions that you ever been watching a movie and something happens, but when you think about it, you like, man, somebody's plan happened. They bring a plan together. And then when you think about it, you're like, but hold up, in order to make that happen, this person had to wake up late and try to rush to get to work. How did they know this person was going to wake up late and try to get to work? Like, you think about it, you're like, there's no way they could have made that plan because too many different random things had to come together for you to have planned it that way. Like, yes, those random things could have all happened, but it's less likely. Okay, cool. No problem, Mr. Boom. So, but just in general, I'm kind of ranting, I'm doing a more of a general rant, maybe. It's not directed at you in particular. I think people take reasonable doubt is, can I doubt it? You can doubt anything. It's not about can you doubt it? It's, is your doubt reasonable? Okay. The reasonable person is the standard. We can speculate, but can we see the use of proof beyond reasonable doubt? 12 human perspective, a lot of angles. Well, Lip. This is what I'm going to say, Vanity. I'm just going to call you Vanity. Not in a bad way. This is what I'm going to say. They wanted to see this gas station footage again. And we have to ask, why did they want to see the 30 seconds after Quay Nichols left? Why do they want to see that? The only reasonable explanation I can think is they're trying to see if somebody else who might be identified as the killer was at the station. Do y'all see the big problem with this? Do y'all see the big problem with the jury's question? They're saying, let us see the 30 seconds after Nichols left. That seems to indicate that they're thinking if somebody else did the killing, maybe they were at the gas station after Nichols left. But again, this is where Max needed to sow the reasonable doubt in their mind that maybe that person was at the gas station before Nichols left and left before Nichols left. Do y'all follow me? Because the jury's thinking maybe they left after Nichols left, and we can see who it was. Maybe, but also maybe they left before Nichols left and they was just chilling by the side of the road in another parking lot over here, over there. So these are all the things I would have expected Max to bring to the table to already have planted these seeds of doubt in the jury's mind so that they already would have said, oh, it could have been this guy. It could have been that guy. It could have been these people. It could have been the weird thing. It could have been the Charger. It could have been the van. It could have been that guy who got out and walked around and got in the car. It could have been, but we didn't get any of that. We didn't get any of that. We didn't get any of that during the trial. And I just can't understand why. That is a huge question mark for me. The jurors could be looking at the Charger because the jurors talked about the case. Well, again, Mr. Boombastic, what they played today did not show the Charger. What they played today only showed that little piece of the car going back, I will say, behind the gas station. And they didn't stop it. They didn't pause it that we could see. So the jurors are limited. This is why I don't know why Max didn't do this for them with his own expert. He could have stopped it. He could have paused it. He could have rewound it. He could have said, what about this person? He could have said, what about that car? He could have said, there's a white car. There's a white car. There's a white car. There's a white car. He could have done all of this. But he didn't. I don't know why. Only thing I can think of, and it's not due to the expense. The only thing I can think of is that Shannon knows who did it. And he doesn't want to get too close to letting the world know. We will play the light again, but I want to play it as the jury saw it. So I'm going to play the light footage from today. I'm not going to play the Hilton light footage. I'll play the footage at the light that the jury saw today. All right. Hold up. Have some patience. They're loading it up, and I'm not going to fast forward it.
Thank you.
Why would Shannon save someone else at his own expense? Street dudes. I'm going to let this play, y'all. It's coming up.
All right. Then next, you wanted the video from the FedEx play to read.
All right, y'all, I'm going to play that one more time. I'm going to play that one more time. Let me rewind it. It does look like Drink's car inches forward. All right, so this is Drinks. This is Shannon coming up, slowing down. This is Nichols coming up behind Shannon. This is what the jury saw today, people, without narration. Nichols behind Shannon, Drinks to the left. Now, I want everybody to pay attention to something. The good thing, go back to court. Is there something happening in court now? I don't think anything's happening in court. Let me see. Let me double check real quick. I don't have anything happening at court right now. Yeah, it's still on the seal. Now I want to point everybody's. This is what I want to point y'all out to, and this is very fortunate for us today. If you notice, they did a zoom in, right? But if you notice this box here to the left, top left of your screen, the benefit of us having that is it is a distance gauge or a movement gauge for us. What do I mean? Usually when we were watching this Drinks footage, we didn't have any way to really definitively determine whether his car moved or not. But because they left this box here to the top left corner of your screen, now we can tell, or we can have a better indication as to whether or not Drinks moves. If his car moves relative to this box, we can feel pretty certain that his car did move. So what I noticed when they played this today is my perception at that time was that his car, after Shannon and them leave, his car moves relative to this box, which gives us a sense that he did move at that time. Y'all follow me? So let's play it. Keep your attention on Drinks and this box up here to the top left. Okay? We're going to see Shannon and them move when they leave. This is Nichols pulling around to the right of Shannon. Nichols is now in front of Shannon. Here comes the third car. They bounce. Now look at Drinks. He's moving. He moves. He moves. He moves. He moves. And he stops right there. There is no doubt that Drinks is now closer to that box after Shannon's gone. Why did we not get something like this from Max? Can y'all not see? Somebody tell me you saw it. Can you not tell that Drinks, his car is now closer to the box? It's actually kind of touching the box. Whereas when we first saw him pull up, if we back it up ever so slightly, he stops and his car is just off a little bit from the box. Look where he stopped. Look how far he is away from this box as our point of reference. Now watch when Shannon and them leave, you're going to see that Drinks inches up and he's closer to that box. You're going to see this. Okay? So you see where his car is now. That gives us a sense for movement. So now we have a tactic or a strategy to determine if movement happened in difficult situations. They're side by side. Watch Shannon pull off, and Drinks rolls forward, rolls forward, rolls forward, rolls forward, rolls, and stops right there. That is definitive. There is no doubt. There is absolutely no doubt that his car moves forward and he stops his car. I have court on. I have it on right now. I have it. I have it. I have it. This is Law and Crime. This is live. I don't see anything. Are they talking? This is the volume. I don't hear anything. Why y'all telling me to go to court? We have the verdict clock is moving at the top. I have it on another screen. I don't see anything happening. I thought y'all were telling me to go to court with this evidence. I was like, hey, hold up now. I thought, like, take this to court. They're illegal. You know? No, y'all don't see. I don't see that anything's happening at court unless I'm tripping. So, can we not 100% say with this that Drinks' car was moving forward and that he stopped his car? It was moving forward and he stopped it. Now, you have to put that together with the evidence from the medical examiner who said he could not have made a conscious movement. Who said he could not make a conscious movement. Hilton addresses that in her closing. She said he didn't make a conscious movement, he made an unconscious movement. It's just difficult to imagine that he was able to stop his car at the red light while he was shot in the neck. It's just hard to imagine that he was able to stop his car right there at the red light, right where it should be stopped, after he was shot in the neck. That's the thing. They are side by side. There is no definitive proof of anything that happens here besides Nichols is pulling around Shannon at this point. Then this car comes up at a high rate of speed, slowing down though, and they move, and now Drinks is going to roll forward. And he stops. So but also, I think Shannon seen the other car speeding up and just took off. Well, that's a reason why Drinks would have inched up, right or wrong. You have a car speeding up. A car beside you look like they're about to go. You know how sometimes you're at a red light and a car beside you inches and you think it turned green and you start to go and you're like, oh no, it didn't. It's still red. So the movement to his right could have caused Drinks to move, meaning he could have sensed the movement and like, no, it's still red. Or he also could have seen that car coming up and thought, it had two or three thoughts about whether he wanted to bounce as well. So there's a couple of things that could have happened. There's a couple of things that could have happened there that caused Drinks to move. But there's absolutely no doubt that Drinks did move. His car did move after Shannon was gone, and Drinks stopped his car at the red light. And you get the sense for, nobody knows what happened. 90s baby saying, can you see smoke? I don't think so. Can you? You can clearly see them lines and boxes around everybody else's car. Smoke from the gunfire where? Where? Tell me where. I mean, is it from Shannon's car? Is it from Nichols' car? Or is it from the third car? Hold up. That's it. This is Shannon's car. I don't see how we would be able to determine there's actual smoke at this distance with this resolution. It's just too far away. You see a lot of kind of distortion. You see a lot of distortion. I don't know that I would call it smoke. Like right there, it just seems like it's a little bit of something. But you have all kind of distortion. I don't know for sure that I would classify any of this as smoke or what. The only thing I can say for sure that I'm confident of is that Nichols initially pulls up behind Shannon. He pulls around to Shannon's right, and that his car does move after Shannon's gone. Other than that, thank you for the comment, though. So Tamika on the other side is saying, why are they even following drinks? And I agree, Tamika, that is a question that
All right. Then next you wanted the
that's a good question. And that's the type of question that they're probably talking about in the that's what they're probably talking about in the jury room. 90s baby, thank you for the comment. I think I saw what you saw, but I just don't know that I'm comfortable saying I think it was gun smoke. I did see that. I mean, I called it distortion. This is the type of thing, you know, what's funny is the jurors don't even have access to watch these videos over and over like we do. The jurors don't even have the videos to just go back and forth, and they're really limited. I agree with that. There should have been. So this is one of the problems, chaos, and I will give the prosecution some grace on this, even though I know y'all don't want to give them any grace. In order to get, from what they say, and I'm not expert on this, but in order to get the license plate, you need to know what kind of car it is. And frankly, when you look at this video, even enhanced, none of us have any idea what kind of car this third car was. That car right there that just pulled up, at first they were calling it an SUV. People calling it a Charger. I put it in ChatGPT. ChatGPT is like, I don't know. I don't have any clue. So to get the license plate of that car, I don't know for sure. I guess they could have done it based on the time that it came through. Maybe they could have done it basically on the time that it came through. Correct. That's essentially what it seems like happened to him. But y'all, to make things even stranger, though, to show you that the strangeness just does not end, I want y'all to keep something in mind. Drinks' foot was on the brake. I mean, if it wasn't, his car would have just rolled off into traffic. So I'm not laughing at him, y'all. So don't think I'm being insensitive, but it's like this man's foot was on the brake. So even though he had that catastrophic injury, his foot still maintained pressure on the brake. Does that make sense? I mean, do you see what I'm saying? He didn't just roll off into the middle of the intersection. So even though we say, well, how did he move the car after he was already shot, internally decapitated, which is a very gruesome way of saying it, but sounds pretty much about right. But with that said, Casey, he still had enough energy in his foot to somehow press the brake and just stay at the stoplight the whole time. He didn't move. I mean, he didn't roll off into traffic. I think what Casey's saying, Lou, is that the brain couldn't have sent a signal because the cord was snapped, if you will, for putting it crudely. I think Casey's saying that the cord was snapped. The cord that connects the brain and the body would not have been functioning well enough for the brain to be sending that signal. But it seems like something had to be happening because he didn't just, nah, Tay, I'm not. I mean, I think wouldn't we all agree that it takes, okay, some people are agreeing with Tay. All right, so I'm going to disagree with Tay here. I mean, I can't disagree with you, Tay, because something happened. So that's just as good an explanation as anything else. So let me not disagree with you. I would say my intuition would, this is not live court, y'all, by the way. This is the question still playing. So let me stop that. Yeah, Tay, so again, let me not disagree with you, whether you've been to war or not. That's not the point. Something happened and your explanation is just as good as any. So when I say I disagree, let me say intuitively, I wouldn't think that would be possible or likely, but because some kind of explanation has to happen, that explanation is just as good as any. So let me put it like that. So, Rifleman, you are agreeing with something that I said previously. So you and I are actually in agreement, believe it or not. Okay. I was the person who I actually pulled up a video of a frog that was totally dead, totally skinned. It was dead a long time. And somebody touched its body to something hot or some sauce and it started moving. So my point is not that your body can't move after you're dead. My point actually is your body can move after you're dead. Okay. But so that's something I've said previously. I maintain that. What I'm saying today, though, is the idea that you're at a stoplight, you get shot in the neck such that your brain no longer controls your body, but your foot stays pressed on the gas, on the brake so that you don't roll off into traffic for 30 minutes. That doesn't sound likely. So we don't have a dispute as to whether your body can make involuntary movements when you're dead. 100%, I said it can. In fact, I even had debates with people who were nurses and stuff like, no, it can't happen. Of course it can. Your body can make all kinds of involuntary movements for some time after you're dead. There's no doubt about that. But the idea that your foot would stay firmly placed on the gas for 20 or 30 minutes after your brain can send any signals to your body, that we see that it happens. So of course it can happen because we see it, but it just intuitively, it doesn't sound right. That's my point. So that's where I'm going to come from with this. Did we forget the medical examiner said it's not possible to move your foot after you've been shot in the neck? So Trey, she did not say it's not possible to move your foot. She said it's not possible to voluntarily move your foot. So if you're saying she said it's not possible for you to move your foot, then I agree. Because the you-ness of you would be disconnected from movement. But your foot can still move. It's just you can't control it. So that's where the distinction comes in. So you're right that you can't move your foot, correct? But that whether the foot can still move, yes, it still can. It's just it's not something you're purposefully doing. Thanks for the $1.99, Demoyo Burrito, who's the guy walking, plus the third and fourth car. So that was something that Max brought up to investigator Vivarito, and apparently she said she tried to find the person who was walking. A lot of anomalies here, y'all. Because the person who was walking seemed like they kept, so the person walking seemed like they kept walking in the direction of where the gunshots were, even though the person driving did a U-turn. So the person walking should be the person who saw what happened. You know? Right. So Zipper, that is why I'm focusing more on the fact that his foot stayed firmly pressed on the brake for 20 minutes. If he had made any kind of jerky, uncoordinated, involuntary movements, that wouldn't surprise me. But that the foot would stay firmly pressed on a brake for 20 minutes once he's already dead, essentially, that's the part that seems, we know that that's the story, but it just seems unintuitive. If his foot had pumped the brake and, you know, all kind of movement had happened, if we saw the car jerking or something, I wouldn't. But the car moves forward just a little bit and stops. So however it happened, he was practically dead or totally dead, RIP, while his foot was firmly pressed on the brake and the car was running all the way till Mr. Cheeseborough finds him. So he was there for this incident happened at, do we have a timestamp on here? Well, let's put it like this. They pull out of the gas station at like 10:01, and Mr. Cheeseborough doesn't pull up till after 10:20. So they pull out of the gas station at like 10:01. Mr. Cheeseborough, he actually gets on the scene where the car is stopped at least 20 minutes later. So that's what I'm saying. It seems it did happen though, but it's just so unintuitive, counterintuitive that you could be totally gone basically and have your foot firmly pressed on that brake for 20 minutes. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, y'all. I mean, 20 minutes. The car didn't pull off. If his foot lets up at all, the car's just going to roll into traffic. That's what I'm saying. Are they saying verdict is in? This is what I'm seeing on Law and Crime right now. Verdict clock is at 12 hours, 50 minutes. I'll check on X to see if there's anything. I'm not surprised if a verdict comes down today. In fact, I am surprised if a verdict does not come down by COB tomorrow. I'm not seeing anything about a verdict. But I think they're close, y'all. Let's take a look at this real quick. Let's take a look at this tweet. I'm no legal expert, but here's something interesting. In Kyle Rittenhouse's 2021 trial, the jury deliberated 25 plus hours before acquitting. In Marvin McClendon Jr.'s 2004 case, 6 days of deliberation also ended with not guilty. Long deliberations don't always mean bad news for defense. Very good take there by the Dope Abyss. Very good take. Got another super from Ms. Kate. I love this channel. We definitely do appreciate you. We being the whole group. I'm just blessed that I can talk, y'all. God blessed me. When I was a little kid, I got in trouble for talking too much. And now I'm able to put it to good use. Y'all, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. If you have not hit the like, please do. Body weight holding the pedal down. How much does your foot weigh? Your foot can't weigh more. Well, I guess your leg and your foot's involved. I'll put it to you like this. Anytime I'm stopped, I'm applying purposeful muscular pressure to the brake. I've never been able to just let my foot rest on the brake and it just does its thing. I've never been able to just casually let my foot rest on the brake and the brake remains depressed. Viverito says she tried finding the guy walking, but then also says she had no part. Yeah, that was what Max pointed out. I said necks, not legs. I think you're referring back, y'all. Either way, however you slice it, he had that wound to his body, and he was there for 20 minutes, and his car didn't move. Okay. The only thing I could think is maybe he had put it in park, which I don't know if there's any evidence that he had done that. So, y'all, if you're just joining us, we are waiting for the verdict. We just saw the Dope Abyss on X say that Kyle Rittenhouse had a 25-hour deliberation. I don't think that longer deliberations are bad or good. I mean, now asking for, okay, so let me go back and say what I said earlier. I think that the jury originally decided on Yak Gotti's charges Wednesday. Between Tuesday, Wednesday, and this morning, they probably got rid of Yak as a question. They gave him a disposition on everything, probably. So at this point, I'm speculating that the jury is working on Shannon. On Wednesday, they had asked for different evidence relating to Yak. They didn't ask for any evidence relating to Shannon. And then today they asked for evidence relating to Shannon and no evidence relating to Yak. So that's what I base my prediction on. That we will likely have a verdict sometime before tomorrow, COB, the end of the day tomorrow. So the evidence they asked for Shannon today was they wanted to hear 2 of his songs, which indicates that rap lyrics are not just a part of the evidence of this trial, but that the jury is taking the rap lyrics seriously. Okay? So we don't know, but we're getting this sense that they're taking the rap lyrics seriously. They also wanted to see footage that we just watched multiple times of Mr. Drink's car. They wanted to see it blown up, zoomed in. We just watched it. And they also wanted to see this footage from the gas station after Nichols left the gas station. And we watched this. We're gonna watch it again. Then we'll check into the super. So that was Nichols that just pulled off. And what we're gonna see at the top of this, the very top of your screen, in a few seconds, you're gonna see a white car come at, looks like kind of a higher rate of speed. It wasn't necessarily balling out, but it was, it was going faster maybe than the other cars. You're gonna see a white car pull up. This is it. Hold up. That white car had just turned. Y'all, I gotta go back to the map. Marlo, I do see your super. I do see what you're asking me to do. I don't know where to find that wiretap. If you want to, I know that would have been on the Vivarito day, but I don't know exactly where it would have been. So if you want to help me with that, I'd appreciate it. All right, y'all. Y'all help orient your boy. Help orient me a little bit. This is the BP. I gotta sit down, y'all. I gotta sit down. Your boy got to sit down. I've been doing a lot of standing. Got my standing desk coming down. Okay. So this is the BP. This is the BP. Now, as it relates to the BP, there's only one turn. There's only one turn close to the BP. And that is this. I don't know if y'all can see my mouse, but that's turning from Fulton Street Southwest right onto Windsor Street Southwest. That's the only turn you can make right at the BP. In other words, you can't, there's no, I mean, now let me see here. When is this image from? 2024? Okay. So presumably there was nothing behind the BP over here or on this other side. So the only turn you can make would be from Fulton Street Southwest onto Windsor Street Southwest. Is that correct? Melissa says she's sitting here like she's getting paid for it. Oh my gosh. Thank you for being here, Melissa. We appreciate you. I'm looking at you, your comments on the side. Okay, so Fulton Street Southwest, you can make a right turn. So if we go back to this footage, right now, what we're seeing at the top, kind of almost in the middle of your screen, you're seeing the white, what people have identified as a Charger. This has got to be Windsor Street that is on now. This has got to be Windsor Street. No, it can't be Windsor Street. Y'all, I'm confused. Y'all help me out. Because if we look at the orientation of the BP overhang, whatever we're going to call it, I'm going to call it an overhang. So the car is parallel to the long side of the BP overhang, right? It's parallel to the length side. If we go back to here, at this point, the car would be on Fulton Street, right or wrong? Yeah, it's got to be Fulton Street because this car has got to be parallel to this long side. So it's got to be parallel. But this car seems like it just came up from a turn, though. That's the weird thing. Am I tripping? Yeah, it's going to make a right onto Windsor, but where did it come from? That's my question. I thought it might have come from the left. But maybe I'm wrong. Oh, hold up. Y'all aren't watching this. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Yeah, it made a turn, but it's a little bit further back. It made a turn from back here on Cooper Street. So this is what it did. It looks like it came from Cooper Street, made a turn on Fulton Street, and then made another turn on Windsor. So what do we find on Cooper Street? Why would you be back here in this stuff at 10 o'clock at night? Were you at the library? Were you at the juvenile court? Looks like this is kind of like a dead end. Melissa is correct. Maybe from Cooper Street, then Fulton, then Windsor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm basically asking is, did you just pop over here to Cooper Street to hang out? That's really what I'm getting at. Nikki, you following me? There's really not a whole lot back in this area, in the Cooper Street area. Now, you could have come from over here somewhere and caught some back roads and stuff. You could have done all of that. Or you could have just popped over to Cooper Street and said, we're going to chill. We're going to chill here on Cooper. And then when you get the call, again, y'all, you still talking about the defendants being in on it. I mean, there's, so y'all got to understand that, because you get a call, yo, we moving. Then you pop off of Cooper, you speed up to Fulton, and then you speed up Windsor. You see? You pop off Cooper, you speed up Fulton, then you pop up Windsor at a high rate of speed. Then, if your boy gets jammed up, we not going to really mention you too much, because we ain't no snitch. I mean, hate to say it, but if y'all look, you're going to see this car turn from Cooper Street over here. It looks like the white car comes from Cooper Street. That's the only street it could have come from. It's going to buck a right onto Fulton. Then it's going to buck another right onto Windsor. And it's going to be moving at a rate of speed. It's going to be moving at a rate of speed. Now, the only question is, did all of this happen within you see it? You see it right there? You can see the turn. Watch this car. Watch the upper left-hand corner of your screen. See it? Made the turn right there. No, hold up. That's not it. It's going to be another one. Okay, so maybe there's more than one car back there then. Because the white car comes from this same area over here. This gray car came from there too. So maybe people just got a reason to be back there. There it is. But this one is moving. This one is moving for sure. But we can't tell if it turned we can't tell if it turned right here. That's the only thing. You can't, this image doesn't tell us if it turned onto Windsor. That's the problem. Oh, y'all can't see? I'm trapping. Not the first time I've done that, people. Sorry about that. All right. Y'all, I'm going to play this one more time since I was basically only showing myself. You're going to see the white car. I know. I got it now. I got it. Understood. This is a gray car that seems to come from the same area. Yeah, I was pumped. All right, so if you look at the top left, you're going to see the car looks like it's going to make a turn to the right, the white car. Right there. You see it? And it's moving. Problem is, yeah, it slows down right there. Is there a light right there? There's not a light right there. It was probably making a turn. It slows down. But it doesn't, but there's no traffic signal there. So it probably was not stopping at a traffic signal. Y'all, that could very well have been that could have been it, y'all. That could have been it. That could have been that car. That could have been that white car. It really could have. It could have been chilling over there on Cooper. And once it got the word, let's move, it started making moves at a high rate of speed. We don't know. No, Demetrius, it's not enough to say anything conclusively, but I'm going to show you one more time. Let me take you back to the map. This time I won't forget. This is Cooper Street. Okay. This is, let me remove this this chat. This is Cooper Street coming down. What we're going to see is the car make a turn here. Now, there was another car that seemed to have made a turn here too. So it might not be that unusual that cars are coming through here. But the white car is going to make a turn after the gray car. So what looks like a turn here at Cooper Street also looks like it might have been a gray car or some kind of car look like it's turning. I can only say it's from Cooper Street because there's no other street over here to turn from. It's going to accelerate up Fulton, and then it's going to start to slow down. Now, if you notice here, is there a traffic light? Is that a traffic light, y'all? Maybe there is a traffic light there, actually. So it might have been just about to catch this light. Now that I look closer, looks like there's a traffic light. So maybe it just slow down to catch the light. Or maybe it's slow down because it's about to turn here and go up to right here. All right, so I'm going to play this one more time so y'all can see it. This will be the final playing of this video. Let me find it. All right, this is the final playing of the video, people. Now look in your top left-hand corner. You're going to see what looks like a car make a right-hand turn, but it's not the same. That was Nichols who just pulled off. It's 2:26 where I am. So about 2 hours, 2.5 hours left in the day. So there's the gray car. Looks like it made that turn from over there. And now you're going to see, you see that white car? That's the white car, and it's moving. And it slows down there. It looks like it was about to make a turn to me, but we can't see it. So, y'all, I am going to just play this. I'll play the whole thing of what they showed the jury today. I'm going to grab some food, and I'll be back on the show. I'll be here in the chat. I'll be here in the chat, but I got to eat something. I have not had anything to eat all day.
Not an opportune time for the jury. We need just a minute or two.
Y'all want to watch Doug? I'll put on Doug for a while. TikTok is not cooperating. Oh my gosh.
Jack's over here just kind of laughing. He can't hear y'all, but he can hear me.
Oh, he loves it.
So, Jack, put your shirt back on.
Can y'all hear? Y'all hear it?
He's always doing that, man.
I do miss
I don't
seeing
need to
that.
see how
I'm
ripped
just
he
kidding.
is. But seriously, back to the job Mr. Kokomo did, and I appreciate
y'all hear
that he
it?
was sober. But I hired trial graphics for this one case in the ITC, a real critical case. I may have spoken about this already. So trial graphics.
I'll leave this one in.
Truth, by the way, is a defense, so you can't sue me for slander or libel. The guy they assigned to my case was a terrible alcoholic, and he screwed up so much during the course of that week-long trial. Demonstratives not being properly presented. I had this beautiful thing we'd prepared of an expert witness testifying 11 different ways as to the meaning of a key term in a patent. And I was going to play that back, just bang, 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 bang for the judge. Totally mangled it. Didn't get it done at all. So having someone that knows what they're doing is really important.
Y'all want me to turn up the volume?
Jury duty.
All right,
Had
I'm gonna
that
turn it all the way
idea
up.
that-
I'm turning the volume all the way up, people.
It was worse than that.
So you might have to adjust your
in jury
volume.
duty or whatever. I could watch that 100 times and I will laugh like it's.
I love that video because it looked like one of those Apple Daily, which is a Taiwanese newspaper news source. They did those kind of really bad reenactments for a while that were making it on TV here for a few years. You probably didn't know it was Apple Daily, but anyway, that's who was doing it. And that thing from Jury Duty where Mike looked exactly like those bad old videos, the reenactments that they would do.
I hate. I don't know what y'all think about this, but like when you're watching a documentary and then they bring in the reenactment, it never adds anything to me. It always just ends up looking cheesy to me. But that's.
But Jury Duty on Plan is hilarious. That was a good one. I think everybody was watching that one.
Someone asked me how many cases I have lost.
Zero. Duh.
No. Well, criminal zero, but
exactly.
We'll see. It's not this one anymore. Civil cases, I've lost one, and mostly that's because they resolve themselves before they get to trial. And the one I lost, I don't really chalk up as a loss because it's a complicated patent thing, but basically it didn't cost my client anything and they were able to go about their business. So it was a loss, but they didn't have to pay any money. It wasn't really, it felt like a loss because I didn't want to lose, but it wasn't really a loss.
Well, and I think, what people have to realize is that redefining what win means as a criminal defense attorney is a huge part of like the mental stuff, because a lot of times it's like, well, I beat the offer from the state, or I got my client continued on probation. You have to really redefine what it means to you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I had a non-negotiated plea up in Gwinnett of a guy that was bombing people's homes from a drone, which was quite interesting. So he suffered from like a form of autism, and noises would bother him, and his neighbors would provoke him to try to get a rise out of him. So apparently he flew a drone over a couple of neighboring trailers a few times, and he would drop IEDs onto their trailers. Yeah. So I did a non-negotiated plea, and he got sentenced to 20 years of home confinement.
They have 20
which was
home confinement. That's nuts.
Isn't that nuts? I mean, it was better than what the state was asking for, but not what I wanted. So I guess that kind of felt like a half win. That's one of those redefined things. And God, I hope he can do 20 years of home confinement because I can't imagine that. Right?
I had a client who is very young, and he and his friends were driving around with like a pellet pew pew and firing at people in their yards. And I managed to get him probation, which felt very much like a win.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
His co-defendant went to trial and got sentenced to pen time. So, again, redefining what a win is.
Right. That's like 2 weeks ago, I was talking about Jay got that Blurber case, like negotiated down to voluntary 3 years probation with first offender status or something nuts like that. That has to feel like a win.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm seeing a comment that I don't have the context for it. It's kind of fascinating. So can he leave his house ever? Are there any exceptions? Not really. I mean, I think like doctor visits, that kind of thing.
Afford to live.
I don't know. He works out of his home. He does software. So I guess he can continue to do that.
What if he loses his job? That is such a setup. I mean, it's bizarre.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I
horrible.
know. Yeah. The state wanted far worse. It was not great.
Is he allowed to terminate early?
I think it's possible. Yeah, if I recall.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
Well, I mean, I guess to your point, it would be hard for him to do anything to get in trouble to violate his probation if he can't, other than leaving his house, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, as long as he stays home, yeah, he's going to be wearing an ankle monitor. I think. Now I can't even remember. I'm not even sure about that. Yeah, that's $300 a month. I'm not sure about the ankle monitor because I don't remember whether he had to wear one or not.
It's like setting up for failure.
Some of these are setting up for failure, right?
Absolutely. Don't get me on my soapbox about that.
The trouble I'm actually having sometimes is that my client is like, look, I can't do probation. Just try and get me the lowest amount of time possible. And the prosecutor won't give me the probation, or they won't give me a pen time rec. They'll only offer probation.
Yeah, they're like, no straight time, but they're going to be set up for failure. We're going to be right back. And you're going to say, revoke the whole thing. So just give me straight time.
Well, and
so yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Somebody is honest and they're like, look, probation is just too much of a struggle for me. No, we need to take them at their word and just try and allow them to serve out their time and move on.
Yeah.
So Miss D, are you doing any criminal right now?
I'm trying to finish up my cases in Gwinnett, so I'll be in court tomorrow. Hey, Bugs.
Okay.
So I'll be in court. It's been a while. It's going to be weird.
Oh, and Gwinnett has free parking, which I really appreciate after this case.
I have free parking anyway.
Yeah, you do. I did not. I'm too lazy to have free parking here. Misty Williams found a way to get free parking, but it requires more effort than I'm willing to put in.
It does.
I pay $20 a day.
$20?
I couldn't
Every
afford
day.
$20 a day for obvious reasons.
That would
I
eat up
know.
all of what they were paying you.
Exactly.
I know.
I mean, that's not even that far off.
I tried to let them know that when I was going back and forth with them in emails. They were like, whatever. I was like, okay, here we go. Showtime.
Yeah.
I have to pay $5 a day here, but I mean, $5.20, the difference between that adds up very quickly. At least it's a deductible expense.
Max got a parking pass, so he didn't have to pay that kind of crazy fee, but I don't know people the way he does. I don't have the suction Max has. I even tried that little trick I did. What's that, Star? I'm sorry.
I'm not even gonna touch that.
Okay. I even tried that little stunt I used in Vietnam when I came in without the visa. And I was like, I told the parking garage people, surely there's some kind of cash fine I can pay to get higher up on the list.
Well, yeah, like at the courthouse I go to most often, there's like a 2-year waiting list for a daily permit, which is cheaper than the day rate. And I just haven't ever gotten on it.
There was like a 1 year or 14-month list here to get the monthly pass. And
it was much cheaper.
Much cheaper, like $100 a month or something. I don't know what it is. But I foolishly did not sign up. I guess I was optimistic that I would not be here.
All of us
forever.
were. I planned a whole vacation thinking it would be, I don't know, a 6-month trial.
Star, what do they pay a private attorney to handle a blurber case where you are?
I mean, it depends on so much, right?
Oh,
like,
really?
What's the criminal? Like, you mean like as an appointed case?
Appointed case.
Depends on the county. But you're always going to bill that at an hourly rate. So one county I practice in is $100, which isn't great, but it adds up. Another county is $175, which is actually pretty legit because my overhead is pretty low. So I get to keep most of that. I mean, obviously your taxes aren't taken out of that, but if you're a criminal defense attorney and you running your own little operation, your deductible expenses add up pretty quickly. But you know, much more than Mr. Williams was getting paid, that's for sure.
What was the flat fee they initially gave you for this entire case?
$7,500, well, $1,500, and I said no. And then they went to $7,500, and I was like, okay, well, it's like 6 months, not a problem.
That is so unconscionable to me. Like,
did y'all hear that?
Because I tried
$1,500 for the whole case.
Court appointment
for Lil
so
Rod's
you get paid
attorney.
$800 a day for trial days.
$1,500 for the whole case.
And then, which, you know, Mr. Williams would have been rolling in the money if that was getting paid.
I would have had to start an OnlyFans. It would have been great.
I mean, it's not like I haven't thought about it, but no, I mean, I think with a trial, the bill on that was around like $20,000, I want to say, but the trial was 4 days.
Okay.
Still would have been almost more than me.
Someone just asked you, Mr. Williams, $7,500 a month. No, it was $7,500 for the entire freaking case, right?
Yeah, I have a video about her fee structure to draw attention to the horrible injustice that happened to Mr. Williams. If you guys are interested,
then they offered her $7,500.
It's crazy
for the case, not per month.
But they don't have to worry about me. I'll never do it again. I promise.
Yeah, I don't think you're on their list anymore, Misty Williams.
So,
I burnt that bridge.
I have quite a few.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Cass. Well, I have quite
Hey,
a
Cass.
court-appointed unaliving clients currently. And they're like, you just want me to please so you can get paid. But I'm like, do you know how much more money I would make if we went to trial?
Right.
If I wanted to get paid, I would just lie to you and tell you, yeah, try this, you know?
That's the part I hate about the point of work too, because they always think that you get paid more to please. Like, I get paid way more if we go to trial. I would prefer this to go to trial. Do me a favor. Let's go to trial.
Yeah, like if you want to drag this out, I'll take the money to do it. But my advice is not based on what I get paid.
Right.
But I understand why you wouldn't trust that. But I always explain to them, I'm like, I literally will tell them, like, here's what I get paid if you just plea tomorrow. If you go to trial, this is what I get paid. So me telling you not to go to trial isn't a financial decision for me.
Right. It's not helpful at all. Like, I know what your evidence looks like. You do too. Come on. Work with me here.
I'm trying to play with this, moving people around the screen. Cass, I saw your video you did this morning on the Diamante situation.
Thank you.
It was really good.
I appreciate it.
When I started watching it, I was like, oh God, what's she going to do? But you struck the perfect tone. Because that's a hard thing to kind of do in a humorous way that also recognizes how absurd it is. and you nailed it.
Thank you. I understand making a statement. Any institution, would need to do that, but then words matter. And I feel like every single word they put in order was the wrong words. And I had to express that.
No, I thought you nailed the tone.
It was just, hey, Rachel. Rachel just walked in. So it was just that little bit, that little dig they put at the end.
Yeah.
Was like so uncaring, unfeeling. You captured it much better than I could ever convey. So everyone should go watch that TikTok because it's really good.
I mean, I saw it immediately. I was like, they were like, oh, but wait, there's more. I'm like, nobody asked your opinion.
Now I want to watch this
I
TikTok.
saw your video before I saw the statement because I was like, what is Cass doing here? And then I was like, oh no, that's actually what they said.
Just a member of the public expressing my First Amendment right.
All right, now
What happened?
The statement. Cass, you explain the statement.
Okay, so I believe that
All right, y'all. I don't want to ruin this. I don't want to ruin the surprise. I want to find this video. So, Cass. I think this is it. All right, I found it. Let's watch. I just got to get it up or get it on screen. All right.
About Diamante? Yeah, I cannot imagine that. I hope he is okay. What in the world?
Dag on TikTok. Yo, does TikTok always have these problems? What the heck? Let me try refreshing. I didn't want to hear her explain it. I just want to watch it and see if I get what she's talking about. Freaking TikTok. It's not working though. Cash Money Cash. Yeah, I'm not on TikTok at all.
Diamante? Yeah, I cannot imagine that. I hope he is okay.
TikTok is tripping.
Hey, what in the world is happening? Oh, well.
All right, y'all.
Oh, we don't know who the aggressor was, so.
Oh. Okay, that was about
Hold
this
your sympathies.
morning.
Right quick.
Why is TikTok doing this? This is not cool. Let me try refreshing like I had to earlier. This is about Diamante getting stabbed.
Did you hear about Diamante? Yeah, I cannot imagine that. I hope he is okay. What in the world is happening? Oh, well, we don't know who the aggressor was, so hold your sympathies. Right quick. What? I said we don't know who the aggressor was, so I would hold your tears. Who the aggressor? This man got hurt. You couldn't wait to tweet, could you? No, I just thought that we should. No, I know what you thought. No, we all. Your words speak quite clear. Still gonna hope he's okay, though. Sorry, while the jury is determining his future right now. I'm worried about his immediate future.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. And she did capture the lack of empathy in the statement. First time I've ever seen anything from her, I believe. I'm not a big TikTok person. But yeah, that was actually because they did say that. I mean, again, if y'all remember from my reaction when I saw the statement, I was like, man, I didn't even think about who the aggressor might be. Like, that was something that didn't even cross my mind. All right, y'all. If y'all want to watch Doug, I get it. But I don't want to just restream their TikTok the whole time. kind of feel weird about that, even though I do think there is a good reason for you to watch that. I don't know if that was funny, but it was definitely satire. So some people laugh at satire, some people don't. She made a good point, which is that the Fulton County Sheriff's Office just does not have a good reputation, and they continue to earn their deservedly not good reputation as far as putting people's health first, as far as putting their safety first, as far as being concerned with the safety and security of the people that they're in charge of, the people that they're in charge of. You want to open up to the panel? Teo, do you want to say something? Does anybody want to say something? I think it's more of a satire than a ha 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 type of funny situation. It's more of a satire situation. Anybody know how long the jury's working today? I believe they're going till 5 o'clock today. Let's take a look at this tweet from Doug. I have a slight disagreement in that if the jurors pay attention to the evidence, that will be good for the defense team. But I value your opinion. We will soon see. Yeah, I think Doug and I, it all depends on what evidence they're trying to pay attention to. Right? Like if the jurors are like this morning, the jurors were asking to hear rap lyrics. I don't know that there's a way that I can imagine the jurors wanting to hear rap lyrics again as good for the defense. Now for Doug's client, it doesn't really apply because the rap lyrics they wanted to hear didn't have anything to do with Yak. But jurors requesting to hear rap lyrics again, the only thing they could do is rule them out as relevant evidence, which the fact that they were even ruled in or under consideration is already bad for you. So you know what I'm saying? So I don't see how it's good for you. I don't see how it's good for you. If the trial wasn't as long as it has been with all the screw ups and madness, the judge would not have had the same leniency she showed. Either way, I was grateful she did. What are you referring to about? What are you referring to there? If y'all want to, if anybody wants to come on here and make some comments, we do have some time. We can do that. Are those lyrics in the overt section? I don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying are the lyrics part of the overt actions? That's a good question. I'm not sure. There's so many overt acts. That's a good question. Can anybody send me a anybody on X? Could you send me a copy of the most recent YSL indictment? Because I have an older one that is not up to date. I hear a lot of brothers and sisters criticizing our own people just for doing their job. I haven't heard any criticism for our people putting themselves in situations we in, or so I'll say something about that. You know what, Rifleman? There are people who are held to a higher standard. Now, this might not be the direction that's most comfortable, or you might disagree with me going in this direction, but it's true. Always thought about police shootings. People get so upset about police shootings, and then some people come out and say, but people get shot every day. We don't protest when this guy shoots that guy. Why do we protest with police shootings? And I tried to come up with an analogy for that in my mind. And this is the analogy I came up with that hopefully will help illustrate why people get so upset about police shootings. At least one of the reasons. It's not the only reason, maybe, but it's one of the reasons. Imagine you go to college. So everybody is an adult. Imagine there's two fraternities that have a problem with each other and they're fighting, they're beating each other up, blah, blah, blah. That would be a problem, right? And that would be a cause for concern. Two frats that are just added. But imagine that the college administrators, the football, let's say the football team coaches, the basketball team coaches, say they had a problem with one of the fraternities and them being bigger, stronger, and let's just say overall overpowered compared to the frat. Say they were doing raids on the frat. That would cause a whole different type of concern on the college. Now, the end result, the amount of broken bones, the amount of black eyes, the amount of whatever's could be exactly the same when one frat is going against the other as when all of the sports coaches are going against the frat. It literally could turn out the same, but the feeling would be different because the coaches are in a position of authority. The coaches are in a position of esteem. The coaches have more responsibilities and are held to a higher standard than the students. So while it's the same outcome, this many broken bones, this many black eyes, this many busted noses, this many whatever, the feeling among the people would be different when it's the people in charge, when it's the people who are assigned to help you, when it's the people who are assigned to guide you, when they're the ones who are beating you down. You get a different feeling than when the people who are to be guided, when the people who need help, when the people who need direction, when they're beating each other down. So yes, people who need guidance, who need help, who need direction, they may even beat each other down at a much higher rate. But the moment somebody who's there to help you, who has more authority, who has more experience, who has a position of prestige in society, comes and starts beating you down, people are just going to have a more visceral reaction, even if when you add it all up, the amount of those beat downs pales to and is far less than the amount of the people who need help beating each other down. That could be 100 times more. But the moment the person who's supposed to be helping is participating in the beatdown, people are going to have a more visceral reaction. So I'm not necessarily justifying, I'm definitely not justifying people on the street level doing things to each other. I'm just telling you my way of understanding the difference in reaction. So I definitely do think that street level people, lower level, meaning from societal perspective, it is incumbent upon them. It's incumbent upon society and upon them to work things out and to help and to figure out a way that these things don't happen. 100%. But also by way of explanation, the people who have those esteemed positions in society are going to get a higher level of scrutiny, oftentimes because they have those higher levels, because they're supposed to be the people helping, because many times they volunteered or sought the position to be a helper. And when they prove not to be a helper, then it's like, you didn't even have to apply for this job. Like, you could have done anything with your life if you weren't going to help and we trusted you. So I think it's not justifying anything that's happening on the street, but it's definitely an explanation of the difference, in my opinion, in the reaction to people. So that would be my way of looking at it. I do think people on the street level deserve criticism and deserve to be held to a standard. But frankly, this entire trial is holding the guys to a standard. That's what this trial is about. I think other people would also say there is no trial for the person who was supposed to help, who has that position of authority and prestige, who seems to be doing their job in a way that's hurting. There is no trial for that person. So that's another thing that rubs people the wrong way, is these guys are on trial. So they're on trial for killing people. They're on trial for selling drugs. They're on trial for basically doing the worst things that you can do in our society. They are on trial. We're watching it. But the people who are putting them on trial, who many people feel are doing that in a way that's unconscionable, there is no trial for those people. So who polices the police is the question. Who holds accountable the people who hold people accountable? Who holds those people accountable? So I think that your point is well taken. But anytime you have a person who's accused of something and then the accuser doesn't follow the rules and the accuser oversteps and then literally just breaks down all of the walls and just does whatever they want to do, the focused society is going to turn their focus to the accuser. Why? Because you gave them a special position in your life, in your society, to help you, and you start getting afraid, like, oh no, if this person can just do whatever they want, that this could be turned. I mean, it's not only bad in this situation, it could be bad for everybody always. So I think that that's where people's indignation comes in. If this trial had been prosecuted in a way that people could accept it, there would still be people who want to see the accused go free. But I think that the public outcry would have been far less. You know, I think the public outcry would have been far less. So that's my response. My response to that. I see y'all are continuing to have some. I was on my rant and I didn't get to see. Why? Because I know from spirits, I'm a street dude. You knew the job was when you took it. Don't cry now. So again, I know you probably aren't replying to me. Maybe you're replying to other people. But again, isn't part of being a street dude and really any human to try to get out of trouble whenever you can? I mean, if you could cry to get out of trouble, a lot of people are going to take that. But the public is upset with the prosecution. The public is upset with the prosecution. Does that make sense? So it's because they hold the prosecution to a higher standard. And the reason they hold the public holds the prosecution to a higher standard is because we need ethical and honest people in that position, because they have so much power and they can use it in many different ways. I mean, do y'all remember the let me see if I can find this. Y'all remember the stroke of a pen thing that Kamala said? I guess I can play this now. Y'all remember the stroke of a pen thing that Kamala said? Swipe of a pen?
Prosecutor. Is that with a swipe of my pen? The power I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse.
Over. The power I have as a prosecutor. The power I have as a prosecutor.
The power I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse and stand in line. You will have to come out of pocket and hire an attorney. You may get arrested for a few hours. You will be embarrassed in your community. You will miss time from coming onto the Google campus, all because with the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with a crime, which I may choose to dismiss 2 weeks later. It's an incredible amount of power. You know, the power I have is...
Okay, so need I say more? This is why people are upset about this. They're upset because this is the kind of power people have. And when they have this kind of power, you have to believe in them, not even necessarily in their personal life, but in the way that they exercise that power in their professional life, you have to believe in them. You have to believe in them because we vest this power in them. We give it to them. We give it to them. So when it comes down to it, the reason people are upset is because they know this. With the swipe of somebody's pen, they can send you to prison. With the swipe of my pen, I can F your whole life up. Now, it's true, a street dude could do that too. But you know what? We didn't trust him. Okay? We never trusted him to be a good guy. We never nominated him to be the dude. So these are people who just took it upon themselves. Yes, it caused indignation, but we never trusted you. We trusted her. And I'm not saying that she's here admitting to any wrongdoing. I'm just playing this because it's a person who was a prosecutor who's expressing it in a way that we can all understand. So I'm not saying she did anything wrong, even though people do say that. That's not my point. My point is she's explaining the power. We entrust that into people. So it is much worse when you trust somebody, when they tell you they're going to do right by you, and you trust them and you give them an inordinate amount of power and they misuse it on you. It's worse. It's worse. Now, that's my opinion. It's worse because of the trust factor. The street dude, we never trusted street dudes to do anything. We mistrust people on the street, typically. So when they do wrong, it's like, well, that's what I thought you were going to do. That's why I didn't trust you in the first place. If they're our family and stuff, that's different. I'm just saying in general, people don't trust street dudes like they would trust the prosecutor. So when the prosecutor says this, I'm going to play it one more time because this is freaking crazy. It's not crazy. It's crazy when they misuse it, okay? I'm going to play this.
The power I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse and stand in line. You will have to come out of pocket and hire an attorney. You may get arrested for a few hours. You will be embarrassed in your community. You will miss time from coming onto the Google campus, all because with the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with a crime, which I may choose to dismiss 2 weeks later. It's an incredible amount of power. You know, the power I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen.
Okay, so she's going to repeat herself. So this is my understanding of why people get more upset when people in a position of power do things, because they have more power and they don't face the consequences at nearly a similar rate as the average man. If she decides to charge you with a misdemeanor, F your life up, at least in the short term, maybe not long term, but she complicates your life, then she dismisses those charges 2 weeks later. There's literally no penalty. On the street, if you do something wrong, there's at least a potential penalty, both from the law and from the street. She faces no penalty at all. There's no possible legal penalty against her. And very rarely would a prosecutor face a street penalty, even though it does happen sometimes, but not often. So this is why people get upset. Is the actual action any worse than a street person doing it? No. Is the result any worse for the victim? It's the same result. It might be, they're inconvenienced, they're hurt, they're whatever. But society is affected more because they trusted her. And she broke that trust. And she faces no consequences practically. Does that make sense? So I agree that people are more outraged over authority figures doing things, but I have that as my perspective as to why. That's another rant. So when she said this, y'all, I didn't talk politics before, and in her defense, she's not saying that she did these things. So I'm not taking her out of context to say that she said she did these things. She's explaining the type of power you have. So I'm not indicting her on having done this. She's simply saying if she were so inclined, she could. Right? And there would be no repercussion on her if she were to do this. She didn't say she did these things. So let me make it clear that I'm not indicating that she did these things or that she's saying she did these things, but she's saying I could do these things if I wanted to, and you couldn't do a thing about it. And that's big. That's big. I mean, that's major. So when we look at a person who we gave that power and who we trusted, who misuses it, even on people who might be guilty, even on people who might have a terrible past, we still say, this is not what we hired you for. We did not hire you to run roughshod over people. Go to the courtroom. I have the courtroom up. I have 2 feeds for the courtroom. I did see somebody's head pop around a few minutes ago, but nothing more has happened. Nothing more has happened. Oh, they are coming. Uh-oh. Whoa, hold up. You called it. There you go. Y'all hit the like button, please. You're getting a little bit more of my rants today than usual. Yeah, this kind of looks like it might be it. She wouldn't know. I don't think she would know. She might know. She might know. Hit the like button, please, people.
All right, good afternoon. The jury would like to review a couple more pieces of evidence. So whomever from the state, it's state's exhibits for the most part, I think. State's exhibit, they believe it's 227 VVA2, described as the wiretap for Garlington with Stillwell. They would like that played one time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then the jail call from a personal cell phone, Stillwell using the word rats. Please play that 2 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the third item is a Stillwell and Garlington conversation where they said, we're not sure what they said, but either going to the city or going to sea is what they wrote down. And then they would also, if it's in evidence, like to know what time that happened.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so what is the answer to that? What do we have in evidence with regard to that?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Before we get to the time, that was not a Stillwell and Garlington conversation.
Okay.
That was a conversation with Garlington and an unknown person. I can say it's not Shannon Stillwell.
Right.
I believe he was incarcerated at the time.
Okay. All right, I can
Oh, no,
correct that.
he was not incarcerated at the time. It happened on 3/14. He was not incarcerated, but that is not Stillwell talking, Mr. Stillwell talking to
All right,
Garlington.
and the state never asserted that it was.
No. No, in fact.
All right, I'd like the state to answer that one.
And I'm sorry, I'm just walking in. To answer the court's question, we never asserted that it was Mr. Stillwell that was speaking during that time.
And I
And
believe
y'all agree that it's an unknown person?
No, we believe that it is Garlington's song.
Right, Garlington's one of the speakers. As to the other speaker,
I believe that
the other member of the conversation,
Talking to Boyer, DeMarco Boyer.
DeMarco Boyer, everyone agrees. Okay, so I'll just.
Your Honor, I don't know that it would be proper to comment on who it is.
That's not a comment if it is in evidence and all sides agreed. I mean, is it in evidence that it was DeMarco Boyer?
Investigator
I
Viverito.
believe Investigator Viverito testified that he was speaking with DeMarco Boyer.
Okay, so I'll just say that the evidence reflects.
Or the testimony.
The only evidence is that.
Your Honor, I'm just getting clear what the question was from.
Yeah, so, I mean, what they wrote down is Stillwell and Garlington conversation where they said going to the city or going to see. I would think it would be appropriate to say, okay, we'll play that, but FYI, what is in evidence is that that conversation was between Garlington and Boyer.
Okay. Court is open for one more.
Sure. And that's, again, obviously, if the only information and evidence is that, if there's any conflict, that's a different thing, but.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine you would get that you could be in a more stressful situation than he's in right now. You can see looks like the wound on the top of Yak's head, maybe, where he got the staples.
I mean, if the state doesn't want to agree with that, then I think the appropriate answer is there is no conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington referring to going to the scene or a city.
Or can we just play the call?
No.
You can play the call, but it is incorrect. I mean, it's entirely misleading to let them think, okay, here's your requested conversation between Stillwell and Garlington, and not say, by the way, the evidence that is before you does not show it to be a conversation between Stillwell and Garlington. It shows it to be a conversation between DeMarco Boyer and Garlington. So if you're not okay with that, then I will do the answer that is suggested by Mr. Sharp.
No, Your Honor, we prefer that you just clarify that it's a conversation between Boyer and Garlington.
See? Okay. This is what I was just talking about. This is exactly what I was just talking. It sounds like they want to keep the jury under a misunderstanding.
And then what about with regard to the question about what time that happened?
I thought it's my recollection, Your Honor, that when we would publish it, we would say at least the dates of the call. I thought we said the time too. We said the date and the time, so we would pull that up and make sure.
All right.
Yes.
And is the state in agreement? Is 227 VVA2? Is that the conversation about the that clean? I don't know. Okay. Appreciate it. Right. This was
I don't even get that, y'all. Like, the whole world is watching. You know what I'm saying? You gonna try that?
Yes. And I'm sorry, I think I got to go look for something that you asked me.
I can't hear you. I can hear that you're talking, but.
Never mind.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell y'all something though, real quick. This should signal to everybody that's watching right now that there are people on the jury who want to vote not guilty, who want to vote guilty on this. Okay, let's say it again. This should signal to everybody that there's 1, 2, or more people on this jury who are leaning toward guilty. There's no other reason you would want to hear this evidence. So at this moment, all of the argumentation is done. Max cannot say a word to the jury to help his client. And there's at least somebody, if not multiple people, on this jury right now. There must be a debate. There must be two sides. But there's at least a side who's saying, well, he said this. Well, you remember he said he wanted to ride back around and see? Remember that? Something like that's happening. Even if it's not exactly that, something along those lines is happening. It's not like we said, oh, there's reasonable doubt. There's a third car, reasonable doubt. It's not that, y'all. It's not that. Because if it were just the car, if it were just a reasonable doubt from the third car, this would have been done. Or, you know, they wouldn't need this additional. So they might be trying to alleviate a doubt. They might be saying, oh, no, he didn't say that. He said, remember, he said he was riding around the city. No, I remember he said C. That would be the person who's leaning toward guilty. So we can infer, I think, pretty reasonably that there's at least one person, if not multiple, who are, you know, who are thinking about this more in terms of guilty than not guilty. I think that's a pretty reasonable inference. Beyond that, of course, we don't know, but you know, Patron, no problem. So the jury, y'all, anybody who's just popping in, the jury is asking to hear a couple of calls, the Garlington call, and y'all, what was the other call they wanted to hear? The Garlington call and another call, I think. And it seemed like the state was the jury was under a misapprehension about who was on a particular call. They thought Shannon was on it, but he wasn't. And it seemed like the state was trying to say, hey, Judge, we don't have to tell them that Shannon wasn't on the call, which is wild, because not that it has anything to do with me, but I just went on a 30-minute rant practically about how we put so much faith and trust in prosecutors. And the first thing we see is the prosecutors apparently trying to allow the jury to be misled unnecessarily. Something very easily you can clear up with literally one sentence. You know? You can clear this whole thing up with one sentence. For your information, Shannon was definitely not on this call. Garlington was speaking to someone else who we believe to be Boyer. Bow. Done. Done. So. Max Sharp predictably didn't go for it. Shannon is understandably looking like his whole life is on the line, because in a sense it is. Y'all, I want to provide y'all this context. I went back and looked at the plea negotiations. And do y'all know that Yak's plea deal was 20 years to serve 15? So Yak Gotti, I don't want to say rolled the dice, but he risked it. Oh yeah, there go the staples. You can see him. Yeah, my man got like 10 staples in his head, maybe more. Hey, you can see those staples. So Yak had a deal on the table of a 20-year sentence, served 15. Shannon had 60, served 40. I think it was 60, served 40. If I was Yak, I'd be like, when the jury come in, I'd be like this, yo.
Mr. Chart, did you get your answer to?
I would
what
make
that
them look at
particular
these
first
stables,
exhibit
yo.
was?
I'd be like this the
227
whole time.
VVA2.
Dude, you think not?
So the jail, excuse me, the wiretap call, Your Honor, is actually 437 VV. And so.
Which one are you talking about?
So the entire wiretap is 437 VV, and
Okay.
then we just addressed each one as we published it.
Okay.
So 227 VV AD is a separate exhibit altogether.
What is 227 VVA2?
Y'all, 20 serve 15 is not a life sentence. I mean, the man is 30 something.
Is there a, did you say 447 is the entirety of it?
437.
437? Is there a 437 VVA2?
No, so all the 227s are the
Think not?
phone excerpts.
Okay. Is there a phone excerpt that is VVA 227 VVA2?
But as we can see, let's not minimize the 15 because
Yes.
look what happened to him now.
So and what is that?
Unique says, I hate to hear it say VV. Yo, I'm telling you, I don't know why they didn't put on at least a brief 1 or 2 day case for this drinks thing. I just don't know why. Now all of the juries, practically all their questions has to do with drinks. You could have answered all these questions for them when you put on your case. You know, y'all, again, I'm not trying to second guess, but all of these questions the jury has are about drinks. You could have brought your own experts in, your own people in to contradict all of this drinks testimony, and they might not have these questions. Now you having to leave it up to them, and you can't say anything. You cannot put a daggone word on any of these questions they have. All you can do is play the evidence.
227 VV2A.
D. Haven says they don't believe the state. But D. Haven, why are they asking to see this evidence then? Because somebody in that jury, there's somebody or some people who are leaning toward guilty. That's the only possible explanation. Because if they were all leaning toward not guilty based on the evidence and the cross-examination and the closing statements, they wouldn't need to ask twice for more drinks-related evidence. One of those songs was related to DT. I think the other one might have been drinks-related. I'm not sure. But you have the footage from that night. You got the gas station footage. You have the footage from the FedEx. Now they want to hear wiretaps again related to drinks. If they aren't buying it, why aren't they going home right now? Why aren't they not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, and going home? They in here wrestling with this evidence as they should, but that means that there's a wrestle, that there's at least two sides to it. Now you could very well have a majority on one side and 1 or 2 people or 3 saying, but didn't he say I wanted to see? And no, everybody's like, no, remember they said that he said riding around the city? No, I thought he said he see. So, okay, well, let's just go play it. So we can, so it might be that, but that would still mean there's somebody.
Could you just, for the first part that they identified as 227 VVA2, could you just repeat the descriptor that they gave?
Wiretap. I don't know if it says for or from.
For or from Garlington with Stillwell. That's all that it's described as.
So they may have the wrong number, Your Honor, because 227 VV2A are the excerpts from Mr. Huey's phone that have are excerpts from Mr. Huey's phone. So it's not the wiretap at all.
Okay, well, who's having the conversation that is VV2A?
VV2A is between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams in a phone excerpt. So they're not wiretap calls at all.
All right,
And it's also 2A instead of A2.
yeah.
Your Honor, would it be inappropriate to ask the jury foreperson for clarification?
That's the only thing you could do.
No. All right, so is there a wiretap for Garlington with Stillwell?
Yes, there is.
And what is that exhibit number?
That's 437 VV. And then we published April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m., which is that wiretap call.
Is that the only thing from there that you published?
That's the only call between Garlington and Stillwell that we published. Well, excuse me, no, it's not.
Huh?
You did say that. Somebody said it. Maybe it was you.
I think we published
That's
multiple
scary.
between Garlington and Stillwell.
I believe there were two.
There were two that we published between Garlington.
Multiple and two. Okay. And what were those two exhibit numbers?
They are all 437 VV, but the dates are different. So one is April 1st.
At 12:29, what, PM or AM?
$12:29 a.m.
Okay, and what's the other one?
Of course, another.
That would have been March 17th.
It was March. It was before.
March 16th.
And y'all didn't further define them beyond like 437 VV. They weren't like anything for these. They were just demarked by the time.
Yes.
Okay, and the date. Okay. All right. All right, so what I propose to do is say there is no 227 VVA2. There's a 227 VV2A, which is a phone conversation between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. And there are two wiretap excerpts, both 437 VV, between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell, and then see if that helps at all.
And Your Honor, I have the other call between Mr. Stillwell and Mr.
Garlington?
Yes.
Okay, and it's what date and time?
That is going to be the 12th of March, 2022 at 12:49 p.m.
Okay, and can you possibly give me a bullet summary of what each one, is about?
Yes, the March 12th, 2022 is Mr. Stillwell telling Mr. Garlington that he, Toonk, and Big Nick went to go look for someone, but don't tell anyone or don't tell nobody.
Okay.
And then the April 1st is the conversation where they discuss Miles Farley and then also discuss a car clean.
A what?
The car being cleaned.
And they also
Being cleaned or being clean?
Being clean.
I'll just say the car. How about that?
And they also discussed in the beginning of that call that the police were making assumptions and just saw them at the video.
All right,
On the video.
I'll just say there too, and then do you want to hear them both? How about that?
One distinction maybe.
Or what's the topic?
One is prior to Mr. Drink's death, and one is after Mr. Drinks' death.
Okay,
Be able to
all right.
help them.
Okay, and then moving down to the time that the Stillwell Garlington conversation that mentioned going to wherever, the time, did you publish the time that that conversation occurred? The date and time?
Going to,
So
going back through the city, or whatever version.
whatever was said, was it published, what time, what date and time it was when that conversation occurred?
Yes, and that conversation was March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
Okay,
And that was the one between Garlington and Boyer.
yeah, all right.
And you're right, I'm sorry. There is one more call between, but this is between Garlington and Stillwell, and I think Farley is in the background from March 16th at about 12:22, which is after the house gets raided.
And is this a
Wiretap call.
wiretap?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm sorry, that's at 4:33 a.m.
At what date?
March 16th
At
4:33 a.m.
All right, so they heard three different discussions between Garlington and Stillwell that were wiretap discussions. Okay. All right. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Court's indulgence. We're just, one of the calls, Your Honor, was redacted, so we want to make sure we have the redacted call.
This is tense, man. Yeah, the jury's going to come out. The judge is going to ask them these questions. They should answer.
The jail call is also a redaction as well, so we just want to make sure that we have the redacted version of the call, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So the jury should answer. Hopefully they'll know what they were talking about. They answer, then the prosecution will play the evidence for them. Y'all, for anybody who did not know this, Yak Gotti, who is seated in court right now, has staples in his head somewhere around here. He got stabbed last night, or at some point yesterday, he got stabbed in a fight or an altercation in jail. Yak got stabbed, and looks like he's okay. But that just adds to the tension that's happening here. You have a guy whose head is stapled shut right now. Yeah, so Judge Whitaker's going to bring the jury in. She's going to tell them, hey, these are the questions you have, but we have these questions about your questions. Could you clarify? The jury should clarify, and then based on what they say, the prosecution should play the jail calls or whatever wiretap calls they have that the jury's looking to hear. Yeah, Mr. Vegas, hey, good to see you, sir. Again, it's sensitive, criticizing the defense. Because they're the ones that have the most on the line. They have the most to lose, frankly. And but with that said, I think they could have made a lot of headway by putting on even a brief case, particularly in Shannon's case. Some of these questions that are coming up, you would have wanted them not to have right now. And you could have helped them not have that question by giving them the answer with the way you present your case. So, but they made their decision. The problem is now Max is a lawyer. He wants to explain something to them. I'm sure deep down inside, every fiber of his body wants to provide context, wants to explain, wants to say this doesn't mean this and this might mean that, but he can't do that now. He can't do it now. He cannot provide context. He can't give them the maybe this and the could be that and the connection here, and he can't talk to him. So he wouldn't, even if he had put on a case, he wouldn't be able to talk to them directly. But some of these questions they might not have had if he had, So again, I'm not trying to be respectful again, because his client is the one who's on the line, whose life is on the line. The prosecutors are, if they lose, they go home. If the defense loses, they don't. But this is definitely something you would have wanted to anticipate, and you would have wanted to cast all of this evidence in the best light possible for your client. And the way you do that is put on your case. Lauren, we are waiting for the jury to enter. They have requested to hear a couple of calls that were wiretapped, that were recorded, but the court is not sure, based on the jury's descriptions of the calls. The court is not sure which calls they're actually interested in hearing. So they're going to bring them in, ask some clarification questions, and presumably go ahead and play the calls for the jury to further consider. I have the inclination that the jury has already decided Yak Gotti's charges and that they've wrapped that up, and that pretty much all of today they've been wrestling with Shannon's charges. They asked questions earlier in the day, and they were about Shannon in particular, not about him, but they want to see evidence related to charges that Shannon is facing. Now it's the second time today that they want to see more evidence. They asked about lyrics evidence today. The jury wanted to hear two songs that Shannon made, which, I don't see any way that could be good for you. It could be good that once they hear it, maybe they don't hear what they thought they would hear. But the fact that they want to hear it, definitely not good, in my opinion. I thought they would give it, yes, no. That would be nice, unique, but that's not the way they do it. So the jury does not have, say, an hour to work with the evidence, to play it back, to rewind it, to slow it down, to zoom in. They play the evidence for the jury in court, and then they have to essentially go back to the jury room and remember what they just saw. So, I don't know. They listen, y'all. What we focused on, people, was the
What is it that we're still trying to sort out?
Just confirming that we think we're 99% sure it's the redacted version that was played, but we just want to make sure.
What we focused on was the third car. What y'all should now be clear of, unless the jury's just
this call is the one where there's a brief reference where Shannon Stillwell says, do what I did and don't say anything to the police, talking about invoking your lawyer. So as Ms. Hilton just said, I created a Dropbox that I sent to Mr. Sharp with the redacted ones. I personally redacted it.
Right.
So I'm 99.99% sure, because I went to that same Dropbox, but just out of extreme caution, I'm re-listening to make sure that specific part is removed.
Okay.
And then for the jail call as well, there was a redaction. And so Mr. Abati is listening to the jail call to confirm that this is that redacted one, so we don't have any issues.
Your Honor,
yes.
Maybe you've already explained this to us, and I just am not tracking. When the jury comes out regarding their first request, my proposal, my suggestion is we inform them that the exhibit number they gave doesn't track to what they're describing. And we inquire from, I guess, the four person in a non-leading way to describe the call,
I like this.
either by date or by topic. I don't want to play all three calls because they didn't request us to play all three calls.
How about if I say that the exhibit number that they requested isn't what they described, that is a phone conversation between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, and that the wiretapped conversations between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are 437 VV. There were 3 of them. Could they tell us the topic?
See, Max,
or the general topic? Okay.
Max is trying not to open up more questions from the jury.
227 VV2A are text messages.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Text messages between Mr. Huey.
Okay, thank you.
That's going to be a big question, Slim Life, because unless the jury's
Can you repeat the language that you were going to use regarding?
Yes, that there are wiretap conversations between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell. Those are State's Exhibit 437 VV. There were 3 of them. Could they give us a general idea about the topic?
Thank you. And then could you also tell us the language you were going to use regarding the clarification between the wiretap call that is Garlington and Boyer versus Garlington and Stillwell?
I was going to say that's from number 3. I was going to say that the conversation where whatever was said, whether it's going to the city, going to sea, or something else, was not a conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington. The evidence before them is that it was a conversation between Mr. Garlington and DeMarco Boyer.
That I had I was asking if the court would be inclined. It's a similar statement that the call they are describing was admitted as a call between Garlington and Boyer. But the way that the court just sort of put it, it's essentially the same thing. So either one. As long as there's no objection.
See, Max got to object to this. Because if he lets this
once we're informed of that, we inquire knowing.
Do they still want to hear it?
Do you still want to hear it or not?
Man, I wouldn't want them playing any calls. Shoot, forget that.
So whenever y'all let me know you're ready, we'll get the jury in.
I wouldn't want, so the problem is they misidentified the call. So once they ask, do you still want to play the call? Yeah, go ahead and play it. Why not? We're here. You know what I'm saying? You still want us to play the call? Yes. All right. Let's do a poll. I'm going to just say, will they still play the call? So this is the call that's between Garlington and Boyer. So the jury thought this was a call between Garlington and Shannon. They're going to tell the jury, hey, no, it's not between Garlington and Shannon. It's between Garlington and Boyer. And the question is, will the jury still say, yeah, go ahead and play it? Or will they say, nah, we thought it was with Shannon, so we don't need you to play it? That's the question. I don't know, Miss Tina, Mrs. Tina. That's the question. Why play it? I think that's the riding around trying to see or riding around the city. Somebody's holding out for sure. But which way are they holding out, Eric? This comes back to my question I was making, or my comment I was making earlier. You just don't know. You just don't know. Juror 56 is holding out. But holding out which way? Holding out as in everybody thinks guilty and 56 is holding out to not guilty, or everybody thinks not guilty and somebody's holding out to guilty. So who's in the minority? Who's the holdout? Guilty or not guilty? Who's in the minority? If hung jury, will they retry? Yes, they will. If it's on the murder, if it's on either murder, particularly drinks, they retry. I have very little doubt about that. If it's on that other stuff, I don't know. Robin, they didn't have the benefit like we do of watching this stuff over and over and over again. They're actually at a disadvantage. Like, frankly, I understand why they would be confused. They supposed to see everything once and just understand it, while we get to sit at home and talk about it and convince each other of this and watch it back 50 times and, you know.
Ready for the jury.
So Pearl, they're asking for more than just songs. So if they had only asked about the songs, if that were the only questions they had, that would be very concerning. It's still concerning they're asking about the songs, but they're asking about video evidence. They're asking about what an attorney said. They're asking about wiretaps and all kinds of stuff. So it's not just the songs. 7 and 5 saying not guilty. Could be. Y'all remember they have not seen this evidence the way we've seen it. They haven't. Unless they were, sorry people, unless they were not doing their job, meaning they were doing investigations at home as they weren't supposed to. SD, no verdict is coming just yet. This is just to ask questions. I'm going to answer this question in a minute. Weinstein is very relaxed. 2 questions today, and none of them have to do with this guy.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. I need a little bit of clarification on a couple of your items. So the first thing you requested is what you wrote was State's Exhibit 227 VVA2, which you described as a wiretap for Garlington with Stillwell. There is no 227 VV A2. There is a 227VV2A. However, that is text between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, which, based on the description, I would surmise is not what you want. Am I correct about that? All right. There is wiretap of conversations between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell. They are all marked 437VV, and there were 3 of them presented. Could you all give me a little bit of an idea of kind of the general topic? And then we could narrow it down to the one you actually want, hopefully.
So it should be a conversation that something was not found in the car.
Something was not found in the car, is that what you said?
Correct. Yes.
All right.
Car was clean.
I think we know what you mean. All right, so that is going to be the one that is, correct me if I'm wrong, State, I think I jotted down April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m.
Car was clean, that's the one.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and play that.
This is live, people.
Hello. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up? Yeah, B. Say what? Yeah, B. What's up, man? What the hell going? Man, shit, right here, listen to this new weapon. Huh? I said, right here, listen to this new young boy. What you got going? Good night?
Yeah, you know, I can't hit you on that other phone. Shit, bro. I'm fuck on that motherfucker.
For real? Are you on? Oh, this another one? No, it's that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Hey, yeah, bro. I know. I said, I ain't just like FaceTime how to say. That's what you right. I tell I ain't forgot about it.
I really can't respond to. I just like, yeah. I can't, man. That motherfucker. They don't fuck tripping on that motherfucker.
For real, man.
Yeah. I said one shit. I'm gonna go straight to my mama house. I had stabbed out that motherfucker.
Yeah. But yeah, she told me they had to move your style.
Yeah.
Right now, like what on North inside?
Nah, I'm with Fred.
You with Fred?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And their daughter Fred.
They do. Yeah, they. Damn. Somebody said it. T-Rock was up there with you or something?
Yeah, T-Rock was downstairs with me.
Yeah, cause somebody asked me in the hood. They're like, bro down there with T-Rock. I ain't no T-Rock locked up.
Yeah. What the hell been going on? Everything. What the hell? What's up with Trump, man? What the hell you doing? Trump crazy like that.
What you doing?
Just Trump crazy about all that little shit there.
You talking crazy about Miles?
Nah, it's about me talking about Miles and shit.
But I ain't on TV. I ain't heard of that.
Yeah, it's a lot of little shit I told boy.
Yeah.
Had me blow.
They blow?
Had me blow.
Oh, yeah. I ain't talk to him. That's the only person I be talking to is Miles.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he be asking like what's going on. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What the hell?
But like order. Damn, bro. But like them order.
Everything smooth though.
Yeah, I know it. I already know that.
They just got they on Miles though.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know why the fuck he can get out the car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like they just saying about the jump. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that like y'all ain't did, man, kill him. So
that's what I keep telling goddamn Lil. I keep telling him like, just chill. Like I know.
Yeah, cause they saying he panicked.
Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like they just doing that cut. They seen as it got gas. It's like just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling him all the time. I'm like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling him, I'm in cat. Listen, bro. No, just tell him before you want to talk, bro. Like,
Not one word.
yeah.
Up down or what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Hell yeah. I ain't know that though, like so I didn't tell him how that. But I stay telling them like, hey, bro, but like hip hop just called me, they're like, you heard? And I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm like, shit, I know. I'm like, I keep in contact through. You know what I'm saying? They folk. I ain't turning on the phone. I'm like, he don't understand that anyway though.
Yeah, I ain't doing that anyway.
Yeah, I already know you ain't. I already know.
Yeah. Hey, ugly though, boy, I need you.
I know. I already know that. I told her like I told her you 1,000. She said 800
I told her like tell him I need 1,000, but anything in between, just got down.
Oh no, yeah. She ain't telling that, but bro, you know I got.
Yeah.
I know, like, but I talked to one call today, and she told me tell y'all to like be patient, cause she haven't had I talked to her. She DM me.
Who White?
Yeah. She like, man, just tell them like, and no, before they gonna leave them folk like that, and I like, just tell them to be patient. It was a day, good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, just tell them to be patient, bro. Bro, I got it.
I already know that part. I just like I know like how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. Like I've been just trying to keep Buddy calm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do that, bro. Yeah, bro.
I don't really be liking that co-defendant shit. That shit help me all out, like.
Yeah. But then I thought that was telling somebody what the hell is she saying? Foreign farming.
Who?
She told me they something about foreign farming.
The cap.
Yeah. She really called me telling me to be careful. I was a corn out. And they would little thing. I ran into the boy little place by myself.
Yeah?
Yeah, I ran into him. Yeah. I ran into him by myself like that. So you showing the boy see me turn head.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. But like, we was on live and coding nobody be on my page and shit. So I don't know who told us. I had a video check like, bro, when I ain't run. I say, nigga, you ain't run. You damn sure turn your head, bad though.
Huh?
I say, nah, I ain't say you ran. You damn sure touch your head when you see me though.
Yeah.
I ain't knowing what you on. I'm like, listen, bro. You know what's going on. Like before all this shit, like Shadow was straight.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, but you know what's going on. Like, he like, bro, ain't no problem with you, bro, with everybody. I'm like, listen, bro. You know how this shit is, bro. You know how this shit go. Like, I'm like, yo, I used to speak to you and everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on no more, bro. I'm like, y'all, nigga. I'm like, yeah, that's on TV. I'm like, man, I had a little corn right now. I told corn to be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now they just made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland at the store with sticks and shit. Like, yeah, all in hot hood. I'm like, they're out.
Man, they on some, man. So I be saying stay away from that. That's police shit.
Yeah, man.
That's 12 shit. I ain't with that.
Yeah. Damn, man.
It's all good. Everything.
I know it. So you still ain't got no money right now? Like they won't take no payment?
They ain't really saying, but I ain't really saying that. He just really like, just chill, be patient. Like same thing. White tell you.
Yeah. Okay. So I ain't been around like Dallas say they ain't talking to nobody. Like they say they like, bro, I ain't never seen that nigga hurt like that. But that nigga hurt behind that shit.
I think that's the one he really fucked with.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, man. Everyone talk your ass too, bro.
Yeah. What the hell?
That nigga wasn't
Who? I heard.
Yeah. No, I could be funny, but free wife and
Yeah.
yeah. Right.
They had to tell me that shit. I'm like, man, that man helped 12 in here.
Man, what? The phone them say they call him, phone be surrounding them. They say he running the police in the game shit. Like they say like he got police like he probably don't know, but like they some folk like they watching his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they following his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they said they were finna do it. We got 12 pulled them over or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't trip though. Something on him. I don't know what he on.
Yeah.
I'll tell him boy about this shit. I was like, man. He like, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know. Like, home be got tripping.
Yeah.
Like on the other one, like people like, man, I stand on more. Man, I fought with you, but home on the other. I think about that on some female shit.
Man, I don't know, man. Yeah, I ain't on DB. I ain't heard nothing about that though.
Yeah.
But I ain't even talked. Only time we talked to him, I talked to him like the same night y'all got locked up.
You gotta add when you call boy, you gotta add boy what you say, cause I can't really say like, cause she won't really just tell me like in detail, but she just beating around the bush. I really be telling her, man, shit the fuck up.
Yeah.
On that one night, cause I ain't going for that strand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know I got you, bro. I had the law. I'm trying to get down. I just had to take care of got down. I know I got you though, bro. You got to got down the whole time, bro. I know how that shit is. Like I'm knowing like it, like nigga need this shit. Like
yeah.
I ain't got you, bro. I'm here with you, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
I ain't gonna, like, I ain't gonna ask a word, but like, cause like, I don't even have to say your name. Like, she know who I be talking about. I don't be talking about nobody else, but I ain't gonna hit you on that motherfucker. Like, ever. You know what I'm saying? But, everything really good, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm like, I heard that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, that shit was fast as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is, just assuming.
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them, they gunpowder, forensic, all this shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. What the hell, Trim and you're still in the yo.
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what I'm
saying?
LT.
Who?
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town, man. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I
Man, that be crazy.
I was telling him, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She's like, what? So you think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She can't. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be texting on, like, on tablet and shit?
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back your phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
All right.
I love you too.
All right.
All right, and the next item that you all wanted to rehear, you describe as jail call from a personal cell phone, Stillwell using the word rats, and you'd like that played 2 times. Okay.
Was that damaging? Yes or no, y'all? That last call You heard the whole thing. Was it damaging? Yes or no? No? People are saying no. Couple of one or two yeses, but mostly no's. Okay. If you think somebody did something.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, press.
Did you know that you can rent an inmate tablet device for the person that is detained? Simply go to www.securistablet.com. This tablet device will allow them to listen to music, subscribe to podcasts, look for jobs prior to release, play games, and much more. Your special introductory price is $20 per month. Yes, that's right, just $20 per month with no other fees. Please note, at this introductory price, there are no refunds. Sharing special moments has never been easier. Video Visitation offers an easy and convenient way to visit from the comfort of your home or anywhere you have internet access from your Android smartphone, tablet, or computer. Download the Securus Video Visit app in the Google Play Store or go to www.visitfromhome.net to learn more.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
When I was crying, the tears was on the screen. They kept pressing phone, so I hung up right there. I asked the phone, but they kept pressing phone. Yeah, I'm gonna just wrote me said D said what's your number.
Fuck D, bro. Fuck them nigga, bro. Oh, just like that, bro. Fuck you. Straight up, bro. I didn't say friend shit, but fuck these folks. Wish I get on tour. Fuck I wish I get on tour. So all these fuck niggas, fuck all y'all red ass niggas, man. Fuck that nigga, man.
I had anybody with D on the phone. He said, what happened to the SB in court because they just need more on charge. They didn't even take on the court.
That fuck nigga, you know what's going on. Push ass nigga.
Say it like that.
You fuck.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Okay. I said, fuck D. He, when he talked to the judge.
What you all niggas got, bro?
As I said, she just read it. She looked like she wanted it.
You texting her with your number?
Huh?
I don't got your number.
Y'all been having enough when you said, what you say? Some old shit now. Wait, what happened to baby?
That fuck nigga rat, they just went till I had went to court and they just let everything got. Tell that fuck nigga rat, him and Wood and the other people. Don't keep going with folks, that fuck nigga know what's going on. Bitch, you in love with a rat hoe.
I think we're getting a little, I don't think it's echo. I think it's coming out of two screens at once, but not exactly in unison. So let us see what we can sort out about that.
Everybody that came out today. Shit, they bring up that shit was that weak as fuck, bro. I'm talking like in their ass up.
No, do not leave her in here. This is not the time right now. Everybody get out. Everybody get out. Mom, can you get out too? Shut though. I don't know how to phone. Yeah, I'm saying, see, that's why I don't pick up my damn phone. People keep telling me that, tell Shane, keep your head up here, a real one for real.
That's all you hear. Oh, you're real. Man, that shit don't do nothing for a nigga. That shit don't make a nigga feel good. That shit don't do nothing for a nigga.
I really get out this house.
Oh, yeah. Put them brought up do what name, know what name.
Could we just confirm that everyone is on mute?
Is everybody on mute? Please be on mute if you're not on mute.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Get that shit on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. No, do Doo-wop. Oh, man. My head hurt, man. Do all like that, baby. Talk to me, nigga. Respond to me, bro. Let me feel good.
The person you called has hung up. Hello.
All right, they have it. They don't need it again. Okay, thank you. All right, and then the third thing you all describe as Stillwell and Garlington conversation where they said, quote, going to the city or quote, going to see. The conversation that you describe was admitted as a call between Garlington and DeMarco Boyer, not Garlington and Stillwell. Do y'all still want to hear it?
No.
No. Okay.
Oh, they said no.
Oh, no. You also wanted to know what time that happened. Do you still want to know what time that happened?
No.
No.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
good. That's a little win. I thought for sure they were going to say yes. Oh, that was a win. That was a win, y'all. Yeah, that's good. And it I'll wait till they wrap up to tell you my interpretation of that.
Anything for the record? All right. We'll be in recess.
All right, I'm gonna give y'all a quick interpretation of that.
What time will be going until today?
No.
Okay.
But I'll, obviously once they go home, I'll let y'all know that you don't need to stand by any longer.
Y'all, I think that's really good because listen, we're gonna make a mountain out of a molehill, right? We're gonna take a little thing, a no, and blow it up. So that's all we have right now. But I think that no is good. Let me tell you why. Because they asked to hear it, right? So the fact that they asked to hear this thing, and the judge says, well, it wasn't really the people who you thought it was. The jury, first of all, is lost, right? Because if they weren't so lost, they would still 100% have wanted to hear that call. Can we agree with that? Can y'all all agree with me that the jury doesn't know what's going on? And if they did know what was going on, they would have still wanted to hear that call because Boyer was there. Boyer was in one of those two cars. So once she said Boyer, they probably were like, oh, we don't know who he is. So they just said, nah, we don't need to hear it. But Boyer was there too. So of course you want to hear that call. Of course you want to hear that call. But this just kind of denotes that they don't even know who Boyer is. Right? Right or wrong? Because Boyer was there on the scene. I mean, he was there in either Shannon's car or in Quay's car. So, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, they absolutely should have wanted to hear that call, even if Shannon wasn't on the call. So they don't seem like they really know what's going on. Yeah, Shannon's the one who's on trial. But if somebody who's in the car with the person on trial for shooting said he wants to ride back past to see the scene of the shooting, that would make a big difference. right? So if Shannon's accused of doing a shooting with Garlington in the car, and later that night or a few hours later, Garlington's like, yeah, I'm gonna ride back around and see that. You would want to know that as a juror. But because they said he was talking to Boyer, who they probably like, who's Boyer? Boyer was also either in that car or the other car with him. They're like, nah, we don't need to hear that one. They don't have any clue, probably, that Boyer was one of the people in one of those two cars. So basically, the jury is lost. This means that Shannon didn't circle back to see the scene. But Jamaica Sweet, the testimony was always that Garlington was the one who said that. So again, this would show that they're lost. There was never any testimony or insinuation or any implication that Shannon said that. So who Garlington was talking to when he said that, whether he was talking to Shannon or he was talking to another guy in the car, it shouldn't matter. If you want to hear him say that, it shouldn't matter if he said it to Shannon or the other dude in the car. You should want to hear it, is my point. Because at no point did anybody ever say that Shannon said it. Does that make sense? So the jury's clearly lost. They clearly don't know what the heck is going on. I shouldn't say clearly. Let me not say that. I'm rambling, and I withdraw that. I retract that last statement. The jury is apparently lost, not clearly. The jury apparently doesn't know what's happening. Maybe they are looking at evidence differently. There's no other way to look at that, Mr. Vegas. If three guys are in a car, one of the guys is accused of shooting, and you want to hear one of the other guys in the car who's also on trial for murder. Maybe the jury doesn't know that part, but you want to hear him say to one of the guys I'm riding back around to see, yes, I want to hear that. Well, what if he wasn't talking to the one guy? He was talking to the other guy in the car. Oh, no, I don't need to hear it. What? How? Of course you still need to hear it. If you need to hear it, you need to hear it. Now, if he was talking to somebody who wasn't in the car, he was talking to his girlfriend, he was talking to somebody who had nothing to do with anything, then I could kind of see like, nah, we don't need to hear it. But if he's talking to anybody who was in the car, you have the exact same reason to want to hear it, in my opinion. Boyer was in the fourth car. So the testimony is that Boyer was in either Shannon's car or in Quay's car. That's the testimony. So where he was actually at, we don't know. But the testimony puts him in, I think the testimony puts him in Quay's car, actually. I think the testimony and the deduction puts him in the passenger seat of Quay's car. I think that's where the deduction puts him. Who said Boyer was there? Vivarito. Vivarito says Boyer was there. Vivarito puts Boyer, I believe, in the passenger seat of Quay's car. Jurors can only be lost not understanding the cause. Yeah, they definitely are lost, y'all. They're definitely lost because, again, if I think they didn't even know that Garlington was the one who said that. I believe that the jury might have thought that Shannon was the one who said he was riding back around to see. And the moment that he said it to Garlington, and the moment they knew that Shannon wasn't even on the call, it's like, well, then he couldn't have been the one who said, but it was Garlington the whole time. Rotorhead vet. Sorry, I keep saying third car meaning possible suspect car meaning Boyer car. Well, but see, again, we have to go with what the testimony is. So while we as truth sleuths might put Boyer in that other car, the one that sped up at the end, the jury would put Boyer, if they were paying attention, in either Shannon's car or Quay's car. They wouldn't put Boyer in the third car if they're going by the testimony. Mr. Vegas says, how could anyone not be lost? No, and yes, I'm not saying, I know I'm kind of laughing And sometimes, you laugh at stuff that's not funny. So y'all give me some grace on that, okay? We're all lost to some extent. And I have said many times that I don't think anybody understands this case completely. I don't think there's a human alive that has a 100% grasp on this entire case. So on some level, we're all lost. I thought it was during closing she said that. Do we need to go back to Vivarito, y'all? If y'all remember when, you know what, I made a video about this. I'll make a video about everything. So I'm going to show y'all the Boyer testimony real quick. Because this kind of is a little bit of a big deal. And the judge just said she doesn't know till what time they're going today. So we're gonna rock with this. Let me show y'all this video I made about this. I'll be making all kinds of videos. Let me see. I want to find a video where they're talking about Boyer. Which one was that? Yak beat the state. Oh, crap, y'all. I don't know which one I was talking about Boyer in. Vivarito had the watch. That was a big one. All right, I got to find this Boyer video, y'all. I started that video off showing. I'm gonna just search the transcript and see if Shark talks about Boyer. Y'all, Boyer was arrested later for another shooting, and he's currently in custody. FYI. Let's just watch some of this. We'll see what he says.
Based on your investigation, you said Boyer was at the gas station.
Correct.
And you also said, well, you were about to say, and then I cut you off. Boyer, your investigation has concluded that Boyer was in Mr. Nichols' car.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So there you have it. Okay. Did y'all hear that? I'm going to play it one more time. So for everybody here who just heard the judge say, now let me paint the picture for y'all. There's 2 cars only according to the state's case. There's only 2 cars. You have 1 car with Garlington and Shannon in it. You have a second car with Quay Nichols, Boyer, and Miles Farley. Quay Nichols, Miles Farley, Shannon, and Garlington have all been charged with the Drinks murder. Boyer has not been charged with the Drinks murder, people. 4 people were charged with the Drinks murder. One of those people is not Boyer, even though he was in one of the 2 cars. Okay? Now, so imagine you're on the jury. You think that Shannon was on a call with Garlington and that one of those 2 said, I'm about to ride back around and see. That's what the state's telling you. Either Shannon or Garlington said, I'm going to ride back around and see. Well, remember, Shannon, Garlington, Boyer, Nichols, and Farley were all in the 2 cars. So the judge says to you, no, Shannon and Garlington didn't have that conversation. That was Garlington and Boyer. Well, Garlington was in the car with Shannon and Boyer was in the other car. And the jury's like, yeah, we don't need to hear it now. And it's like, those are still people in the 2 cars. One was in one car, one was in the other. So if you are trying to piece this together, that's still something since you're there and they could just play it for you. Why wouldn't you just listen to that again? Does that make sense? So Mr. Vega says, what was the jury's question? Well, they said they wanted to hear the call. We don't know for sure what they were listening for. I would imagine they were listening for that part because that's the part that I think Viverito testified to, but we don't know for sure that that's what they were going to key in on. Maybe they're over it, but I'm going to play this one more time. I'm going to play it from a little bit before.
I'm going to talk to you about specific calls that have already been played. March 14th, 2022 at 9:59 p.m. It's call 335. Okay. It's a call where you testified, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was a call between Demekion Garlington and a gentleman named DeMarco Boyer.
That is correct.
Okay. And that's at 9:59 p.m.
Correct.
Do you know how many 9:59 and how many seconds? Are you aware of that?
I would have to look at the log for the seconds.
Okay. And in that call, Garlington instructs Boyer to switch to video.
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on your investigation, you said Boyer was at the gas station.
Correct.
And you also said, well, you were about to say, and then I cut you off. Boyer, your investigation has concluded that Boyer was in Mr. Nichols' car.
Correct.
Okay, so, and you're basing that on your investigation. You're also basing it on the fact that Miles Farley in that video, when he goes back to the car, gets into the back seat at the BP.
That, and there are calls from the wire that say that he's in the car. Yes.
Fair. So this call at 9:59 between Garlington and Boyer, your investigation is Garlington, this is your investigation, is Garlington is in Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi.
Correct.
And Mr. Boyer, who's not charged in
Correct.
this case, is a passenger in Mr. Nichols' Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Okay, white Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Your investigation based on the time on the surveillance video from the FedEx surveillance is that the shooting happened around 10:01 p.m., correct?
I don't know if it's based on the time on the FedEx video.
Okay, well, what's your understanding of when the shooting occurred? If you know.
I don't know how they arrived at 10:02, but I know that's when both cars pull off shortly thereafter. Within probably a minute or two, the cars pull off from the gas station.
Okay. Now, what I want to know is, it's a matter of timing. The 9:59 in however many seconds.
Okay, another alternative explanation. There are people in the jury who are arguing that Shannon was on a call with Garlington. There are other people who are arguing, no, Shannon wasn't on a call with Garlington. That was Garlington and somebody else. And somebody saying, no, I'm pretty sure it was Shannon and Garlington. And somebody's like, no, I'm pretty sure because I have here in my notes that Shannon wasn't on that call. And they're like, well, let's ask for the call and find out. We'll find out who was on the call. We'll just ask the judge to play it. So the judge comes in, she says, hey, Shannon wasn't on that call. And somebody like me, a smart Alex, like, told you. So now they don't need her to play the call because the main dispute was not what was said on the call, but the main dispute was who was on the call. Once the judge says Shannon wasn't even on the call, whoever, like me, correctly knew that and was correct, had won their point, and therefore there was no need to play the call. So that's another possibility. And that would mean that the jury is not maybe as lost as I had just said. So that's another possibility. They said, we'll ask the judge for this phantom mysterious call that you think exists. And then I'll just sit back and wait for the judge to say there is no such call, and I'll be vindicated. So that's another explanation that doesn't involve the contents of the call so much as who was on the call. So that's another possibility. And if that's the case, that would mean that they're not really that lost, actually. Maybe somebody made a mistake. They thought Shannon was on the call. He really wasn't. Somebody used the judge to set that person straight or those people straight. So that's another possibility of how it could have gone down. That would kind of be little petty points, though, because how would that really affect your decision as to guilty or not guilty? I mean, it seems like that would be kind of a side quest, but you never know. The jury might be doing side quests now. They might have broken down to side quests. You know, they might have broken down to doing side quests and scoring points. So I stand corrected. Maybe there are alternative explanations that did not initially come to mind that could mean, maybe they're resolving some doubts that don't necessarily have to do with the content, but that would still mean somebody or some people did think Shannon was on that call. Right? Yeah, me and 56, I don't know. What'd you say, Andre? Side quest, dear God, we playing games. Well, I'm saying, I just call it a side quest because I don't know if they're not worried about the contents of the call. Then I don't know how much that could actually really help them determine anything, but you never know. Yeah, Kelly. So you heard it as I didn't do anything and the car's going to come back clean, so we good. Where other people might hear that as, hey, I know that the car is clean. You know what I'm saying? I know the car is clean. So you know what I'm saying? You not necessarily it's clean because it's clean, but it's clean because it's not dirty. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they were genuinely confused and some of them thought it was Shannon on the call and some didn't. Yeah, Chloe, I think that's clear. I mean, they wouldn't ask for a call with Shannon and Garlington if everybody knew that Shannon was not on the call. So, yeah, I mean, that was my whole point. They seem to be confused because Shannon was not. Y'all, we only got 771 likes. Please tell me that's not the. Please tell me that's wrong, people. Y'all hit the like button, please. Hit the like button. Please. Others believe once a criminal, always a criminal. How come everyone in both cars was charged with murder, but not Boyer? So, Chad, you're saying, why were the people in Nichols' car charged with murder when they weren't even in the car that the authorities are saying did the shooting? That's what I take your question to be. And it's a good question. But then you have to ask the question, well, how come everybody in Nichols' car wasn't charged? Because Nichols was and Farley was, but Boyer wasn't. How did Boyer get around being charged? How did Boyer get around being charged? You have 5 guys in 2 different cars, but one of the guys is not charged and everybody else is. Jury did have more questions that were answered about 30 minutes ago. I wonder which juror is the mole. There might be a mole, y'all. There might be a mole. Hilton did look like she was trying to leave the jury confused, which is not cool. Boyer is a paid snitch. I don't know that to be true, but Boyer is now in jail for another shooting. He's awaiting trial, I believe, I believe it's unrelated. So that didn't work out if he was a paid snitch. I'm glad to know at least one person was paying good attention. Yeah. So that's another possibility, that there was just a dispute and somebody was like, well, if you think that video exists, ask the judge for it and we'll see. Or that audio. And it turned out that he didn't. Hit the like button, please, people. Plot twist 56 is the mole. That would be a movie-worthy plot twist. Yo, one thing I didn't get is he said Woody is snitching or something, or Woody is a rat. What was he referring to in that call? What was he saying that Woody ratted about? Was he still talking about the 2015 stuff, or was he talking about recent stuff? Or did he not specify? I heard him say that. We don't know who the foreman is, but 56 was an outspoken juror that seemed like he would have been nominated as foreman due to his outspokenness, but we don't know for sure. I think they'll be done by tomorrow before lunch. I can certainly see that. I can see them being done today. Frankly, depending on if they're going to wrap up at 5 or not. If they have another couple of hours that they're going to go, I think if they stay there, if they stay after hours today, I think we're going to see something today. Because imagine there's a person who said, no, that call exists. And you like, no, it doesn't. And everybody's like, no, it doesn't. They're like, I know, I heard it. And then it's like, okay, well, let's ask the judge for it. Then you ask the judge, and the judge basically said, that call doesn't exist. That one person is just going to be destroyed. Their resistance is over. It's like, you can't resist. You're wrong. You can't resist. Whatever you say, you're too prone to make major mistakes. You got to go with the rest of us now. If it's 11 versus 1, and if there's that one holdout saying that the call exists and then the judge says it doesn't, that person's got to fold. That person's got to fold at that point. So if they start staying past 5 today, I think we on verdict watch for today. Of course, right? I mean, that makes sense. If not, I could certainly see it coming earlier in the day tomorrow. I could certainly see that. But my prediction is by tomorrow, COB. We'll see it before they leave court tomorrow. That's what I'm predicting. But would y'all agree with me? Would y'all agree that if you have a person who's holding out based on something they think they heard, and you got a couple of people saying, nah, that's not what they said, and that person's like, yes, it is. Then you ask the judge, and the judge like, nah, that's not what we said. Wouldn't that person have to fold and just, do they have a leg to stand on to keep resisting? You know what I mean? For me, it's like you got to fold at this point. I said it would be 3 days, but it looks like 4. So if you count Tuesday. Tuesday was like part of a day, which I don't even know if it was half a day or more or what, but Wednesday, no Thursday, no Friday. So Wednesday and Monday, if you count Tuesday or not, makes a big difference. I think you count half a day Tuesday and all the day tomorrow. It's going to be coming in under 4 days is what I think. They seem like they wrapped up the yak stuff. They asked it to hear the songs. They asked to see video. They asked to hear the wiretap. Their notes are probably all over the place. They got a year's worth of notes they're trying to go through. They got limiting instructions and stuff. I don't know. Theoretically, they should, but know-it-all stubborn people get in their feels about when they're proven wrong. They just keep trying to find other things. I agree, but it all depends on how many of them. If it's close, if it's like 4 and 8, 4 of y'all can stick together. But if it's like 2 versus 10, that'll be tough. If it's 1 versus 11, that'll be real tough. So it would all depend on how many. No, they were shooting at Woody while he's holding his baby. No. Tay, they were shooting at Woody while he's holding his baby in 2015. 2015, they were shooting at Woody, and these people are his people. These weren't the people shooting at Woody. I don't think. That would have been Shell Kell and them. I don't know if it would have been Shell Kell personally, but his side. So no. Wise gal, you wouldn't budge as a juror. You have to budge because the whole idea is to seek unanimity. So if you are in a severe minority, you couldn't make everybody come around to your side. You know? He said it was Thug and them trying to kill him. Are you sure about that, Tay? Woody was still messing with Thug. Woody did an interview in 2020 calling himself YSL or thereabouts. I don't think Woody at that time was against YSL, y'all. Miss Flynn say I wouldn't budge if that meant making them guilty. Yeah, it seems like you could budge easier toward not guilty than you could toward guilty. Would y'all agree with that? If you were gonna budge, wouldn't it? I mean, maybe this is not the right group to ask because y'all might want it to be not guilty anyway, but take yourself out of this case. In general, wouldn't it be easier to budge you toward not guilty, toward a reasonable doubt, than toward guilty? I think it would be easier. Did the jury go home? They should be in there until 5, which is about 8 minutes away. If they, I think they're scheduled till 5, which is about 8-9 minutes away. So if they go home, then we'll just wrap up the stream. We'll wait and see what happens. For me, it will be easier to budge me toward not guilty than toward guilty, I think. I just saw somebody's face walk in front of the camera again. Y'all, they might be ready. They might be ready to wrap this up. That might have been that last couple of questions. Like, look, he said the car is going to come back clean. The car came back clean, but they did want to hear about somebody saying rats, which is another thing. Wait on that. So what do I think about the verdicts? I think Yak might actually be looking at just go home. He might, I mean, I don't know if I'm wishful thinking. I don't know if I'm delusional, but I feel like Yak might be looking at it, just go ahead and not guilty, we'll just go ahead and send you home. Shannon, they're focused on the Drinks murder. There's no way to tell because you don't know which side has the majority right now. You don't know which side has the majority. I want to see. I want to watch this again real quick. I just want to hear. Do a poll on what, Gemini? What should the poll question say? I have the poll ready to go. No, I was
I really can't like this one.
Like that, baby. Talk to me, nigga.
respond to me, bro. Let me feel good.
So,
The person you called has hung up. Hello.
All right, they have it. They don't need it again. Okay, thank you. All right, and then the third thing you all describe as Stillwell and Garlington conversation where they said, quote, going to the city or quote, going to see.
okay, so y'all heard the way that the juror, whoever wrote that, referred to that call as going to the city or going to see. So they're acknowledging that there's dispute as to what was said in their request to hear the call. The request itself acknowledges the uncertainty as to what was said.
The conversation that you describe was admitted as a call between Garlington and DeMarco Boyer, not Garlington and Stillwell. Do y'all still want to hear it? No. Okay.
So I imagine that the foreman, whoever that was talking, probably looked around because he didn't just say no right away. He probably looked around. You need to see? Yeah, no. Okay. So no.
All right. That was it. Oh, no. You also wanted to know what time that happened. Do you still want to know what time that happened? No. Okay.
Don't even want to know what time the call happened. So they don't need to hear the call or even know when it happened. So they don't even need to know when the call happened. So they're totally uninterested in that call now. Like, don't even talk to me about that call anymore, Judge. I don't need to know who was on it. I don't need to know what they said. I don't need to know when it happened. It's irrelevant. I think some of y'all might be a little bit mixed up about Woody. Woody went to prison in 2015 and he stayed there for, I think, 4 or 5 years. He went for a gun. He went federal. Before that, he was telling on Thug. Is it normal for the jury to ask questions like this? Yeah, I would say it's normal. I just wish they had all the evidence at their disposal. Woody did have a problem with Thug where he thought Thug was going to try to kill him. That did happen. Some states can't ask questions. That would suck. Someone told me to do a poll, but I don't think you ever told me what. Halftime was written in 2014 and it released in 2015. Scary the jury wanted to hear those two song lyrics. Do you think it will be held against the defendants? I doubt anybody on the jury really has training. I shouldn't say I doubt it. The jury does not have access, that, as far as I know, to the written song lyrics. So the real scary part, critical conversations, scary in that it doesn't seem fair, is that they just had to listen to the songs being played without having the written lyrics before them, as far as I can tell, and then just try to remember or make a note of whatever they heard. And you can't go back and listen to it again. You can't review any song lyrics, as far as I can tell. So what the heck is that? I think they might have left court, y'all. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it, people. Law and Crime went to the Sarah Boone sentencing. Fox has turned off, so I think it's it. I think it's over for today. I don't think they're staying over. So I think that our pipe dream of hearing a verdict today is a pipe dream. So I guess we'll be back tomorrow. Boone got life. Is that already done? Yeah, I think they're done for today, Andre. So y'all, I think what we'll do is we'll be back mañana. I will see y'all tomorrow morning at about the same time, about 8:15, 8:30. Sarah Boone got life. I'm not totally up on that trial, but I will tell you the Karen Reed trial, y'all. I do plan to cover it. By the way, before we go, y'all need to go to my other channel. I keep promoting it. I need people to go there. I need you to sign. I need you to enroll. I need you to I need y'all to sign up to subscribe. I'm going to be covering the Karen Reed trial on the new Karen Reed trial on my other channel. So everybody, please go. Just subscribe there on the other channel. We're going to be covering the new Karen Reed trial. And I'm going to be doing some Karen Reed summaries. I have not watched any Karen Reed stuff at all. So I'm going to be watching it this month. I'm going to be doing some summaries for anybody like me who's not familiar with it. And we will be going into Karen Reed in January. I don't know anything about Karen Reed, y'all. I mean, I know what y'all have told me. I know like her husband got run over by a truck or something like that, and he was a police officer, and people think the police did it. And there's some dude named Turtle Boy. I have no idea who Turtle Boy is. I have no idea what he said. I don't even know if it's a real person or a boy or what. I don't know, but I'm going to be deep diving into Karen Reed this whole month. When this trial is over, I'm popping into Karen Reed to know what is that all about and why is it such a big trial. And we're going to be going with Karen Reed next month. Yeah, I don't even know if Turtle Boy is a turtle. I have no idea. I know that it's considered incredibly toxic, that people are very strongly on one side or the other. Sounds like a lot of fun. What did I do? What did I say? Did I say something suspect? So, Karen Reed. Turtle Boy is a Karen supporter. He's real. Oh, okay. Got you. Oh, okay. Yeah, Lou, I know you're up there in Massachusetts, right, where this happened. So I plan on getting deep down into some Karen Reed stuff and also have some other stuff we're going to be doing for the Diddy and Dirk trials, some experimental type stuff, y'all. So I'm going to put it in the chat again. Do go on the Morbid Law channel, please. With that, I thank everybody. I want to thank, we had between super chats and memberships today, we had 28. Marlo was the last person who had said, go back and listen to the wiretap. Boyer was in the third car. So Marlo, hopefully, if you're still watching, hopefully you were satisfied when I went back and just played that little bit about Boyer on the day that Viverito was there. So I appreciate everybody. Y'all hit the like one more time. Go sign up. Subscribe to the Morbid Law channel. I will see y'all mañana. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.